All right, it is time for me to throw to an interview with the Sid at Steamed Hams with Cheese, conducted by the awesome Fant. And I hope that the first question they are asked is, why are there so many words in the title of your game? Take it away, Fant!
Thank you so much, Bob. And yes, I am joined by the Sid, our runner for Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade NMG. Did I get it all? How much did I miss?
I think you missed New Game Plus.
New Game Plus on hard. Yeah, that is. And, we're also joined by the commentator of the run that Steamed Hams with Cheese. And, Bob brought up a good point. Why are there so many words in this game title?
You just really have to tell the difference between the original game and the new game, I guess. And then the different version of the new game. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of version differences. New Game Plus Hard is only available that way. It's part of the reason why I love the run is because it offers a lot of variety and options and tools. And it's balanced a little bit better, so the game actually pushed back a little bit. So we have to be very, very precise about how we do our inputs.
Big difference, too, is that the original game was locked at 30 frames. Intergrade is you can get up to 60, so it's a little bit easier. Loading screens are faster, so that's really the big difference between the two games.
Yeah,
that sounds pretty good. And now we're running NMG, which for those of you at home who don't know what that means, that stands for no major glitches, which I feel has a different definition on every single game. So I wanted us to be able to get a primer on what that means in the context of Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade.
Honestly, I fiddled with some of them, and they're frustratingly hard. You've done a few runs with glitched, right, Steve?
Yeah, I've done a couple 80% runs. The original Final Fantasy Remake is probably the best for 80%, but the real big difference between the two is that no major glitches. We can't do any of the skips, so we can't skip through a chapter. We can't go out of bounds. We can do little, I guess you can call them glitches. We can do like little glitches like that to make things go faster, but that's why we call it no major glitches instead of glitchless. So.
Got it. Understood. Now, Sid, you have run Intergrade in the past.
Yeah.
You've been doing this for quite a bit now, and I'm just curious to know, what is it about Intergrade that keeps you coming back to it? Keeps you wanting to speedrun more, do more categories? What attracts you?
It's just like the amount of options that we have in New Game Plus Hard. It just offers so much. I have to have run like 5 or 6 different routes now, and like each and every time I pick up a new one, it's like another 5 minutes to shave off. I'm really close to the sub 430 barrier, and the only person ahead of me is Strife, whose route I mainly aped, and he helped me. He helped me quite a bit figure out what was going on, and he's like a 424. He's a mad lad, but it's so much fun.
Yeah, big shout outs to Strife. He's our resident router of our community. So he has done a lot of work behind the scenes to help us route out as fast as possible in this game.
Yep.
All right, now I've got a very, very important question here for both of you. And that is, Yuffie with a cloak or Yuffie without a cloak? There is a correct answer. I think we all know what it is, but I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I'm going to say cutscene. The cutscene where she takes it off is the best part of that. With or without, I don't care. The cutscene where she takes it off is fantastic.
I do like the cloak. I do like that, but I'll go with the OG style of cloak off.
Okay. I really like the cloak. It's just so adorable. I want it.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to get. I haven't played Intergrade yet. I've been so tempted to so many times and haven't found the time. But I kind of just want to buy that cloak and just wear it around because it looks so so cute. Yeah.
I'm so surprised they didn't make it some sort of merchandise. Like 16, they were like, oh, Torgal. I'm like, where's my cloak?
Now, stepping away from the game a little bit, we have a whole bunch of wonderful volunteers working behind the scenes. And Sid, you are the interview tech coordinator. So I want to just talk about that. First of all, thank you so much for helping put on the events, both behind the scenes and as a runner. And I wanted to learn a little bit about your role here behind the scenes.
It's still a little bit in flux. We're kind of deciding it. But right now, I found in previous years that I was very interested in the interviews. It kind of filled my niche of TV and film production in school. And I was like, ooh, this is perfect. It has the right mix, audio, camera, that stuff. And it's really lightweight and really cool for helping out new people get used to our gear. So basically, I can help train them up, get them confident, move them to another department where we actually need the help. Personally, though, I love it. and you won't catch me not taking a shift of it. If I can, I'm over here setting things up. I actually set all this stuff up before I came over.
Yeah, you set up the interview set for your own interview. I really appreciate that.
Literally cannot stop me.
Speaking of all the stuff we have here, we have a whole bunch of awesome donation incentives for this run. We've already met 2 of them. So you're going to be dating Barrett in one of the chapters. You're also going to be climbing some stairs. So I know we're all excited. I can't wait to see that. But there are also a couple more incentives that we're still shooting for. I want you to tell me a bit about them.
So this one over here had mentioned at some point, oh, you could do blindfolded Rufus. I was like, no, I couldn't.
I'll take the blame for that.
And it made me think, and I was like, maybe I can. And I was like, I can. So I shipped it over when we were, setting up incentives. And then there was some confusion, like Reno. Oh, so you can't do Reno, you can do Rude. I'm like, what? Because I tried Rude, and it worked out. And I was like, can I do him blindfolded? So I messed with it, and I found another one. I was just like, you know what? These guys will love it. The fights are pretty straightforward, but I tell you what, my heart's pounding on my chest when I'm doing blindfolded, because I can't trust myself. I'm like, but they're really cool to watch. It's like, at the point of execution I'm at, that's the only way to make them dangerous.
It really goes to say how much time we've spent routing everything out to pretty much the exact T to the point where you can blindfold it.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering, obviously when you're going and making a donation on RPGLimitBreak.com, you can put your money towards any of those incentives. And if you donate during this run, we have so many wonderful prizes for you, starting off with this wonderful FF7 vinyl. It's going to be a $10 minimum donation for that. It's super awesome, completely sealed. But some also pretty unique stuff that I've never seen before. Like we got this graded card right up here up front.
I've seen it personally. It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful.
Yep, so that's going to be a $35 minimum donation. And for some of the other runs coming up, we've got the Atelier Ryza OST over here, $10 minimum donation. And of course, if you're not a big fan of vinyl, we still have the FF7 OST right here for you, $10 minimum donation. And as a reminder, everybody, $100 cumulative in all your donations throughout the marathon, and you'll be entered to win our grand prize, the 256 gigabyte Steam Deck model. Well, Sid, I don't want to keep you here any longer. Really excited for this run, and best of luck.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Not to correct Fant or anything, but we have met 3 incentives now, as we are going to be fighting Rufus blindfolded. That is due to a $40 donation from our very own audio role coordinator and technical coordinator, Ashen Prime, who says, it's been amazing to see the work you put into this run and this incentive. Let's get that blindfolded Rufus fight. Okay, chat, you were asked a question during that interview, Yuffie with the cloak or Yuffie without the cloak. I would be very interested in hearing your opinions for a low donation of $5. And what are we here raising money for? We are here raising the money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. I've been really fortunate this year to have the option to be the marathon's liaison with NAMI, the charity, getting to work with excellent people like Michelle and Rob. And it's absolutely amazing to see what they do and how they do it. And we want you to know that the NAMI Helpline is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with a mental health condition, their family members and caregivers, mental health providers, and the public. The NAMI helpline is available Monday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI helpline, you can call 1-800-950-6264 or visit NAMI.org to help access all of the NAMI helpline resources and contact information. So as we're getting set up for Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, I'm going to do what no host should ever do. I'm going to broach the forbidden question and ask chat, what's your favorite Final Fantasy? I dare! Can we also get some love in the chat for our tech team right now who have been working super hard all week? Both the staff members and the volunteers.
You sure?
We have a $100 donation from Wizen, who says, thank you for all your hard work and an amazing marathon. And then we have $5 from Hataro Hinu, who says, let's start a donation chain. Choo choo!
Yeah, no, exactly. That's why I was making sure. If you do want to hear other people, then press more stuff down.
Okay, here in person and in the chat, let's hear some noise, because it's time for Final Fantasy VII Remake. My name is Bob the Ninja Goldfish, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you,
Can you push it a little bit further?
on the
Okay,
right-hand
timer.
side of the commentary screen, HeroicSpiritGamer, aka the man that pulled me aside at breakfast and said, "Man, Kingdom Hearts can really learn a thing or two from Final Fantasy." On the left-hand side of your screen, you have steamed hands with cheese, aka the man who's been on site for 48 hours and asleep for 42 of them. And in the middle, you have our runner, the Sid, aka the man that when the schedule came out, messaged me on Discord and said, "Man, Final Fantasy VII Remake's in this marathon? At least there'll be one good RPG."
Very true, very true.
Take it away, gents.
Can I find out what language we're on right now from donations, please?
I'm just doing a refresh on that. If
Yep.
you will give me a second. Ba-dum, bum,
Yeah,
bum.
because this is a really awkward thing where you have to like change the language, save it, close the game, reload it, and then it'll actually take. Or else I would have had it as a rolling incentive.
Sid,
Yep.
there is no language incentive.
Oh, that's right. We didn't add that. You're right.
Yeah.
So you know what? I'm going to go with the one I'm familiar with.
So
That'll
I'm
make
not-
this
I'm not
blindfolded
saying
stuff
I-
a lot easier.
I'm not saying I knew that all along and was just stringing you along, but
It was everybody having a laugh, right? That's exactly what I'm happy
This is
with.
particularly hilarious because I've been hearing about this incentive of all week.
Frankly,
And I didn't
know what
realize.
you're talking about either.
there
So.
is a
Neither
voice
did
lang-
I.
There is a voice language bid war for East 9, though, if you want to plug that.
I mean, I guess we did.
Sure.
There you go, incentive.
All right, let me double check and make sure I actually change this over to make my life a little bit easier. Oh, good. The blindfolded fights will be so much less scary now. All right, let me double check and make sure I have my saves right. All right, now that I've stalled long enough, so we'll get right into this since after all this stalling, we'll just dump right into this. So timing will start in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, so we have to load up the chapter at the beginning here as part of it because loading the save immediately just doesn't count. They just wanted us to start from the chapter select. It makes it easier for verification purposes. These first couple of guys we got to deal with and get them out of the way so we can actually progress, and that's it.
Yep.
We got a couple of guys here that want to stop us, but we need someone to tell the tale of our murders, so we're just going to leave them be. Let Shinra know we mean business.
Yeah. There's a big, so a lot of these fights, you'll see Blizzard getting thrown out. We use a lot of ice magic in the beginning of these first few chapters just because out of all the magic that we could use, this is obviously the best. As you can see, staggers the dogs pretty easily and
Yeah.
will kill them off if they get hit by the second Blizzard.
Yeah, early on we used Fire Magnify because it was the human enemy's weakness. Turns out Ice Magnify plus ATB Stagger is extremely strong. ATB Stagger, whenever we stagger an enemy, will give us 900 ATB back. Our ATB is 2,000 points total, split into 2 bars of 1,000. So we get 9 cents of a move, but 100 is pretty easy to gain in any manner, so it basically gives us a move. The dogs are weak to ice, so it makes our lives a little bit easier. And the humans are weak enough that it doesn't really matter, so we can get away with that. The cool part about it is you'll notice like my ATB should spike up here right after I kill the dog. Yeah. And luckily staggering takes place before an enemy dies, so even if we would kill one, we'll get an ATB stagger proc on top of it. Makes our lives a lot easier.
Yep, just makes everything go a lot
Interesting
faster.
route.
That's a new one, but yeah. Ideally, you're supposed to do triple slash there, and it gets through them both. But hey, that's pretty much no time lost there. So,
Yeah, that was weird, but worked.
yeah. A lot of these strats you'll see, we'll say a lot of as intended, because yeah, they just work, and then sometimes they don't, but we still get through it just fine. So here are a lot of things. I guess we should say the difference between hard mode and the different difficulties. Hard mode, you get so much access to a lot of things that you don't on new game.
Hey, gamer, can you grab my tablet out of the bag
so,
so I can
like-
actually look at my route?
So it's like that's probably good to prep that,
Yep,
huh?
yeah.
It's a so we have access to moves like Disorder,
I've done this
Blizzard,
before, though.
obviously. The beginning of the route, we don't on a new game we don't have access to Blizzard. So all these moves that you're seeing, you will never be able to do on a new game route, unless you mod the game.
Yeah. So I want to stall out towards the top of the stairs here over here. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Perfect. We want to stall at the top of the stairs there so Catastrophe kills all the enemies instead of just the turrets. If I go too far down the stairs, it won't actually... Oh, well, that was being greedy. These lasers actually like despawn pretty early, and that was me being really greedy. This is actually a pretty bad laser cycle, but it's whatever. You can't reset.
Yeah, we figured out that these lasers are on a global timer. So as soon as you start downstairs in the room, those lasers are going even though you don't even see them. So,
Okay, Barrett, anytime now. Thank you. Synergy there actually interrupted my command for Thunder there, so it didn't let me input it. So we did do a couple of save loads here. This is actually because it speeds things up quite a bit. This one right here saves about 10 seconds of dialogue, even though it does cost a little bit of time to save. The save load itself saves time overall. Oof. So we're heading into Guard Scorpion, which unfortunately is kind of one of the more RNG bosses because of the fact that it's towards the beginning of the route. There's no super fast way that's 100% consistent. So if we get a couple of crits here, and I mean a couple specifically too, we can kind of be in a rough spot if we have bad ATB. So it's kind of like we have to have 3 bad luck things happen all at once. Crits themselves are about 15% a pop. And the ATB, besides First Strike, which is 1,000 guaranteed, is completely random between 0 to 1,000, which is a cool gimmick that I really love and I don't hate at all.
to explain on that a bit more, he's trying to build ATB for his second phase. So if you crit during the first phase, you're not going to build enough ATB. So
it's not even that bad. Like if it crit again in the second phase is when it becomes an issue. Actually, I cannot see my ATB. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Normally, I set this stuff up ahead of time.
It looks like you're fine on ATB, so.
I am fine on ATB. That was nice damage and ATB. All right, did I unlock on when he jumped away? I did. Yes.
That should be.
We're gonna have to go for Thunder here. There we go. Yeah. Oh, that's high damage. Should be fine.
One crit in there. Oh, not going to hit the AP.
That crit wasn't a problem because I messed up the movement, so I would normally be in Punisher, which would do too much damage, but because I was an operator, the crit actually saved me from my mess up. Good RNG, I guess, which is shocking.
Let's keep that going. This is the good seed.
Yeah, good seed. I didn't realize we were playing a randomizer. There we go. So you may notice that I keep getting ATB, and it's like, how? Skillmaster is another ATB building materia, which is one of the reasons I really love New Game Plus Hard. Every 3 different named moves we use, we get 900 ATB back as well. And in this entire fight, we've been looping Triple Slash, Thundera, and Thundaga. So we've activated that twice. I'm switching to Barrett here, not because I want to, but because I want to hold down. Because whenever you go to skip a cutscene, you can actually buffer the down input with a D-pad, which will allow you to skip almost immediately. There is a little bit of delay in between the 2 activations, but as long as you don't hit X as soon as possible, it's fine. Most people, it takes a while to get to that point where you're hitting X too soon. So, well, it is what it is.
Yeah, eventually you get to the point where you go too fast for the game to accept your inputs. So.
Yeah, it's actually surprising when you get to that point and you're like, I can do this too fast? What?
You can actually soft lock yourself if you go too fast through a few things, so. Big thing about this game is that it was designed for an advanced system, but it only could come out on PS4, and then it got shoved onto the PS5.
I was about to say
as much as they could with it, but it's you might hear us throughout the run say this game is held together by duct tape and bit a lot. So
I don't think it's quite as rough as the OG version, but it definitely feels like it in some aspects.
That's what helps us get some of the little tricks that we can do as well. So can't hate on it too much.
If it wasn't for the stuff that we had, we'd be like all over the place.
Yeah,
for sure.
We're running out of time.
So this is a big escape. I guess story point wise, this game really, as far as the story goes, pretty much matches the Midgar section of the original game, the original Final Fantasy VII, with some slight differences, obviously with the Whispers and Nomura Ghosts.
Wait a minute there, buddy. don't say such toxic slanders. Oh, what the heck? Did the other one?
But other than that, it pretty much follows along the same structure of how you go through the game. So
So you'll
So
find
here
out.
we're escaping from Mako Reactor number 1. And then we'll go to the streets, as you'll see, but it'll have some slight differences.
So we don't need to bother with these bottom enemies. We can actually despawn them if we go high enough, which is actually what we want to do optimally. So we're just going to leave him be and dip on out. Barrett will be fine down there on his own. Don't worry about him. I'm sure he knows some magic. He can join us.
Yeah. Thankfully, Barrett's magic stats are just high. Okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
His magic stats are just high enough to be able to cause enough damage.
Yep,
so.
there we go. So this is the magic I was talking about. Okay, I wasn't talking about that magic, though. Please don't shoot me before I do a thing. Okay. So what we did there is I actually moved far enough onto the top of the floor that all the bottom enemies despawned. That one guy that I hit with Sunder spells would not have despawned. He would have, in that case, he would have run down the floor towards Barrett and possibly put him back in combat. But because Barrett was in fleeing, the devs were too smart, or at least they thought they were, to let us move around in fleeing. So it actually warps them to the characters in combat, so it makes our lives a little bit easier.
Yep. So you can do that at several points throughout the run. We do that in several points throughout the run. Just warp the characters down to where you're at, so we can skip out basically 100 meters of movement. All right, into chapter 2. So not a whole lot going on here in this opening section. There's a somewhat of a, I don't want to call it a skip because or a glitch, but we'll explain it a little bit more as we get closer to it. But I don't know, Bob, if we have any donos?
Oh, boy, howdy. All right. First of all, this game, calling it Marco, still annoys me. Anyway, Blue Braid Elf donates $25 and said I missed most of Trials in the Sky. This is one of my favorite RPGs. It was my absolute favorite character ever. Good luck to all the runners and keep up the wonderful work. Kurt Mack donates $79 and says, here's $79 for my favorite Pokemon, Slowpoke. And $100 from Brock42, who says, we need to see those blindfolded boss fights. And yes, we have met the blindfolded Rufus incentive. And an update on the rest of it. We have $1,089 out of $2,500 for the 2v1 fight versus Weiss. Sid, there have been some questions in chat as to which two party members you'll be using for that.
I'll be using the most broken two, Tifa and Aerith. I'm sorry, but Barrett may clutch out the victory if things go extremely poorly. But he will be coming with me in spirit,
Yes.
or in frog.
It is actually super entertaining to see him win the fight as a frog.
It happened once, it can happen again.
So there you go, chat. If you want to see Tifa and Aerith go all girl boss over Weiss, get your donations in towards that one.
Yeah, so we're going to do some minor chicanery here. There is a skip here that can happen naturally, so we really don't consider it a skip. We actually consider it a curse.
Yeah, we actually found this by mistake because it just sort of happened
I wish we
one
had.
day.
So not this. You can actually keep running while that car explodes instead of the camera panning. It's just a lot of precise camera movement. This right here is fairly cursed.
All right, so I'll explain it while
Sure.
you're doing all the stuff here. So we found that it's an intergrade only sort of thing. That here we call this the Sephi skip. Sephiroth is supposed to load up. He did load, that son of a gun. So unfortunately, did he load or did he not?
He did.
Oh, he did? Okay.
I saw him as I was panning down.
Well, unfortunately, he did load, but the idea behind it is that if you switch the graphics mode, it lowers the frame rate to 30 frames per second from 60 frames per second that we play on. Somehow that precludes Sephiroth from loading, except for this occasion.
I think it's just like on a frame check to see if he loads, and because you dump out the frame rate, the game has a really hard time hitting it.
So this will be good to show to explain the difference, though, because you'll see what happens when Sephiroth
You'll
loads.
actually get to see it. So normally, if Sephiroth doesn't load properly, we keep moving about this speed instead of all this nonsense happening. There's actually a cutscene line or trigger here, but it only activates if Sephiroth's model's here for some reason. It doesn't make any sense to me.
It is one of the strangest glitches that we've kind of seen. It's just sort of, we never seen like a cutscene line based on a character model, so it's kind of weird.
Yeah, as far as we know, there's none other in the game besides this specific one.
Yep.
The other thing here, too, is you'll notice in this alley that I'm walking, you'll kind of see at the end I start running, and that's the speed I would have been moving at. There's a really weird thing where he runs, stops, walks 2 steps, and then runs again, which is always kind of funny to show it off.
Yeah, I think it's based on because he's starting his lines here, so then it's like, hey, you're supposed to be walking, so it slows you down.
Speaking of lines, the NPCs are blocking me all over the place, left, right, and center.
NPCs are incredibly strong in this game. We should mention they are able to shove Cloud with impunity.
Yeah,
which is kind of weird, but
that's one of the PS4 bonuses, right? That we can actually just shove the NPCs out of the way.
Yeah.
And then somebody was like, you know what?
Yeah.
These might as well be the final boss to the game.
The NPCs are literally brick walls in this game, and coming up to the after this this whole fight section, they are literally walls unless you go the correct way. Another Intergrade bonus feature, I should say.
Feature, like the rolling.
Yeah. So here we go. We basically are meeting Aerith here. Gives us a flower, and then we're gonna run away.
Okay, that's
nice. I like
hello?
that.
Okay, I got the wrong one. That's very. We're gonna have to recover here a bit.
Up here, we're coming up to the fountain fight here. We're gonna basically nuke everything with Blizzard. Some enemies load in further back here. You'll see them jump. You see all them jump over the. The reason why Sid waited there is because the enemies have to load in, and as they're loading in, their HP bars aren't active yet, or their whole character AI isn't active yet. So if you attack them, they'll either miss entirely, or their HP will get HP locked.
Yeah,
So,
if we throw the spell too early, we'll completely whiff because their targeting data isn't there. And if we throw the spell a little bit after that, their HP will lock at 1 to, I'm assuming, prevent soft locks. It's the thing that makes the most sense.
Oh, just
like that guy right there.
Yep. So he loaded in pretty much at the exact time that Blizzard exploded. So his HP bar was down to basically 1 because the game was like, I just loaded in and now I have 0 HP. So.
It's something we need to be careful about in some of the earlier chapters because we actually have too much power, even only being a single character. So we have to kind of ease off the gas pedal a little bit and every once in a while tap the brakes.
1 enemy with HP lock is not a big deal, but if you have all 3 enemies with an HP lock, that becomes a big time loss.
The only really like huge downside is like when it's the last one because it changes your put away animation to being able to move immediately to standing still and putting your sword away instead, which is a bit frustrating. Okay, I'll take the fuck on there.
Yeah, we also do fights in a way to make sure that Cloud's sword put away animation is that he's running at the same time because it's much faster.
So you'll notice that a lot of times here I'm locking on, attacking, and then just rolling. But if you pay attention, like you'll notice how much faster he rockets across the screen when you're locked onto an enemy. That's what we're trying to take advantage of here.
Yep.
So we're playing a little bit more risky, staying in the streets so that we have people to lock on and take full advantage of that movement.
Here's a nice little trick too, if you can make it.
Yeah,
I think
let's
you did.
go.
Yep. So you're not supposed to keep your ATB, but because we are still in battle and we're rolling past the cutscene line, we keep our ATB. So it's a nice little
this is gonna be
trick that we can do. Perfect. Nice.
Really good fight.
There you go.
I haven't seen this in a while, to be honest. This fight's usually very, very fussy.
That was definitely the good way to go about it. So.
Yeah, a lot of these boss fights go up in smoke pretty quick, but let me tell you what, it takes a long time to get to the point to even pull the fights off like that.
Up here, there's a little bit of a thing we call big skip, but it's really hard. There's some runners that can do it pretty much all the time.
I have literally never seen it, nor have I gotten it.
I have gotten it exactly once.
It's a figment of the imagination of the running community, or speedrunning community on a whole.
Not to Ian, it's not.
I think he can just make Biggs blip out of existence then. He literally has psychic powers.
Yeah. So, from here to up about, 10 minutes into the chapter 3. It's a whole lot of just walking around.
Yeah, so if you got some stuff you want to... What?
I was going to say, if you want to talk about the story a smidge here,
Sure.
there hasn't been a whole lot different from original so far. We'll be seeing some more divergence here shortly, but The only thing real difference you've seen compared to the original game is a lot of like single, like 1 or 2 hallway screens are like much more expanded. Like pretty much all Chapter 2, it used to be like 2 screens in the original game, I think it was.
Yeah, a lot of these are way bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I find really cool about this game is that they literally took 2 screens and expanded it out into like full chapter.
Yeah.
Full
It's a lot of people say it's kind of like over expanded, but I feel like it's just the right amount.
I think so.
Yeah.
So if you have anything over there, Bob, that you want to say, feel free to cut in.
Okay, that was a nice, seamless transition, much like Cloud walking sideways by a box. One of the cool things that has been getting to know the Sid over the years has been regularly getting to read donations from his family. And we have a $100 donation from Sid's mom, who says, "To Will, who fought the good fight, and to Sid, who continues to fight the good fight."
Yeah. Thanks, Ma. Appreciate it a lot.
We have $25 from Holly Matanaro, who says, "What a great cause. Well done, Steamed and Sid."
Thank you.
$35 from Andy Lynn with no donation comment. Nano Flare says, "The last Final Fantasy run of the event, and it's Final Fantasy VII. Time to donate!"
Nice.
Now we need to see that Weiss fight. That's $50 on that donation. And Zarko donates $5 and says, "Hey there, RPGLB." No one's saying hey back. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Been trying to watch off and on all week. Glad to get to donate during the Final Fantasy VII run. Hope to show my daughters this and many other great RPGs when they are older. Thanks for all that you do.
Nice. Thank you for everyone that's donated
Yeah.
so far and continues to donate. It's really awesome.
Just a quick update. We are at $1,144 out of $2,500. So just to reiterate, if you want to see Sid after the run, load up and fight the Superboss Weiss, 2v1 with Tifa and Aerith, and apparently Barrett the Frog.
Correct.
Get your donations in towards that one.
Yep. So I guess we're going to do a little bit of movement tech here, just to shave a little bit of time and start these cutscenes a bit early.
These
But
are
yes.
the nuances that are that takes basically just experience to find. So obviously you saw that there's a little bit of a gap between when she turns around, but if we run into her, she won't turn around and just starts cutscene. So I mean, these little tiny things that save about 2 to 3 seconds are important over the course of a 4.5-hour run.
Yeah, to get the time down closer to where I have it, it's those little things all over the place. Nice. If you line yourself up there with the door properly, you can start the cutscene immediately. Basically, all we're doing is cutting out the computer doing anything we can, because the computer is slow at doing everything. And if you played classic mode, you know.
Classic mode, what's that?
Yeah, I would have nothing to say about the AI if it wasn't for classic mode's existence. It's stellar. Yeah, that's the word I want to use. Stellar.
I'm sensing some sarcasm in your tone.
Oh, not at all.
No. I love this game. It's perfect. It has no flaws. Said no speedrunner ever.
We like to think that that this game actively updates itself to dissuade us from speedrunning it. It also has a mind of its own a lot of the time, so
Yeah,
it is very much a sentient game.
Every couple of weeks, I see something new once and only once. And
You'll hear us all the time say, "Well, that never happened."
I do that, and then a Strife or one of the other runners is like, "Yeah, that's happened to me once." Like, just the once. And I'm like, game, can you please stop giving me that's never happened, like off stream, or at least before the event? Can you save one of these? So at least
Don't jinx that.
Oh, don't worry
Oh.
about it. I'm sure the game will throw
Why
something
am
out for you.
say that out loud?
Nope, I'm ready for it, and I'm excited to see what happens. I am excited for it.
I'm excited to see your face when it happens.
I agree. That's one of the many things. The faces I make are stellar, to say the least. This game brings the goof out of me. because this is about the only way to bear it. The thing is, like, as a speedrunner, we kind of push the game to the absolute limit. And a lot of times we're like throwing out commands before the game is ready for it. So a lot of the times it's just not ready. So if we don't make sure to like lock on before we fire off a spell, we can literally just hit the ground in front of us.
Yep.
Obviously in like casual play, it barely ever comes up because like we go into each and every fight knowing exactly what we want to do and doing it immediately. At least the game will respond and do the input.
Yep. This game is a targeting system. You could do either a soft target lock or a hard target lock. It's generally much safer to do a hard
is that too
target lock
soon?
because
Oh, baby!
if you move the camera, nice timing on that one.
That was really close. I was almost sure that was too soon.
If you move the camera off what you're looking at, the soft target lock won't work, and that's when you can get into like, hey, my fire spell just went off into the ether somewhere and didn't hit anybody. Why did that happen? So.
All right, so we're heading into Scrap Boulevard, where there's a little kind of pseudo cutscene. We need to take care of all the monsters over here as part of like the story. And Tifa has a really cool movement interaction with the parry materia. New game runs will get it later because they can't get the mission to even grab it until later. But hard mode gets it immediately, so we get to take full advantage of it. And it's even better in Intergrade. You want to explain that while I'm going through Fast Boulevard, the variations on it?
Yeah, so here in the parry materia, basically, it gives characters different moves to basically parry things. Tifa's parry movement is what you'll see here, just a slide across the ground, basically. And if you do everything right, she'll just sort of float across the ground. That's why we call it parry sailing, Tifa. Here specifically in Fast Boulevard, Sid is trying to parry sail up into past the engagement lines for each of the fights, and then he is blasting the enemies with lightning, and there it is, right there. It took me the entire time to explain it.
Yep.
So that's why we call it Fast Boulevard.
Yeah, because you can walk in between each fight, since Cloud obviously has to clear them, since he's the one with magnified magic. It's usually the optimal strat, but we're going to be taking advantage of that movement as much as possible, so yeah.
Yeah, big thing about that particular section is that I don't think you even knew about it until I told you earlier this afternoon, is that you have to chain 2 groups of fights together or else you'll soft lock.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like, I guess, caveat in there where it's a line of dialogue has to take place, and if we don't exit combat, so that's as fast as it goes. It could have been a little bit better. My rhythm on parrying was a little bit stiff, but I'll warm up as we get along, and you'll actually see how silly it looks, because she actually starts slipping into the floor when you're doing it right. I think I was going too fast because I'm a little bit nervous. So we got to talk to both these guys. Normally, Chadley will give us a bunch of side quests, which I have long since cleared on several different run-throughs of the game. The cool thing with Chadley's missions for new game is you can clear the missions as soon as possible as long as you meet the conditions. So whenever the mission opens, you can automatically get the thing from it. You don't have to clear it after. So that's part of the routing for like new game. For us, it allows us access to some of the best materia in the game: Skill Master, ATB Stagger, First Strike, ATB Boost, ATB Assist. I don't even know why that one I couldn't remember off the top of my head. That's probably the most broken. No, that's a straight lie. Synergy is the most broken materia in the game.
Yeah.
So Synergy.
We haven't explained Synergy yet.
Yeah.
So just basically, so in the original game, we had access to a materia called Synergy.
Mm-hmm.
Attach that to a magic materia. The original game would take an ATB bar as well as magic away from you. So it wasn't really useful at all.
Nothing like letting the AI automatically do a tier 1 spell at cost with no reduction or like damage bonus.
Yeah. So and then but for Intergrade, I guess because for intermission you only have access to 2 characters, so they gave you a buff. They buffed Synergy so that it wouldn't take any ATB or magic. So obviously you might be able to figure out right from there how broken that is and how we could just abuse that to our advantage. So that's exactly what we do.
With only an AI character, it's not really that broken. It's additive, and can sometimes interact in a way where it makes it kind of hard to do the fights, because it'll actively push you out of their shortcuts and will keep you from inputting things on the tactical menu while Synergy's on deck and ready to go.
Yeah. We actually figured out that you want to, if you want to interrupt the Synergy, you got to cast an action with the character that has Synergy on it, and that will interrupt the Synergy.
Yeah. So yeah, we can like swap out characters to cancel it. We can switch to characters to get extra damage. Nice.
Saw that.
What I did it earlier with Barrett in Chapter 1, and I'll point it out again later, but you can kind of corrupt the targeting of it too. Normally, Synergy is kind of like Final Fantasy 1, where it'll target. Since Synergy triggers off the character that I'm in control of offensive commands, it will target the first thing that I hit, even if I do like a multi-targeting move. And if that target's dead, it'll just cast it at nothing, like I was mentioning earlier. But if I switch to the character while the name is above their head, but before they fired it off, it'll kind of go, okay, and just choose a new target that's actually valid.
Yep. We haven't explained yet either the difference on the original remake game and the Intergrade for the characters, the AI characters. When they perform a magic spell, they do a roll, which aggravates us speedrunners to no end. But we have to factor that part into it as well. So they'll do a little roll before they cast the magic. That gives us half a second to do what we can to corrupt the target.
Yeah. And it ends up being a bigger issue later on with like shortcuts, especially with Aerith when I pick her up in later chapters. She's going to be the main damage source because her magic is about 50 points higher than Cloud's. And we have some other things going on that keep pushing her damage a little bit higher. So we really want to take advantage of... Whoop, thought lost. Never mind.
Worked out, I guess.
I guess darts was too important. We'll get back to it eventually, I'm sure. I got like good 4 hours left minimum. So we're gonna deal with some Cornell thugs here. They're scoping out the place, trying to find Barrett and the others because Shinra's kind of like getting them to search for people. What they don't know is Cloud was with them. And for some reason, that's just like the thing. Ooh, nice.
Nice. So there's a little glitch there. If you run through the group while you're activating their dialogue, you can skip the little AI action of him turning around to face you to talk to you.
Yeah, I actually didn't learn that until recently, and I've never really like sat down and practiced it because it's Chapter 3, which has the most like walking between A, B, and C to like do 3 fights at D and then walk from E, F. And it's just like, no, I think I'll pass on that. We actually only have 10 save files, so I have 8 practice saves, 1 for the start so that I don't mess up my equipment, and then another one to save load over for the time saves. So it gets a little bit tight sometimes when I want to practice something and I'm like, ooh, great, I get to go through the chapter again, yay.
Yeah, for us to practice with, because we only have access to, I think, 10 saves within the game. New game runners will make several profiles of saves, so. Nice.
Yeah, it's
wasn't ideal, but still nice.
Yeah. If you get lucky, you can one-shot all of them with a Blizzara, and if they group up. But usually they'll break up, and the worst case scenario is only one of them will die. 2 out of 2 is decent enough, because at least they still have the ATB to just spam spells to get rid of them. The reason I didn't use ice there again is the ice and fire spells, for whatever weird reason, the devs decided should interact with the environment. So if ice and fire spells hit the floor or other environmental objects, they just create the particle effect of the explosion or the ice cube popping up, but don't do anything. Also, this motorcycle game is really hard, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
See, I am forced to do it as a new game runner. As Sid is a new game plus runner, he can skip that motorcycle fight. So it's easy for me, not for him.
These are actually pretty difficult and hard because you take a lot of damage and the enemies are pretty tanky.
Yeah.
Especially the one in Chapter 18.
So, well, actually, to make it more, to clarify that a bit more, the enemies, what's his face? Roche. Roche is tanky. The enemies still have the same HP values, so you can do your 1, 2, 3 hits, but they're stronger. So your health, it goes down a lot faster.
Yeah, because it's a lot of like damage abuse to set up AI and build the special attack.
Yeah, so you can't really tank damage on hard mode, which is our motorcycle strat, basically.
Yeah. I think we have a little bit of time for stuff for Bob. If
yeah, we got about 5 minutes or so for Zonos or something like that.
Yeah.
This is just cutscene skipping.
I believe that's my cue.
Okay, I'll give you a couple, Bob, and then an actual sentence. How does that sound?
Well, because what you said was...
I'm sorry, I thought we were having a conversation.
All right, we have $100 from Razorflame Coon, one of our awesome marathon mods. My yearly donation to RPGLB. Hope the event has been going good, and good luck on the rest of the runs. Thank you, Razorflame. That's absolutely awesome of you. I do want to give a bit of an update on our Superboss. We are currently sitting at $1,154 out of $2,500. If you want to see Sid take on Weiss after the run. I'm genuinely surprised there haven't been any $7.77 donations yet. But
That's surprising.
No, that's surprising.
we have Danky King. Danky King! Donating $10. Thank you very much. And Sarissa Senshi donates $10 as well. Thank you so very much.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
My dad.
So here is a new story section, actually, of this game that's not in the original Final Fantasy VII. Gives a little bit more world building, a little more story building, but basically Jessie has a lot more story going on with her. She was an actor at the Gold Saucer. That it didn't work out for her, so now she's back home. But she's also part of Avalanche, so that I'm sure has something to do with it. She basically lies to her parents, says that she's still an actor, but she's a terrorist, according to Shinra.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, this is this new chapter is basically introduces Jessie's extended story and also a new character called Roche, who can be annoying to some people, but I love his character. So
He's an interesting.
yeah, he's
guy.
definitely an anime character in my opinion. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to kind of see the stuff they add to this game. Like at the end of the day, I know a lot of people like dislike the story, which is surprising. Like Strife does not like the story very much, but loves the combat system. I can understand why, but also like I just kind of take it as a separate storyline from OG.
I mean, it is.
Yeah.
It's essentially a sequel, which let's not. get
So
into
that's
that.
what they say. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm sold on that quite yet. So
Wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
time is just a structure in the mind anyway.
Yeah,
Right?
we'll see what the hand wave is in Rebirth. Oh no, don't worry about
Yeah,
it. So we could save load here, but the problem is Biggs would actually like be so far behind that it would delay the next cutscene, so it actually loses time. Though it does make you move quicker. There's a lot of like really weird ones like that are just like, well,
Yeah. You think it saves time at first, but then you think about going from point A to point B
Yeah.
and what is faster in that case. And then because he's in front of you, that saves you the time.
yeah, because it triggers this cutscene immediately rather than waiting for him to catch up. Because you sometimes you can push NPCs to speed them up, but not all the time. It's very infrequently actually.
Coming up to 7-6 Annex, which is basically a boss area. It has a lot of cool strats. Gamer, I'll let you take over the strats.
I thought EXE is entered the chat. Yeah, so a lot of this area is mainly ice spam and ATB stagger. So like I said earlier, we're using ATB stagger to trigger over and over again to refill our ATB. You could use Skillmaster here, but it's a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. So instead I've opted to go the refocus route, which is a little bit slower because of the animation. But what it'll do is it'll take that 2,000 point ATB bar, that's 1,000, 1,000, and split it to 650, 650, and 750. So basically, it's going to let me just rack up magic spells back to back to back and keep spamming them. And because ice explodes 1, 2, 3, we can get those ATB stagger activations in a staggered way so that we can just stagger more inputs to stagger. There you go.
Yeah, if you think we're saying stagger a lot, we are.
It's a pretty. Whenever you see like the time slowing down, that's a stagger proccing in the game. But yeah, ice is pretty good with ATB stagger. Otherwise, it's kind of mediocre because of the animations.
Yeah.
Oh,
You may
that's
not
an
be able to
interesting
see
way
a
to do
whole
that.
lot of what's going on, like with the enemies, but just know that we figured out exactly where they come from, exactly where they're going to be, so
Like
we
the
don't
missile-
really even have to look at it anymore.
If you don't respect the missiles there, you take like 1,600 because we're under Berserk.
Now it's just a little bit behind. That's why a missile was able to proc out. That should be fine. Yeah,
Okay.
didn't even need the fire at that point.
Yeah, so that's what fire will do if you like don't target something. But since everything was gone, doot. All right. So we're refocusing during Big's dialogue to offset the time of this animation, and we saved a little bit of time there because of it. That's a little bit more than I needed, but whatever.
More the better.
Oh, 69 MP. I did it on purpose.
Nice.
This is gonna stink, though. Could you back up, please?
Really? Vehicle back up.
Nope.
Well, he backed up enough. Looks like.
I don't think so.
No. One more Blizzard should do it, right?
Yeah. All right. At least I fixed my ATB to some extent here. Want to come in here with 4. The game will take away my limit here no matter what, which is very annoying. I guess they actually wanted this to be a boss fight. Oh,
Yeah.
Bigs and Weds aren't acting up today. Are you serious? That's so disappointing.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't see it, but sometimes they'll just be running in the background.
Actually, he is kind of like standing there, shuffling forward.
Oh, is he? I can't tell.
Yeah. Biggs and Wedge back there kind of can do some weird stuff. The weirdest one I've ever seen is they'll just run out onto the loading dock up there, the ramp, and just like...
I've seen them just running
Yeah.
running against the wall, and it's like, okay.
So yeah, Roche is supposed to be a boss. There's a couple of different ways to deal with it. Fire is the fastest. We can use Fire a Gun to put him on the ground, but then we'll have to build ATB manually. So we just take advantage of the fact that we can bait out a hit to use the Punisher counter. Punisher counter is a really nice gimmick. Every character kind of has their own gimmick, and Clouds is the Punisher stance. So he alters his stance into a high damage, a low ATB building stance. And he also loses his guard and a mobility for the most part. He can still move around, but very little. And when he's in that stance, he either won't guard, or when you hold guard, he will punish counter physical melee attacks. I specify that because he cannot counter bullets, and they're flagged as physical ranged, which comes up later with Barrett making things harder. Yeah.
Yeah.
But basic operator stance is low damage, high ATB building, high mobility, defensive.
Yeah. So big part of this this last chapter here is we're gonna take a parachute down to the bottom, and then we fight the plot ghosts.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, the whispers. I'll call them by their
Whisper.
I mean, same difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you can call them whatever you want. They're just annoying to deal with.
Well, I don't want to call it the other thing either, so because that would be yeah. Don't want to go down that road.
Yeah, so the ghosts are kind of programmed in a not so awkward manner, but it's very obtuse because it's not listed properly in like the assess menu. What they intend you to do is attack them with magic attacks, which will put them into pressured. And when they're pressured, they will take more stagger damage. So there's like 2 HP bars, if you will. One that's actual HP that kills them, and then the stagger bar, which will put them in a staggered state. Stagger is a temporary state, which is what we've been abusing most of the time. When they take enough stagger damage, they'll enter it, the bar will start emptying, and when it empties, they'll return to normal. While they're in that staggered state, they will get a base 160% damage multiplier. You can further increase that with specific moves. Most of Tifa's, Aerith's Judgment Ray, I think it is.
Yep.
And
Ray of Judgment, yeah.
I want to say there's one other, but I can't think of it off the top of my head.
What'd you mention? You said Ray of Judgment.
And most of Tifa's moveset. I mean, like, it's half of it, right?
Yeah, most of it. I'm trying to think if Cloud has anything, but I don't think he does.
I don't think, yeah. I guess Barrett and Cloud don't really have that option, yeah.
Excuse me, Cloud has a very fine haircut. Thank you very much.
I guess that makes up for everything, right?
That is true. I wonder how wavy his hair would be if this was native PS5.
Well, if you notice, actually, I have this little point here. If you play casually, you can see the posters for, I guess, a shampoo or a hair gel or something, and it pretty much basically describes Cloud's hairstyle. So it's pretty much implied that he uses this hair gel.
You gotta look good when you're hopping turnstiles, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
of all the heinous things Cloud does in his life, he hopped a turnstile, and that was the limit.
Yeah. They saw him hopping on the turnstile. They're like, no, this guy's at public enemy number 1.
Oh, yeah.
Turning off lights, bombing Mako reactors? Nah, that's fine. Not paying for a subway ticket? Nah,
Oh, man.
no good.
Can't get away with that.
Yep. So the ghosts are kind of, in other categories, they might be a little bit more difficult because you'd need to engage with that system. My magic power is so high that I can just one-shot them with a fire spell. We could just take them out with magic, But if we make sure to take out all 4 of them at once, or take one of them out and then take out the remaining 3 all at once, we can actually skip spawning an additional wave. The wave itself is pretty easy to clear. We don't really need to put much extra effort into it. But the problem is they take a while to be targetable, so we have to kind of wait for them to spawn in. So we're just trying to avoid waiting for the game to let us play it. The next fight after is a lot more gimmicky with the enigmatic one, so I'll explain it after I clear this fight. But one thing of note is Hard's gimmick is that you can't recover your MP. We'll go over that a little bit more. But
use items.
Yeah, this bed here would actually recover your MP normally, so you'd be able to go all out in the annex, but for me, I can't. Limit. Easy peasy. Don't shoot. That's what I thought.
Nice. That's what we want to see. So there, I'll explain it there. There's actually supposed to be two more specters that load in, but if you do it fast enough, game's like, oh, I guess you won.
Yeah, if you can one-shot the final 3 or get rid of all 4 of them at the same time, it'll skip spawning the additional wave.
Very easy to do on New Game Plus. Possible to do it on New Game, but it's very, very hard to try to get it done. You gotta basically have the specters, or the whispers rather, pretty much grouped up already. So.
Yep. So this one right here has the enigmatic whisper, and that's the one we actually need to get rid of this time. So these other ones are going to be serving us to set that up.
Big thing about the enigmatic whisper is that you can only pressure him by killing off the ghosts. On hard mode, you actually have to pressure the ghosts and then also kill them.
Yeah.
But because obviously
Nice.
it can't even you can't even explain it before the fight finishes, we have so much magic power that it just doesn't even matter.
Yeah, we just want to take out the one of them. And then since Tifa has got her Dummerung now, I gave it to her earlier when we were going into Chapter 2. She could just throw a limit out there and one-shot both of those fights. For a casual, those fights are on a timer, so they cut you some slack there. They're usually pretty sticky fights, and most people usually have to get on the timer. They're actually pretty hard to clear if you don't know exactly how to interact with them. That's why I was pointing it out.
So we keep mentioning the plot ghosts. We haven't really explained why we keep calling them that. So Remake deviates in some ways from the original, and in some ways that's expanding, but in some ways that's actually like very hard divergences. And the plot ghosts are trying to prevent some of the ones that are more catastrophic. So the Avalanche here wasn't actually planning to take Cloud with them in Sector 5. And because of that, plot ghosts were like, no, Cloud's got to go with them. And so they actually intervene and injure Jesse so that they invite Cloud to come with them on this.
You can do a little save load here, but it's a really tight window. Call it like a frame window, but I actually have no idea. Notice how this dialogue is unmashable. It just progresses normally. If I could have opened the menu to save and load at the right time, the game would have been like, dialogue's done?
Yep.
And just let me go into the next part that's mashable, saving about 20.
Yeah, something about moving past the dialogue trigger line and also opening the menu at the same time kind of confuses the game. And it's like, hey, I guess you're done with whatever you were doing.
Yeah, it's not a deal breaker. Strife refuses to use both of them because even if he loses a second trying to set it up, it's GG for him. So I still go for them because they're pretty cool and hype when you hit them. And it's a very small investment. With the amount of time saves I have left on the table, I'm not too worried about it. I'd never reset over these, though, unless the run is bad enough to the point where I need it to save the run, which is, I mean, you should be focusing on other things. All right, come here, buddy. I want to get shot here, but hello. Thank you.
There we go.
Fantastic.
So the idea there is that you want to get beat up a little bit there, so loads in the enemies a bit faster, and also you're able to open this door faster than what you normally would be able to.
Yep. So I want to take a little bit of damage there. The other ones I dealt with physically, so I could avoid wasting a bunch of MP there. It's really nice to not have to worry about MP crates.
Here's a first example of what we call a cure lag. New game is called potion lag because we have access to potions, but obviously hard mode does not. So it's called a cure lag. Basically, what we're going to be doing, you'll see Sid kind of do it here, or after this fight that we get into. Basically, he's going to cure Cloud with Tifa, and the animation of curing pauses Tifa where she is, and we're running so far ahead of her that we're able to continue walking in this little pseudo cutscene here. So that's perfect. So you'll see here that it will point towards Barrett, but normally your Cloud is supposed to stop there and walk up to the gate with Tifa, but you can just waltz right through it.
Yep. So, a lot of these fights are going to be min-maxing on Tifa's parrying, which we have a flee timer every time we hit a fight. When we actually enter fleeing, it rolls randomly between 3 to 6 seconds. In some cases, we want... Well, that's kind of slow. Sometimes Barrett will be at the very end of the that combat zone, so we can just slide out of it like in one slide. But I guess he was feeling like he needed to get his cardio in today. Which, of course, we are already planned on doing by taking the 7.5-minute stair climb. I hope you guys are excited, because I'm not.
Thank you
I
to all of
haven't seen it in a while.
Thank you to all of our wonderful donors.
Yeah, every time I look at the donations, I couldn't believe it. I was like, my run has made this much money. I'm honestly just honored that we could make this much money for the charity.
I mean, it's pretty much between the original Final Fantasy VII and Remake. I mean, if you put stairs as an incentive, it's going to be met. There's just too many people that want to see stairs.
Yeah, something weird happened here. I got into this cutscene before the devs even expected. So I actually didn't exit combat there. That's why the camera panned back to Tifa. She kind of moved and then switched back to Cloud, because the game's like, what's going on? You know what? Fine. Wait, you're not in combat? Hello?
Yeah, we kind of bully the game a little bit, so.
What? Fine, overcharge.
Go Barrett.
Yeah, Barrett got a kill. Yeah, let's go.
Barrett.
Shout outs to Wolverine. Yeah, Barrett, unfortunately, is very underprepared for hard mode. He can't really hang out here, unfortunately, as much as I want him to.
That ice missed that crash type.
Yes, it
Sure did, yeah.
That's why we do the somersault every single time, because that will always kill.
That's pretty much a perfect example of the environmental thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, that was
earlier.
exactly what I was talking about,
Yep.
where the spells hit the environment.
So normally
it happens
that-
so often, I'm completely
Don't even
desensitized
notice
to it, yeah.
So here you'll see that he had to pause a little bit there because, again, this game is pretty weird on when it lets you damage the enemies.
Yeah.
So we have to wait for the queen to come down, do her little roar move, and then you're able to...
Yeah, somersault does a lot of the heavy lifting there, but I have to wait for the air to run across. But if I input somersault immediately, Tifa will just stop and do it on nothing.
Mm-hmm.
It's
like it's not even there.
Fun.
Yeah.
You got to learn how to work around the game, or else the game will punish you very, very heavily.
Small thing. Chat is asking for a bit of clarification as to when you're talking about the original version of Final Fantasy VII Remake and the original version of Final Fantasy VII on PS1.
Yeah, I try to clarify that as much as possible, but yeah, I know that's probably...
Because when you just say OG, that's very confusing.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Well, OG, I'm referring to the PS4 port, because PS4 is very different. Just to name a few things, Synergy costs ATB and MP, so it's pretty much useless. Magnify actually has a modified range. For some reason, even though Magnify can only hit 2 additional targets, they decided it needed to have an area of effect. So in the OG, it sometimes would only hit 1 or 2 targets. This one, they've expanded it, and it even has weirder properties where like it expands more from left to right than right to left. Wind actually sticks to its target, so things don't just fly out of it. Limits are actually invincible, so you won't die during a limit. There's a few other small changes, but for the most part, like this game just plays better in general. And Intergrade is the PS5 and PC port, and OG is the PS4 release, which I guess I'll try and call the PS4 release.
Like remake OG, maybe? I think he was saying the difference between the original Final Fantasy VII.
Could just call it Classic, too.
Yeah, PS1 version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what am I? That's a
Yeah, because there's so many versions of the game now.
We're really only going to call... Yeah, we're really only going to talk about, like, Classic when it comes to story and cutscene related things. So all the mechanical related things, we're comparing PS4 and the PS5 versions.
Yeah, because they're totally different games, right? I mean, you have a classic RPG, turn-based RPG for the classic Final Fantasy VII. This is more of an action RPG.
Yeah.
So they're kind of 2 different games entirely.
The only thing they have in common is 100% the story.
Yeah. And ATB, they added that in. I always thought that was a cool feature of it. So.
I think ATB fits well with the active combat, honestly.
Yep.
If it wasn't random and it was like based on speed or level or something and then rolled randomly, it would be okay. But from between 0 to 1,000 is not okay.
So here we have the Crab Warden. An important note for Crab Warden, the front legs are weak to magic, the back legs with the physical attacks. So you're going to see specific targeting and with lock-ons from Sid to target certain things. So we're going to take out legs with Thunders here, and then also just pressure with Focus Strikes and get it into Stagger here. And we should be shortly seeing a phase transition.
Yep. This is how a lot of the fights go. Unfiltered shortcut spam. To the point where some people have come in my chat and say, how do you get the AI to do this?
Yeah, watch the bottom left corner as he's doing inputs.
That's going to be an interesting choice.
And so here so Star Shower, you just saw him do that. Star Shower has an interesting property. If you read the description,
yeah, we're going to have to reset that.
Oh.
Yeah, I accidentally ATB boost before Thundergun, tried to figure out a solution, and ended up with Thundergun leg, which I need for the final phase, so it's a no-go. Luckily, the game resets pretty quickly. Unfortunately, I got a nice cutscene in the middle, so I'm going to lose a little bit of time here.
That far out of it, though.
Nah.
Yeah. There's way worse bosses to make mess up on.
Yeah, some bosses have very long cutscenes before and in between and everything.
Hell House has a fat 30-second one, so it's actually faster to save before, close the game and reopen it, then reload it, and it's faster than waiting for the cutscene because you can't reset during them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Star Shower here, if you do it, your next move is a 70% damage increase. So doing Star Shower into one of her limits is going to be very common.
I would really like you to Thundergun that. Thank you.
Trying to target the other magic weak leg here. Yep. Okay, now we're in phase 3.
Did not buffer my inputs properly, so I did it manually to make sure it hit the right thing.
Yeah, a lot of these boss fights are very, very much execution based. If you miss one input or alternate them, it causes big problems. It's not impossible to recover from, but.
And this boss is weak to Thunder, as you're seeing pretty plainly at this point with the absolute Thundara and Thundaga spam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, yep, that's it.
We pretty much heavy in on Lightning because we have Sentinel Scorpion, Crab Warden, and Airbuster. They're all weak to Thunder. A lot of the later bosses will actually use Berserk on, which I'll explain in a second, to actually intensify the damage. But these machine monsters early on are resistant to it, so it's not an option. However, we have Fury Ring on our party, which gives us a permanent Berserk. And Berserk is actually flagged as a debuff, so there's no other way to inflict it without doing targeting corruption, which is another glitch, and it's probably would be considered not a major one, but it's a pain to set up, so it's possible.
Yeah.
There is an in-game mechanic to get it on Cloud, though. If he's in Punisher stance and you hold the square to force his finisher, he'll actually stab the ground instead, and it will give him a temporary Berserk depending on the difficulty.
5 seconds to 10 seconds or something like that. But because it's the debuff, it lasts longer on the higher difficulties.
Yeah.
So we use that to our advantage.
In easy, it's like straight at point, like a half a second. It's wild.
Really quick. It's like 3 seconds, yeah.
It feels like a half a second. I'm like, okay, I did fire. Where'd my Berserk go? So yeah, we're permanently on Fury Ring, which puts us in a very give and take situation. A lot of the time, we don't have space for defensive material like Steadfast Block. We will be using that later in the game. When you guard, it will massively increase your ATB rebuilding on it and heavily reduce your damage, which is super duper nice for some of the harder bosses where you know you're going to take a hit or something. Especially the AI really likes guarding instead of attacking if anybody is being attacked. So Steadfast Block can be very good in some situations. And HP ups, as you can tell, it really looks like base values. I think Tifa might have 1, so she can HP gate.
Yep.
She has enough so that she can HP gate through a few things, because I'm going to throw her into a few literal fires, and she's just going to get burn and churn through the boss anyway, despite getting hit back. But Berserk, it's the only other accessory that's actually worth even thinking about. Other than Goddard Damarung, and I'd honestly argue that with the proper route, Fury Ring probably is a bit better. Strife would probably disagree because he started out with no Goddard Damarung, so he knows the massive difference between the two, but being able to fire off a limit is still pretty nice and simplifies a lot of things. So that's always the category I've run. I've not had much experience without it. But Berserk is really a game changer, giving us a 30% damage increase at the high stat levels we're at, and reducing the damage by 30%. Just saves so much time. Later on, we'll start firing it off on bosses, so they'll take 30% more damage, but deal 30% more. So at that point, we're at a zero-sum game where if I mess up, I'm going to get slapped down and hard. And it won't be me resetting because I messed up an input. It'll be me resetting because somebody I need is not alive anymore.
And so this chapter is also new. This is us just traversing, heading towards Sector 5. It's kind of a... I don't think there was any screens equivalent to this.
There actually is.
Was there?
There actually is, yeah. So you don't turn off the lights or anything like that.
Sure.
But,
Yeah, you
so
do a little bit of crawling.
As you go into so there's 2 screens before the
Mega reactor.
the Mega reactor, where you go down a slide and then you go up the stairs. That's actually this screen here.
Yeah, this whole chapter.
Yeah.
And otherwise, there's not a whole lot happening here, and Bob is laughing crazily. So if you want to hand it over to Bob.
Bob, you want to share?
You
with
can
the
unmute
class?
yourself so everybody...
I've been super busy working on things at the host station, and that was the first time I've seen Tifa have the zoomies.
Yeah.
It's just one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Yeah. Everybody calls it parasailing, but I want to call it floor sharking because she just spends half the time clipped into the floor when you're doing it properly. And the game's like, physics are what now?
Bob a bit late to the game though. That was good.
Look, I'm trying to help charity over here, okay?
But I thought we were having fun. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, so Tifa's movement is going to be very impactful in this chapter. As a matter of fact, how I mentioned earlier that our fleet timers are rolled randomly, it's super impactful in this chapter because there's very few fights I have to take that actually prevent me from progressing. So in most cases, the higher fleet timer I get, the better. But because her parasailing is so fast if done properly, there are some cases where I actually want it a little bit lower. But for the most part, we just want to min-max on that movement. I've never really tested it, but at the very least, it's like 2 seconds of walking to get 1 second of sliding in comparison. Like, it'll take her a second to get wherever we have to. That would take 2 by feet.
Why did she just decided physics didn't exist anymore?
That's pretty much true as well.
I mean, that's the game.
Yeah.
Be honest
Yeah,
here.
fair enough. Fair enough.
The movement on this is so stiff, I actually twin stick. That's why you guys keep seeing me turn the camera. It's because Cloud's movement is so imprecise. It's just easier to turn him with the camera.
Cheater. No, just kidding.
Right. If you want to make it harder, go ahead.
Said the person that doesn't even run this category.
Ha! Get wrecked.
Yeah. I just commentated and poked Sid a bunch of times. So.
There we go. So we want to switch to Barret there just to make sure that Blizzaga gets out soon enough. Sometimes the Garage Strike can move close to the other ones and get hit by the Thundaga, but it's a dice roll there. This is actually one of the places where I was talking about. So if I don't Thunder this left turret, it will not hit the right one, and I'll have to cast Thunder again with Barret. This is how I know that there's like a range on it for some weird reason from one side to the other.
Yeah, it's pretty weird how that the propagation goes from left to right, but not right to left.
I want to say maybe they made the number too big by accident, but who knows? They don't. Okay, that was a pretty decent fleet timer. We've had quite a few. So this next fight's going to look really awkward. I'm actually going to like perform ATB boost with Cloud and just fire Thundaga off without targeting anything. All I'm trying to do is kind of lock him in position so that I can clear out the monsters in the next area efficiently. Otherwise, it's there's a chance that he won't be in the right spot, so the AI will try to run him downstairs, or I might just not have a long enough lead. Ooh, nice.
Ooh, there you go. Yeah, that worked.
Hello, Cloud. Hello, Cloud. Thank you. Doot. Thank you.
I think you had you didn't have the reverse edge on.
Well, for that one I don't use it. But I think I just didn't mash enough. Sometimes the game will be kind of doing stuff with the AI, and it's just like, no, I don't want to take that input.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, but could you? No.
Like if a character is knocked down, it won't register the input Like, it kind of stinks because you'd think like if they, as soon as they got up, they'd be able to do the input.
They would
but-
just buffer it and be ready.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why you'll see me just mashing like a mad lad when I'm like opening up the shortcuts. Because I'm just like, no, you're doing the thing I told you to, not whatever you want. This fight right here is actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, so
nice.
to do in there is that we got, there are supposed to be Terps Colts. You can not see them. Oh, there
Yeah,
they are,
there.
yeah. They load in after you start the fight, so as long as you go up to the ladder as fast as possible, you'll skip the Terps Colt fight and you can just run away from it now. Saves a bunch of time because you're able to parry sail away
I lose
instead of running away.
I lose a little bit here because I use Thundera instead so that I make sure I have enough time to get across.
Sure.
But it's very, very minimal because it's just a little bit slower cast time.
Yeah, it's more of a safety thing then.
Yeah, it just makes it consistent. When I use Thunder Magnify, I just always feel super scary. And there's been a couple times I missed it because I didn't have good enough movement. Something that people may be wondering is why I'm not leading Tifa since I'm using her movement. It's something that you can do in the menu that people may not even realize. When you're assigning shortcuts, you can also assign a leader, so you start with that character in combat. The thing is that not every place I can take full advantage of Tifa's movement, and I don't want to put this. I can switch to her just as fast as the computer does if I mash going into combat that I know I need to swap. And the advantage of staying on Cloud is if I need him to kill something or at least fire off a spell, I can input that command immediately without that dodge rolling. The AI does this really weird thing where you give it a command and most of the time it will dodge roll and delays the command. And it can be a very big burden and issue later on where the AI will actively dodge rolls into bosses, rushing them down. Aerith has been known to get whacked by quite a few bosses if you do not do the movement properly and bait out the enemy or bait the boss to the direction that she is not in.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a few bosses where you're going to see Sid just take control of a character and just move around the boss.
I'm going to book it. I'm just going to book it the
Yeah.
opposite direction to make sure that nothing happens.
Even after all that fighting, no one
I'd say we're like getting close to the bind flow and stuff, but you guys already met that a while ago. So, ooh.
Got Reno,
Well,
I think, or you, no,
well,
you
the
got
first
Rufus.
one is Reno and Rufus.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think you got Reno.
Reno
yet.
and Rude.
I know this would be about the time I'd be promoting it, but it's already met, is what I mean.
Well, no,
I don't even
No,
know.
I think we got Rufus.
no,
I don't think we got
Rufus
Reno.
was met.
Reno and Rude is met, and Rufus, right?
Reno and Rue was met like three games ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
All right then.
See,
So right
Is
now,
it just
the only
Weiss left?
incentive we have that is unmet for Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade is the Vice fight, which
Okay.
is sitting at $1,304 out of $2,500. We will be taking Barrett on a date. We will be fighting Reno and Rude blindfolded. We will be actively participating in Leg Day.
Yeah.
And we will be fighting Rufus blindfolded as well.
Yeah. You guys should, if you're planning on donating, please put it towards Vice. It's a really fun fight. Normally, you can just juggle him with Firaga and Blizzaga. So I decided to go with a different route that, kind of lets the fight unfold. So I have to actually react to what he does instead of just going, well, you're getting juggled now. Deal with it. Ding dong.
Yeah, you can definitely cheese your way through that fight. It may seem like a super boss fight, but cheese will always win over super bosses. So.
Just to confirm for a couple of people in the chat, it's not the Gold Saucer date. It's a different thing.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
community affectionately calls it that, but there's a cutscene at the end of Chapter 14 that you get with different characters depending on how many side quests you clear. In a speedrun, obviously, we skip all the side quests, so Barrett is the default. And it's a very powerful scene between Barrett and Cloud where they bond, and it makes the later chapters actually make sense, where they're more friendly, and Barrett kind of opens up to Cloud. I think it's a really great cutscene that moves Barrett's character even more forward than they already did. So, no, it's not the Gold Saucer, unfortunately, as fun as that was.
That's next game. That's Rebirth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next Limit Break, we'll show you the gold saucer.
Parentheses, Golden Saucer date. Yeah.
I have a rather interesting observation in the donation here. $10 from Ashram Prime, who says, has anybody pointed out that Sid is the first of our runners to use one of the interview chairs? Perks of being the interview tech role coordinator,
Yeah,
I suppose.
it's my
You get
chair.
the awesome chair.
Yeah. Normally, I have to get up and stretch a lot because I have a bad back. So after working in these chairs for a while, I'm like, I can't do 4.5 hours. So I kidnapped one of my own chairs. Like, well, I mean, I'm in charge of them, right? I can put them where I want.
Sure.
I think that's how that works.
We will be having a conversation later.
Oh no, the volunteer coordinator's on to me. Book it. Scram.
Cheese it, lads.
Yeah.
It's the fuzz.
So this fight's gonna look kind of awkward, and I'll explain afterwards why we're doing it in a very specific way.
These shock troopers are pretty jumpy.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, they didn't jump at all.
Yeah,
Perfect.
if you set, oh, I don't want to do that.
Please don't do that.
Yeah, I almost returned a title screen there instead of skipping a cutscene that doesn't exist. So you want to punch Tifa to move her forward, somersault, it'll hit all 3 of them. Then we cast a spell with Cloud, not because we want the damage, but we don't want him to attack. And then we switch to Barrett so that he won't shoot. The Shark Troopers are first of several enemies that will dodge if physically attacked. So we're just doing everything we can to avoid that interaction and make sure it just does not happen.
Well, this is a nice grouping. Thank you.
Okay, Tifa, where are you at?
That was chef's kiss right there.
Yeah, that was pretty clean. I have not seen Barrett just nuke everything like that in a while.
If you didn't notice Barrett's smackdown move, that's he just sort of punches the ground and just sort of
Barrett,
yeets everybody away. So it's a pretty wonderful move that we don't get to use too often.
Unfortunately, most of Barrett's moves are pretty weak, and they're buffed by using multiple ATB. So you pay multiple ATB to buff a weak move to being reasonable for an unreasonable cost. So we just can't do it.
Yeah.
He's very much a tank character, which he's intended to be a tank, but it actually like actively makes his character the worst because taking damage and your percent of HP loss is what actually builds limit. So him having higher defense and higher base HP actually like actively impacts his ATB building ability in natural combat and makes it harder for him to build limits. So the one things that he could do, it's extremely hard for it to naturally happen without setting it up. And if you were going to do it naturally, or you were going to like, hello? Thank you. Sometimes I do my input so good, I don't know which one I did. So we're going to grab some MP here. One thing we were talking about earlier is MP. Hard will not refill your MP at benches or any of that stuff. Your items are locked, and you will only have a few ways besides clearing chapters to refill your MP. Every chapter will refill it to max when you start it. There's crates that give a Mako shard of 10%. Obviously, with MP ups, you'll get more MP back, so sometimes that's a strat. You can also use trade-off on weapons. Every 1,000 damage you take, you get 1 MP back, but that's really inconsistent unless you have a special setup, which I'll explain later. What?
That was a fun exercise in character swapping.
Yep. Just want to show you guys the combat. Let you know how scared of shock troopers I really am. Sometimes I get a little bit touchy and start jumping characters around instead of actually playing the game. It's fun playing Replug.
I kind of do the same thing, so it's like I just overmash the character switching and I'm like, oh wait, go back.
Sometimes I forget. Like I actually have it written down L2, R2. So with the targeting, naturally you press up and down to swap characters, but because I have the targeting on R3 and the adjustment on R3, I actually always I have left and right as well. So sometimes I'll either fat finger the up and down button, so I'll swap to the wrong character, or I'll be thinking I want to change shortcuts, so I actually hit left and right instead of L2 or R2. So the shortcuts are kind of weird. Either you want to go into that and talk about it a little bit while I'm getting ready for the boss here.
As far as shortcuts go?
Yeah, kind of how they work and why I'm pulling them open and closing them over and over again.
Oh yeah, so we go through the shortcut so fast is that especially on the Intergrade version of it, it's pretty much the only way that you can do it. Is that there is a reverse edge on it, which also causes a problem. Is that you have to actually unhold the shortcut keys to able to switch to another character. It's just something to be mindful of. Shortcuts you can't really buffer the shortcuts unless you're already on that character that you're shortcutting. So it's
Yeah, so that's why you'll see this shortcut menu fly open and closed, open and closed, open and closed, open and closed, because that's literally the only way to get the inputs in this fast. Whatever.
You pretty much have to treat it as like opening a folder, closing a folder. Like it's kind of
It's a learned skill that you have to build up to. It's not easy to do. Early on, I used a lot of tactical menu stuff, and we still actually do tactical menu. Sometimes there's cases where we just have access to a single move, and all we want is that move, so we pull it out of the tactical menu. Excuse me? Okay,
so we're basically abusing synergy in this fight. You can see Sid just bouncing off the shields with Tifa, but I think Barrett has synergy on. Barrett is.
I swapped it right before this fight.
Okay,
I put synergy on Cloud, and the reason I'm doing it is because I have MP absorb on another lightning materia. Right. So each one of these synergy is siphoning some MP back into his pool.
Yeah. So essentially, every time Tifa is doing that move, bouncing off the shield, it doesn't really matter because they're getting blasted by lightning from Cloud. So
I purposely hit the shield so that I deal no damage to them. So we make sure to activate MP absorb. MP Absorb will activate when you do 1,000 or more damage, and you get 1 back because it's 0.01.
Is the battle still going?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. How about that?
Yeah, this game kind of does some weird stuff sometimes. But yeah,
I never noticed that.
Yeah, I'd never noticed all the weird things that happen in this game all the time.
I don't think I've ever heard the battle music played.
I've had it a few times. I don't even pay attention to it anymore. I'm like, Oh yeah, MP Absorb. MP Absorb and HP Absorb are both limited by the enemy's current HP pool. So if Tifa had been hitting those smaller grunts with Focus Strike, Cloud would not have been able to siphon any MP back. So MP Absorb later on gets a lot stronger because enemies just have bigger HP pools. Early on here, the Synergy MP Absorb siphon really only works on bosses, which is actually what's going to come up here in a bit.
Here's a mini game from the original PS1 version of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, this was in both, I believe, Chapter 1 and this.
Nope, just this reactor.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to time out, basically hitting the buttons.
Yeah.
Except,
not a fan.
Yeah, for this one, it's not complicated, but because they put a lot of these mini games on the joystick, it can be a little annoying, but this one in particular, you just sort of hit a button, so you're fine.
This one would have been a little bit awkward on like D-pad and like the buttons.
Pay attention, you two.
This one used to be really hard on the PS4 version because it would be super desynced in English. Yeah. So you'd have to use the Japanese version. And even on the secondary one to open the back door, there's like 3 or 4 phases to open this one. That's where you get the first magic up. So unfortunately, new game runs don't even think about it. Yeah, they can only dream of it.
Yeah, it's like if you were to open up that door, the third part of opening that door, she's like super slow with the count, so it ruins it. All right, boss fight time.
Yes, here we have the Airbuster.
Into a blindfolded fight, so enjoy.
Yep. So we're gonna open with Bandara and
what?
Oh,
that's a misinput.
That's another $10 to the reset fund.
Oh, I am going to be broke before I get out of the single digits.
Yeah, so we do Thundara and True Strike. It's going to stun the boss, and then we just do some focus strikes and pressure it down until the phase transition happens. And as it begins, we do refocus, which happens during this animation. We can't do anything during anyway. Yep. And now you're going to see some specific movement from Sid, but I'm not going to get into it. He's just doing a bunch of focus strikes and canceling it in different ways to trigger ATB assist or just avoid the laser.
Yeah, the laser is but a suggestion. If you do the inputs properly there, you can clip through it pretty easy with parry. If I wanted to, I could wait it out, but I can also clip through it with focus strike too. So if I do the movements properly, I can just keep spamming punches while it's hitting me with a laser.
Laser,
yeah. And then here we just Thunder spam. We have Thundaga from Barrett, Thundaras from the others. Synergy's proccing. Of note, Teeth is doing 4 Thundaras because the first one's going to trigger Skill Master and refund a bunch of ATBs if she can get all 4 of them. And then as it moves in closer here, we'll prep 2 Thundagas and done.
All right,
nice,
now
easy
into the blindfold. I'll try and commentate this a little bit as we're doing it, but I want to focus just a bit.
What, no blindfolded menu? Boo.
Oh, that's not happening. That will never happen. I cannot even fathom the skill that it takes to learn that stuff. Ooh, all right. So the first of the three, huh? So I'm actually going to just do this with a regular one, and let's go in.
There we go.
All right. Triple slash off to start with a little bit of a combo here. We'll finish these guys off. We'll roll on in and wait. Reno's Jeer lets us know these guys are coming in. Wait for the door and throw out a brilliant burst. That'll pretty much one-shot him. But just in case I miss one, we're going to throw out a couple of spins here. Spin to win. All right, good. Reno came down. He can come down one cycle earlier, but it's really hard to do without a special setup, so it's not going to work here. I'm going to wait for Aerith to give me a cue to move, and then we're going to move on in and move on in. With some explosive results.
We'll explain a little bit more on that.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Consummate professional.
Easy peasy.
We win. Very good.
Yep.
Very good.
All right. All those practice runs paid off. Let's go.
Yeah, so there's probably a few mechanics for combat tricks that you're going to start seeing a lot more frequently we should start explaining. So there you saw self-destruct. Normally that would, of course, kill you. However, because Sid had Iron Blade on, which has reprieve, it auto-revives, and we do that straight into a phase transition, so we even don't see the whole fall down and stand back up animation. It just kind of gets ate by the cutscene. So,
Did we have an instant phase transition too?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sometimes he'll zoom towards the flowers, but with that setup, there's like a really good chance that he'll just jump back and start the next phase, which saves a little bit of time too.
Yep. You also got the fast jump down as well.
Was it really first cycle?
Yeah.
Yep. Didn't feel like it.
No,
So
you got it. No,
Yep.
you know why? Because you were off to the right a little bit, and you didn't. You didn't have to do your extra spin move.
Okay, yeah, so I got him.
You were able to kill all the enemies in one shot.
So we've got a bit of a poll going on in chat. Does anyone want to talk about that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, so there's a cool little thing coming up where we can pick the flower for the orphanage. And depending on which ones we pick, there's 4 different results. It's going to be a little bit hairy to do the other one. If we get all 3, we can get a collage that's a flower. But I figured most of you guys had already seen that. What most people don't know, if you just say, screw it, and grab all of the same one, you get one of the Final Fantasy mascots. If we grab all the white ones, we'll get Moogle. If we grab all the yellow ones, we'll get Chocobo. And if we grab all the green ones, we'll get the Cactrot.
Cactar.
Cactar?
Cactar?
They change the name so often, Anyway.
In 7, it's Cactuar. On the other ones, they have all the different ones.
They just can't decide on a name just to
Yeah.
make me look like a fool. So yeah.
I mean, it's not them doing it, Sid.
Yeah.
Oh, my heart.
Oh!
Oh,
Vicious.
got a decent little boost from Aerith there. The whole reason we're talking about that, though, is I had considered it being a donation incentive, but it pops up on the screen so little, I didn't really want people to have to pay for that. So I asked if we could actually run a poll in chat so that we can pick which mascot we show off here real quick. Shouldn't be a major time loss. Definitely not as much as resetting boss fights. So I figured we could get you guys involved without having to donate, and I very much would appreciate to see.
And you're already $20 out, so.
Well, there goes dinner tonight.
What do you mean, there goes dinner? You're buying dinner for everyone.
Oh, there goes.
Reset fund.
Just gonna have to sell the console. This is the last run, folks. I'm over. It's canceled. No more Final Fantasy after this.
So as far as the story goes, this is the screen you might have seen in the PS1 version of Final Fantasy VII, where they're jumping over the stuff and they have a conversation. Well, this is it. I think me personally, I thought this was a very well produced scene in the game. Very sweet dialogue and everything like that. So I thought they did a really good job at extending this part.
Yeah, so if you see me acting weird, like when Cloud stops moving, it's because a lot of these like corners and stuff, it's really hard to keep fluid movement because the camera change, the game like changes where your input goes. So that's how I've been using it to like move around because I've had to adjust for it. It makes a lot of these like what are basically load screens very obnoxious to get through fluidly without stopping. Also, this is another one of the places where you gotta kind of look ahead of time. Unfortunately, you can't like pan the camera back at Aerith, so there are some places where you just can't do anything. Yeah, you can just,
Yep.
hey,
Yep.
bye.
Don't just run off on your own. Yeah, sure, whatever. bye.
Whatever you say. I'm sure you can catch up. I thought you were a soldier. So Aerith's magic stat's about 50 points higher than Cloud's, and once we go through all the multipliers of the Berserk and a few other things, she basically is a tactical nuke in this game for the most part. She can down most things in one go. The only thing that really can stand up to her are bosses, and yeah, that's not happening in this run. They don't have much of a chance.
So if I can remember the numbers, I believe her magic stat gets somewhere around 498,
Something like that, yeah.
which is a higher magic stat than every boss except for the super boss and Sephiroth.
I can't count on you.
Given that we're sitting at $1,354 out of $2,500 for the Weiss fight, I would love to get an opportunity to read some donations.
Oh, please.
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of walking
Yeah,
here.
a lot
Just
of
let us
walking.
know whenever.
All right.
That's and we'll
We have a $25 donation from Ketis with no message, and also the same from Rune Sworn. Thank you both. We have $50 from another of our volunteers, Hebinks. He says, had to donate during this awesome Final Fantasy VII run. Let's get that voice incentive met. So while you were explaining the different versions of Final Fantasy, there was a chat conversation going on in chat that was all about like Diet Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy Zero Sugar. So an anonymous donor has donated $10 and said, I'd like to order a large drink filled with half mango Final Fantasy VII and half Final Fantasy VI lime, please. Yes, that will be all for me, thank you.
Sorry, flavors are
miss-
extra.
Our chats and donors is so great. I just always with a laugh.
We have $15 from Kyo's Little Monster.
Yo.
Yo! Best of luck to you lovely lads. It's glad to see you all on screen during this game. Best of luck, Sid. Always a good time to see HSG out from behind the tech side. And the one and only steamed clams with bees on comms. Donation goes to Bob's Choice, and I put that towards the voice incentive. I'm going to read two donations here that I don't feel great about reading because they're all about me. Starting with $5 from our very own Tiny Tim. Hey all, donating for the amazing The Sid and Final Fantasy VII Remake run. It's been a pleasure to be at Limit Break this week, and everyone here has been so nice and awesome. Good luck on the run, Sid, and finally, Bob, you are a legend. That is all. Cheers. Thank you, Tim. Your friendship means the world to me. And $100 from Sethor and Kitten. Oh, Kitten, I miss you. This is the second year we've been able to donate and had to donate while Bob the Ninja Goldfish was on the hosting desk. This great man has been helping charity runs since they were organized and run through TeamSpeak, possibly longer. That just makes me sound so old. We love you, Goldfish Bowl Man. We love you, RPG LB, and we love you, Nami. Love you, Kitten. Miss you. Yeah, thank you so much for all your donations. It's absolutely brilliant to be able to do all this, be it raising money for Nami or putting on this great event, hosting a run for one of my very good friends, the Sid. It's an absolute honor for you all. That being said, let's say something funny now.
Funny man make joke, please.
Yeah.
Funny man make joke now.
Let's wait for the stronger prey.
Are we supposed to make the joke? Or is Bob supposed to make the joke?
He's not leaving me with a joke. He knows better than that.
Really? Because I was waiting.
I mean, I guess that is the joke then, that I don't know better.
Ah, man, I wish I came prepared with some dad jokes or something. Some bad puns.
Get out, Google. Let's go.
You know?
I was thinking the science would be saying that we're the joke.
Oh, all right.
I think you might be right. Oof. Reality do be hard and cold. So the main reason that self-destruct works is a little bit of reprieve, but there's actually a very unique materia setup that we hadn't found initially. We ended up coming across the community's understanding because of a Reddit post. Actually, we first, Strife ended up in the community because of a Reddit post on Hell House, which I'll get into a little bit later. But another one there was for self-destruct, and we were like, okay, what's this interesting thing? If you set up enemy skill with subversion warding that will just negate the normal interaction of instant death that's supposed to just one-shot you, the devs really didn't want you doing that kind of stuff, so they said, you know what? I'm glad you're smart, but die. And you just take the same amount of damage you output to yourself. So you basically just one-shot yourself either way. But with subversion warding on, blocking the instant death, it makes it regular damage, like I said. The reason this is important is because reprieve will only activate if you actually take number damage, so like instant death wouldn't trigger it. And switching it over to that the actual damage actually has two benefits. One, activating reprieve. Two, to actually give us limit, because there's a few ways to gain limit in the game. One of them, there's a few ways to gain limit in the game. And it's either by staggering enemies. It gives you 350 limit a pop. Your base limit's level 1 is 1,000. Level 2 is 1,350. So 3 staggers for level 1, 4 staggers for level 3, or 3. I guess I'm in rebirth already. For level 2, and the other way is by taking damage, which is based on the amount lost, the percentage amount lost specifically. So that's why we're at base HP value here. Aerith, mainly because I can't fit any sort of defensive stuff on her. She just has to be a glass cannon. For Cloud here, I've made sure to remove any sort of HP bonus, any sort of defensive bonus to maximize that self-damage and increase the percentage of HP loss. So we're going to have a little cutscene here.
Game thinks it's smarter than us, but we prove it wrong.
Yeah. So this cutscene here is usually our first restroom break, but I am going to contain myself until we have the dancing minigame, which he's going to enjoy.
Oh, you got, oh, all right, yeah.
It's not optional.
I guess.
So,
Sure.
So if I know anything about chat, since someone mentioned dad jokes, it's probably full of dad jokes.
Oh, yeah. Chat's better than me. Then.
However, I will not be reading them unless you donate.
Gauntlet Throne, yeah.
Send me your best dad joke.
You can keep going, Bob. We have we can't even move right now, so.
Got a full minute and a half, I think.
Yep.
I'm sure I can find something. $100 from Armar, who just says GJ, which I guess is good job. Let's get an update, shall we? $1,389 out of 2,500. Come on, chat. Let's make Sid do the final super boss with our two favorite girl bosses, Tifa and Aerith.
Yep.
And the cool widow, Foggy Bowway.
Yeah, I did my best to go out of the way and make something entertaining for you guys. So I know we can make the goal, and I'm really excited to show you guys what I cooked up for it.
Yeah, we have until time is called for us to be met, so.
Yeah.
And I should note, too, that we should probably close down the poll coming up soon. Just
Oh,
because...
it's already
Oh,
closed.
it's already closed.
Oh, all right.
We'll get there.
I'll just keep my mouth shut about that then.
I mean,
can't
he's just
see-
as
I can't
confused
see what
about the
you're
poll as I
seeing,
am
so.
about my language. What language are we on? French? English? Japanese? What donation incentive? So yeah, we're going to be kind of meandering through here for a little bit. We just got to wait for Aerith to get through these lines of dot. Did I? Hello? I think you can actually walk too far away and she won't step forward.
Yeah,
really,
I
yeah.
think so.
Yep. And that one you can. The other ones you can't because they have the warning screens able to block you off before you get too far. That one you can't.
So they
No
checked
warning.
all of them but the first one?
Of course, why not?
That sounds about right, actually. I don't know why I'm shocked at this turn of events.
Probably went through the first one and was like, oh, wait, we should make an invisible wall there.
Yeah. There's actually an interesting interaction with one of the kids coming up. One of them thinks, I guess, Cloud is great.
Yep. It's actually kind of funny because in the original remake version of it, you can really bug out this kid's AI. It's a little less impressive than in Intergrade, but basically, if you walk around in a circle, you could stop moving Cloud, and the kid will just continue to walk around in a circle. So it's just pretty entertaining to do.
Oh, I thought
I still do it.
I thought you were talking about some warning mode skip chicanery.
Oh no. I just talked about the little kid here just confusing his AI.
Yeah, that's actually one of the bigger glitches. In this one, like getting out of bounds is a very, very hard like uphill struggle. In the original one, actually, this is the kid I was talking about.
Yeah, that's you just walk around in a circle, and then he'll just walk around in a
face
circle.
whatever direction you face. Not sure why this is a thing. It's just interesting. Once I noticed it, you just follow you.
Yep.
No problem. Anytime.
How'd you manage to find
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but
I guess
push
I
me
don't
back.
need to move anymore. He'll just take me to the victory.
Well, he was gonna push you past the line where Aerith starts her next dialogue. That would be fun.
I wouldn't be surprised.
There you go. Okay. That made me nervous for a second.
Nah, it's fine. Sometimes she'll stop in between the tables, which is the one you always want to be careful about. So you want to stay closer. If you're too far away, she'll stop between the tables, and you have to like walk back around them to fix it.
Yeah. So, I don't think Sid cares about these chairs. Oh, he does. Oh, okay. Never mind.
What chairs?
Those chairs.
I don't see any chairs.
Knock over all the chairs. That's the fun part.
Get your stools out of here. Yeah, so this is another one of the weird ones. This first dialogue is actually like a single line, but save loading both for whatever reason saves time. And I think it's mainly because it just makes her start running immediately.
Just gets you to the slow. It's like a jog, really. Like you're slow walking now, but now you'll able to do like a
Get
little jog here.
Little mini zoomy there.
Yeah.
If we could get Aerith to move at that speed in combat, maybe she'd be able to rival Tifa.
Yeah, her parry is just a dance around.
Yeah, the other character, so Tifa's is the only one with a useful one, at least in terms of a speed run. Basically what it does is it hits, builds a little bit of ATB, and is more or less impossible to get knocked out of, outside of some very like specific boss moves. Cloud, Aerith, and Barret also have one too. Barret like shoulder rushes forward like 1 or 2 steps. Aerith does a little hop forward with a little magic shield, and Cloud will do a side flip. All look cool, but are functionally useless because there's no like movement tech involved with them.
Yeah.
And
As far as casually, Cloud's parry animation is actually really good because if you roll or anything like that, it automatically puts him back into operator mode. But if you use the parry material, you can remain in Punisher mode.
that actually makes sense.
So
yeah.
it's pretty useful casually, but in a speedrunning sense, we don't really use parry on Cloud. So well,
All right, so
except for the last chapter.
Yeah.
so here the winner of our poll was the Moogle.
All right. Moogle it is. Wait a minute.
So we're doing all white.
We actually got the speed option.
Yeah, the speed flowers.
Dang,
There we go.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's slightly more optimal to grab the white ones here, but I just wanted to see what would come of it. I'm glad to see you guys interacting in chat. Appreciate it.
Don't be like that. I know you have an eye for this kind of thing. Good
Yeah.
eye.
The reason why the white flowers are the fastest because the triggers don't activate until you're pretty much right next to the white flowers. So, and then you want to be as close to the exit as possible. So,
And because you're walking, you lose a lot of time doubling back.
I think we still need a few more.
The yellow ones aren't too bad because you can kind of like tap the white and then turn over the yellow, and it's not too far away. But the foxtails are pretty rough. It's mainly because it was something like they did in the relay, and I was like, you know, that'd be a cool thing to do with chat.
So just to give you the actual results, Moogles had 44% of the vote. Chocobos had 33% of the vote. And Cactaurs had 23% of the vote.
wow.
It was quite a split field.
Yeah, that's a little bit wider than I would have thought.
Everybody on the Moogle kick lately.
Yep.
Yeah.
So we got to go save a couple of kids here, but they asked for some flowers initially, and then we have Aerith just like, oh, I'm going to go in and talk with them for a second. Okay, so we just wander off, quite literally,
Yeah.
just, sure.
Explore the town. Have fun. Sure. I've never been here before, but okay.
Yeah. The frustrating part is, like, in this, like, you can't even go pick up any of the side quests until you clear this part of the story. So making you explore the town right now is weird.
It was literally just a way for, I think, the devs to be like, hey, walk around this town that we built and buy some stuff. and then go back to your thing. So
Yeah, so she was talking to one of these kids on the roof that was trying to get a look at the blown up reactor, and apparently there's something wrong that he needs help with, so he was asking where Aerith was.
I have a $10 donation from Phoenix Captain, who will be having us process donations a little later. He says, do accidental dad jokes count? When I asked my girlfriend out on our first date, partway through, she replied, I'm down. And I immediately panicked and asked, what's wrong? She still teases me about it to this day, almost 3 years later.
nice. I like that.
So yeah, Oates has asked us to help his friends out because they actually have this little kid fort, which is in the junk piles, which, as we learned earlier, tend to attract monsters, which means this is a fairly awful idea, but it is what it is. So we're going to actually have to go in and help these kids out. Luckily, we have enough options to clear things. The problem is that there's actually rats in here. You may have saw me trying to attack those rats earlier for what seems no reason. I actually wanted to like end the fights early. But the rats have this very obnoxious ability called Call to Arms that has really, really hard conditions for them to meet to activate, but it's a very dangerous ability. If they have 1 HP and they rat dies, they summon more. And
that is being rat jammed.
It is very obnoxious. And that is it. It is obnoxious.
So if we get a call to arms, we gotta get some rat jams in the chat.
Yep. Luckily, in hard mode, we have access to Sorcerer Storm here, so we can just badoosh, one-shot them all. It's worth it to probably just reset in these fights with Sorcerer Storm. Unfortunately, New Game just has to kill them one by one and hope that it works out.
Yeah, more or less.
Luckily for us, we can just go, oh, AoE, die, please. See ya, see ya. The only time we can really get thrown off here is if one of the rats gets very passive. Okay.
No, they were just all over Aerith there.
Yeah. Hello?
Oh, again, too. Well, yep.
Yeah, luckily she has that bloodsucker, so she's getting her HP back even though they're jumping on her.
Yep.
That's going to be annoying. Oh, that's wrong. Whatever. Oh, no. What? Where are you? Oh, wait, what? Well, I'm not sure what killed that guy. I don't know what killed him. Self-destruct?
I don't we're in range of it, yeah. Well, looked like, I guess.
I didn't know self-destruct could hit the other enemies. Okay, whatever. Well, I won't... Yeah, that's never happened before. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Let's not question the game right now, all right? It's getting you some good things.
I'm getting a freebie, yeah. No!
Oh, and then you give it right back.
I got greedy there. If you try and interact with something that you would normally interact with and it's not fully loaded in yet, if you walk into it too much, the game goes, hey, buddy, calm down.
Yeah.
And makes you take a couple steps back that you have no control over. I did a little save load thing there with the boy. It may seem like that's a huge waste of time, but Aerith and the girl actually take a humongously long amount of time to actually climb up the ladder. So if you save load while the boy is going up, they'll just both go up immediately and together. So it saves a fair bit of time, even though it doesn't look like it. All right, so we're fastly approaching Rude here. Rude is probably the easier of the 3 bosses, but I've never... I can't say that I've never messed him up before. Basically, we're going to start off with a regular attack. If we hit him with a special attack with ATB, it'll put him off his guard, and he won't be able to counter. I actually want to bait the counter with a regular attack. Switch stances, counter his counter with my counter, because I like saying counter, apparently. And then we throw out a disorder to trigger a synergy arrow, which will take him and make him fling over to Aerith, which is very funny when you watch it. ATB boost, and we'll self-destruct on him as he's flying the Aerith airwaves into the next phase. Once we get that, go ahead.
I was going to say, as far as I know, Rude will always open up with a basic attack as long as you attack him. So,
yep,
yeah, you can pretty much bait that counter every single time.
Yep. There's like a lot of heavy AI manips in baiting out specific attacks by attacking at the very beginning in the correct manner. But yeah, it can be quite a rough thing sometimes. The fight is so simple, you almost think about it too much and delay your inputs to the point where you mess it up. That's like the trick is learning to just let your fingers do the walking and just turn your brain off. You got to trust your muscle memory 100%. Or when you start thinking, unless you've messed something up, you're going to mess something up, and then you're going to have to think more.
Yep. Just not enough time to think about something and then get the input out as fast.
So here's a little Moogle friend that we got.
Moogle.
A lot of people didn't even see this in the PS4 version because the camera was like messed up, so it never actually like switched this and show the Moogle like that.
They didn't get blasted by the NPC children either.
All right, so
Lucky
we're gonna
you.
head on in. Easy peasy. This phase right here, I could roll forward and guard his first attack, but I'm going to play it safe because I really can't hear when Cloud ends his roll. So we're just going to move over a little bit here and guard so that it doesn't hit Aerith by accident. Fire off another limit here.
Nice.
Easy peasy. I can't tell you how many practice fights of these I've done, and I got so deep into my own head worrying I was going to make mistakes.
Well, is it like we say all the time, like there's certain boss fights that are very, very execution based, and those are the fights you can pretty much blindfold because you don't really have to move. Really? Yeah, you just have to do inputs. So.
I hate to break it to you guys, but Strife tried to taunt me into doing Sephiroth blindfolded, and I was like, no, not happening.
Coward.
I am a big yellow-bellied coward. I will never. I could barely do him without the blindfold.
I mean, there's just so much that could happen in that fight that would be an exercise. And
what am I doing? Don't run. Don't run.
Hey.
Walk. There we go.
No kick in the bucket there.
So
Yeah, that's a pretty rough one. If you're playing kind of fast and loose, you could run up there. Or if your brain is just completely disconnected from your body and gone to a higher plane.
We had a couple runners that would love to sprint through that section. And it's like, that is the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life.
In the PS4 version, it was basically a dead run because it was like 30 seconds of time loss because of the loads. This version, it's like 10-ish something, so it's still pretty brutal, but just some precise movement will keep you fine there. Normally, all I do is I just tilt the camera all the way up and do the movement, but since I started running, I had to kind of like adjust very, very aggressively and hope Cloud responded properly. So this chapter is a pretty slow one. The next one is kind of slowish too, so we do have some opportunities.
Well, we have the Hell House fight coming up in this chapter, so that's always a fun boss battle to watch. Really, other than that, it's a whole lot of running around and fulfilling certain quests, so we can skip those quests later.
Yep. So if you got anything you want to talk about, Bob, now's
Yep.
a good time.
We've had a couple of people asking how close we are to the Weiss fight. We're talking about time-wise, it's actually going to happen after the run. Sid will be loading into it after he's finished. We're currently sitting at $1,409 out of $2,500. So if you want to get your donation, if you want to see Sid fight Weiss 2v1, you got to get your donations in, chat, because we won't be giving it away for free.
Yeah.
We're approaching nearly about halfway through-ish.
Yeah, we'll be about 2 hours in once we get to Hell House, give or take a bit. And then with the stairs and Barrett date, bare minimum, the run will be around 4 hours and 40 minutes if I start playing out of my mind.
Roughly, I don't want to give you any indication of time, so I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, that chat can do the math. I'm sorry if you can't. I'm just...
Yeah.
And this is a little bit of an incentive. Let me talk about some of our prizes. For a $10 minimum donation during this run, you can get yourself access to an Atelier Riser OST CD, graciously donated by PX, one of our awesome volunteers. There's a Beckett graded full art Amano Aerith. That's a lot of words. I don't know what they are. Full graded Amano Aerith Final Fantasy TCG card. It's a $35 minimum donation. If you want to see that, there's an awesome picture to it. on our tracker. There is also the Final Fantasy VII Anniversary Art Museum full non-foil set, which is a $5 minimum donation. Final Fantasy VII compilation vinyl. If you saw that thing during the interview, is absolutely awesome. Donated by Ashen Prime. That's a $10 minimum donation there. And there's a Final Fantasy VII Remake OST Plus up for grabs as well for a $10 minimum donation. And if you donate $100 over the course of the marathon, you are, of course, entered into our grand prize.
All right. Thank you, Bob. So right here, you may have noticed that I'm like using disorder to trigger synergy there. Even though I had the A to B to fire them both off, like we discussed earlier, the AI, even when we tell them through tactical or shortcuts, they usually will dodge roll, then do the input. So right there, if I disorder back to back, it actually won't trigger 2 Synergy Thunders because the first one has to process and start casting for the second one to be able to be quayed. You can quay up to 1 additional move on the AI. So you either have to do 1 input, wait for them to start, and then do the next one. Or in this case, I need to wait for a Synergy to fully resolve. Synergy is very fussy and can kick you actively out of a character's menu. So it actually makes it harder to do inputs in some cases. So it's like with Airbuster, it was a little bit sticky because it kept kicking me out of Cloud's menu, so I couldn't do both of the Thunder as I wanted. Although I'm sure you guys couldn't see that. I could, unfortunately. But the game is Synergy is a very big give and take. It's more give than take, but in this mode, it's still very powerful.
Still have to be very careful on how you're using it because it can sort of interrupt strats that you're trying to do.
Yep.
But as far as a casual way, I mean, it just makes the game that much easier.
Casually, Synergy is probably pretty fun and nowhere near as broken, but as a speedrunner, I do not want to see it in the next game. It's too much. It would have to be completely retooled, and even if it was retooled, it would be really obnoxious to route around. It's just not fun. Because a lot of early on here, we were just using Synergy and just spamming it. With Aerith, she has ward abilities, A to B ward and Arcane ward. Arcane ward specifically is really, really powerful. We throw that down on the ground, and she'll actually, anybody who's on the ward will cast an additional spell at half power and half stagger. And it will also be 33% cost, I believe. And Synergy can be triggered on that. So it can get out of hand pretty quickly and just turn into an absolute mortar of spells, just absolutely decimating bosses. But like I said, the AI likes to hop around. So keeping the AI on the ward to min-max there is a very hard thing to route. And if my inputs are even a little bit slow, Aerith may hop off those wards. So it's something that you really have to respect. It makes the routing a lot easier in some places, but harder in others, where it's just kind of takes a little bit of fun out of it. But it really pushes your damage threshold to the point where you can absolutely just crumple bosses. It's super fun.
Here's some new characters here, Beck, Bert, and Butch. They're basically 3 criminals that we're going to fight later. But an interesting point about these bandits is that I believe it's Beck that has the higher health? Butch that has the higher health. Butch. That makes sense, Butch. So you got to kind of be careful on who you're targeting. Like, you can't just nuke all them.
Yeah, you can kind of throw out whatever with Aerith, but you need to make sure Cloud at least hits Butch once for the additional Synergy there to finish him off. Speaking of firing stuff off, this fight right here, as we were talking about getting like multi-hits with spells earlier, we didn't. This is a very good example of it. Because they're so close to one another, the sweeper gets hit over and over again by the Thunder Magnify, so we get triple hits on it. That's why it absolutely got melted there. Otherwise, a Thunder on Magnify would not have done that much damage.
I think the right arm is weaker to match than the actual
I think it's just that the thugs are inside the hitbox when the fight starts, and if you switch to Aerith, instead of letting her hop, she'll cast the spell immediately, which will allow it to get out soon enough so that they don't have time to separate from inside the sweeper's hitbox. Or at least close enough to it that they get hit. Every spell kind of has a range of effectiveness. Fire and Ice are the largest in the TLDR version of it, and they're tier 2 and tier 3 spells. You can very easily set it up to hit multiple enemies and even accidentally do so. Wind is a little bit smaller, and you can somewhat reliably do it because enemies get flung towards the caster. It can be a little bit harder to set up, or it can make it easier. Wind is a very interesting material. It used to be pretty awful in the old version. Wouldn't stick to its targets would just fly out of it. And its gimmick of flinging enemies would actually be like more of a deficit, but because it sticks to its target now, you can reliably get multi-hits with it. Lightning, however, Lightning, however, has a very small hitbox, so getting multi-hits with it is very uncommon, and actually quite a surprise most of the time. That's the one fight where it's pretty reliable.
There's also different effects on the magics that when you hit the characters. So lightning in particular will just knock them down, which makes it easy to follow up rather than them getting launched in the air or getting knocked back.
Yep. So, like, the spells, we will cycle through all of them throughout the course of the game. Ice's gimmick is that it pressures enemies, which will cause them to get staggered very, very easily. A lot of the monsters are weak to that. Humanoids are weak to fire, and the gimmick is just it explodes big, and it'll explode on contact. Fire is pretty decent, but it's basically your baseline spell. Lightning has it is quote-unquote unable to miss. They wrote in the descriptions, and that is wrong.
That does not apply to characters that can dodge. So.
Yeah. So it is technically right, but also technically wrong.
So Bandit C here is kind of like Butch. He has extra health for one reason or another, but we get around that pretty easily.
Yeah, I tried to do some movement there so I could get faster movement quicker, but I messed it up a little bit. But yeah, Bandit C, that's the weird one. Like, one of the Butch and the other three, like, okay, fine. One of the name guys has more HP, whatever. Bandit C, though, excuse me. Also, this is one of the few, like, uses of, like, hold triangle I'm actually a fan of, because it's really, like, in-world funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
It
we
takes
could hold
so
open,
much longer.
or we could hold R3 to open doors.
No comment. I can't keep that PG.
Yeah, so most of the time whenever you have to hold triangle for something in the entire game, it's, I don't know, like a second and a half, 2 seconds. That one, it's like 4 to 5 seconds.
It's fairly long.
So that, like,
it's double the length.
Yeah, Aerith, I mean, if anybody missed it, Aerith it wants Cloud to give her a high five, and Cloud's clearly just considering it for 4 seconds.
Yeah, the whole way up the highway, she's like trying to give a high five, and then at one point he tries to give her the high five, and she'd like stopped caring at that point. And then he's like embarrassed, so that's why he was fighting it so hard. He's like, that's what you get for embarrassing me. The funny part is actually if you skip, the biggest skip is from the beginning of 8 to this part of 9. You can like get all the way to this segment without doing any of the stuff in between. So you can basically skip from the church, Reno, skip Rude, and skip everything up till now.
Talk about 80%, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the thing is you can get out of bounds. The reason I kind of brought it offhandedly is the old version of it would actually have her eternally having the high five the entire chapter, and they called it high five skip.
So where can we?
It was just funny, like the triangle was around her hand the entire time, and she's walking normally. It's so funny.
And every few seconds you hear, "Give me some skin."
Yep.
Don't leave me hanging. Over and over and over and over again.
Yeah. There was some charm to some of the early skips because they kind of worked out in really funny ways.
And there went Johnny.
Yeah,
Johnny.
Johnny. Yeah, we saved Johnny earlier from those Shinra troopers, Shinra troopers.
Yeah.
And then we scare him away.
Yeah, and we told him to get out of town because they were trying to hit him up for information. So he's like, all right, get out of here. You know too much about Avalanche. Which he doesn't know anything. He just thinks Jesse stole his ID card.
Yeah.
So they want it.
Plus, there's some like some hidden dialogue there where it implies that Tifa dated Johnny at one point.
Well, no, it's just implied that Johnny really likes Tifa, and it's just.
Yeah, I think it's the other way around. He has like an unrequited
I think it's
crush.
more unrequited.
Okay. I took that in the wrong way, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the
Felt
one.
like they dated at one point, and then Tifa was like, "Nah, bro, you're weird."
I think that's the one nice thing about the dialogue in this game is there's a little bit of openness to it
Yeah,
with
that's
some
true.
Yeah.
level of interpretation. So.
Especially the English version, they're pretty vague on a lot of the things, which can be detrimental when
Yeah.
it comes to battle descriptions. But
Yeah.
for as far as dialogue,
Yeah.
it allows the audience to make their own story, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is actually one of the times, actually it's the only time in the game where you have actually a branching path, kind of, and sort of. So here you have two different types of side quests slash, not really
Side
main
quest
games, I guess.
chains, yeah.
Yeah, there's two different side quest chains you can pick between at this point, and that's going to actually influence, well, some cosmetics later on, if you were to do them, which,
Yeah.
even though we're picking one, we're still not even going to do them.
Yeah.
The only reason why we pick Chocobos, or we want to get Madame M's quest, because later on you'll see that we can just talk to Madame M, skip over the side quest that she gives us. If we took Chocobo Sam's, we'd have to run all the way down to Chocobo Sam, talk to him, and then run all the way back to skip the cutscene. So this just saves about 30 seconds of running around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you see the dialogue choices that are being made. That's a hidden point system that tells the game which side quest is going to give you. So we typically just pick the bottom option for everything, except for the massage here, because more gil to Madame M gives her more points. So.
Yeah, and like in any percent run, obviously you don't have the extra cash here, so you have to take the cheap hand massage.
Yep.
The big thing is taking the specific dialogue so that we get Madame M, because if we get Sam, we have to go to Sam, mash through his dialogue, and then come back to progress the story. With Madame M, we just leave the hand massage parlor and come right back in.
Yeah, and coming up here somewhat soon, we're going to be going through the Coliseum fights, and this is kind of somewhat of a turning point for the game. We're sort of going through a lot more boss fights much more frequently.
Yep.
And we've also been in the run for quite a while at this point, so I think we probably should refresh about like the baseline tools we're using in the areas.
Well, here is definitely a big skill check part of the run.
Yeah.
Hell House can go very wrong very fast, and there's a lot of little things that we use in there to make the fight go faster, basically. So once we get to, I guess, well, the mechanics that we're using here for the fights that are coming up are really just magic bombing. A little bit less than that, but
sure.
There's a lot of getting up to the stagger limit and also skipping that part, so it becomes a little bit more involved in there. There's some magic shields that pop up, so you got to be careful on which magic that you're using.
Yeah,
Don't fire the fire windows.
Yeah.
Don't ice the ice windows, rather.
We'll go back over the stuff like individually at one point. We'll get through a quick TLDR though, and we'll loop back to them when they're more important. So like we have Skill Master, and every 3 abilities we use with different names will get 900 ATB refunded. It's something I abuse a lot in boss fights where we need to use more than just 1 or 2 options to end things. We have ATB stagger, so every time we no, it's fine. Okay. Because actually, you are right.
Yeah, so to continue off that thought, we have ATB stagger, which is whenever a stagger is triggered by a character wearing the materia, we get 900 ATB. We have ATB boost, which is if you go into the shortcut menu and then press R1, you can double your current ATB. You have ATB assist, which is if you do 2 commands very quickly between, and there's some caveats to that we're not going to get into. Your other 2 teammates gain 600 ATB, which is a little over half a bar. We have First Strike, which you just start with plus 1,000 ATB, which is a full bar. And so you're in all materia swapping that Sid's going to be doing. Those materia are going to be going all over the characters and being used in different spots. We're not going to call all that up particularly. Just be cognizant and be aware that that's why ATB is so fluid in all these fights coming up for the next 2-something hours.
Yeah, that's basically why I can flood myself in ATB. That's the really interesting part about Hard to me, is that if you route your moves properly, you can activate Skill Master over and over again. And if you time fights out properly, you can also make sure that the same person always gets the ATB boost, or at the very least in such a way that the ATB boost isn't even important. But being able to perform actions back to back to back is like the real cool allure here, rather than just having to mash square and be like, I'm gonna beat you to death with my sword, yay!
Well, that's one way.
I'm like, no, I'm gonna use a special attack to do that.
The rules don't.
Yeah, true.
And it's really cool when you can chain those things together at that. They don't intend it to be a combo, but it actually looks like a combo, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, a lot of
Chain
these
them all together.
boss fights end up being
It's not
combos.
your turn yet.
You're gonna let me
Your names will be
ding dong ding? There we go. we gotta wait for that to actually progress to the next round. It's a little weird. Also, unironically, Buster Sword is going to be the strat for the upcoming. What am I doing? That's
I was gonna mention that
okay.
later.
You're fine.
No, it's actually important for this one.
You jittering?
Okay, sure, Thundera. Butch, what are you doing here?
Oh, surprise.
Well, that
He
was
just sort of dodged the self-destruct, which was kind of weird, but okay.
okay. There's a better way to do that. Like 100 better ways to do that, but it's done. That fight has always been one that gets at me because even if you do it the better way, it's not more consistent. I'll just take the W there because Cloud can get stunned and then you don't get your self-destruct at all and you're like, yay, I get to kill him with magic.
You didn't get stunned, so you're.
Yeah,
That's
I
a
saw
successful
I
fight.
saw the thing on the floor next to me and I was like, I almost got punished pretty hard
Oh
there.
god! Oh god! Oh god!
So we got Cuddy and Sweepy coming up here and these guys.
These guys are simple. Magic bomb or lightning bomb. Kind of.
We're actually going to throw out some Blade Bursts here.
Oh, you're gonna do Blade Burst.
Yeah, it's going to be triggering synergies. So we switch over to Aerith immediately here, cast a Thundera. And then we want to make sure to target the body of Cutter here. Cuddy, that means this setup will put Blade Burst through both of them. And the Synergy Thunders will keep targeting Cutter. And worst case scenario, they both have like 1 to 2 like hit points. So you just a couple of hits. Okay, yeah, just phase through my sword. That's a good strat. I'll also top off Cloud here before the final boss fight. But yeah, let me get into the menu and we will get into Hell House.
Yeah.
While you're doing that menu, I have a donation with a very important question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Which says, I don't want to alarm anyone, but if Sid and Gamer are there, who's watching Tech?
That's a very good question.
We have T Murdoch on Stream Tech.
Watching you guys.
We have Natara on audio.
It's not even. Show 'em what.
We have Ashen currently on our producer role. We have Laura Lady behind me on Donation Station. I'm Bob the Developer, host, and you're all awesome.
Yeah, so this is Hell House. This is a very complicated fight. We're using Buster Sword for the first time to do very particular damage in very particular ways to trigger phases at the right time and maintain the stagger gauge through.
Yeah. First phase we want to stagger so that the stagger doesn't carry over and we start the next phase with 0. This is like a 30-second cutscene, so I have a few seconds here.
Yeah.
We're going to do a very specific combo here to make sure that we end phase 2 and carry the stagger bar over to phase 3 so we can just instantly stagger phase 3 and completely ignore the God Mode shield. It's super cool.
Also important that we cast Berserk in phase 1 already, so it is Berserk for more damage. So here it's going to run into us, we're going to bait it away, we're going to counter hit it, so it's not going to. Otherwise, Eric would just run into something. So now we're going to start using magic. It's a little weak to magic. And now here's God Mode where we stagger straight through it. And we're just going to do combos and push it into the next phase.
So there's actually 2 things going on there. Sid was able to cause enough damage to get past the second phase B, I guess you can call it. Yeah. And also activate the stagger bar enough to get a stagger out of it and skip the God House. We call it God House.
If you do too much damage, it will dump out the stagger bar and instantly phase change. So we like hit this real sweet spot. And this is
gonna be fast. Don't blink. We're gonna prepare a Tempest right as the shield expires. It's going to then do an element.
You can one-shot him in the air, but he has to be weak to either fire or lightning. He has to be fire or lightning because you need him with ice or wind. Yeah, Hell House, either people struggle with him, which I did, or absolutely dominate. The gimmick with Hell House is he'll start toggling between elements, especially in that final phase. So we actually made sure to load Aerith up before we got into that fight so that in the worst case scenario, we always had a solution. Since it was weak to fire there, I think I didn't need to do any special setup actually, but it's not worth a dice roll on you know, an extra 2 materia swaps when you already have to menu anyway.
Yeah, it's of note. Usually it has one weakness. Sid will cast the opposite of that, and then at that point it's neutral. And we usually cast fire there anyway, so it was just double fire, I think, is what you did.
If it's ice or wind, because it takes a little bit longer to actually explode, we can like double dip on the spells while we're waiting for the other one to explode. And they'll both like hit at the same time, and you're just like boop, and pop out of existence. So this is what I was talking about with the getting Madam M's here. It saves us a massive amount of time because we don't have to go to Sam. There is some shared side quests between the two, but I think they both have one unique side quest, which is what determines which dress you get.
2 unique side quests, and then one is
shared.
Well, one is a Coliseum fight no matter what.
Yeah.
You either get pulled down by the announcer guy, or you're told to go there anyway. So either way, the final quest the final side quest ends at the Coliseum.
But how it starts is different, yeah. And then aside from that, you just have one unique quest apiece for different dresses, yeah.
And you get a, I believe, not the silver rod, the
Yes, sir.
can't remember which staff you get, but you get a
Yeah,
staff from.
I think you get one of them for doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It has, I believe, Sorcerer's Storm on there, but I'm
Maybe
not
guard
100%.
staff or something.
No, guard staff is the.
Guard staff's the start.
Yeah,
Silver staff,
starter.
I think, is the
Silver
second
staff
one you get.
is the one you get from the. I can't remember.
Moogle kid, I think.
Got that letter.
You get it like somewhere in that chapter.
It doesn't matter. We don't use
Either
it.
way, I wasn't asking. I tried if I
True.
believed in
Yeah.
it, and that's someone.
So since I stopped
Staff rod, come on,
considering
do it.
You're in the
the
dark. Anyway,
boss fight was going on, that
appreciate it,
last
but
donation was from Palmer,
if I were you.
who then donated again and said, also, sup, Bob?
Hey, Palmer.
Oh, Palmer.
Palmer.
Man, I miss him. He was not here long enough. I'm very sad.
Yeah, he was here, but I think he was here for like 36 hours.
Came, did his run, fixed some of our consoles, and then just
and left.
Palmer's donation has taken us to $1,414 out of $2,500 for the Weiss fight. Get your donations in for that, chat. Time is slowly running out.
Yep.
Do it. Yeah, just donate for Nami in general. Don't even worry about our stuff.
If you want to be rewarded for your donations, I'd love to show you guys that boss fight. It took a while to cook up, and I think it's a pretty fun one. But normally, if you have 3 characters, which is the reason why I went with 2, you can just juggle them with Fire Gun and Blizzaga. So you pretty much just obsolete the boss and delete him. In this fight, I'm going to actually let Weiss do some stuff and actually react to him and have to have some sort of strategy to it.
It'll be fun.
What?
So it'll be a little bit more reactive rather than just, oh, you attacked me? Time to die.
Madam M said, so I say we march right up to him, explain the
I think a really cool section that they added to the game.
Yep.
Little dance section. I think it's a nice replacement for the original Honeybee Inn. Help with what they did there.
The one in the back, sir.
Luckily for me, this is the other bathroom break, so I'm actually going to take advantage of it in a minute here, so I'll let you know when I'm going to dip. I hope you guys will enjoy the dancing minigame. I need to take a restroom break, which is what we always do.
Yep.
And
It's a nice 3-minute skip, so I believe
some
Gamer's going to have some fun with the QTE.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so in classic FF7, Andrea and Honeybee Inn do exist, but there's not a whole lot that really happens with them. And in this game, they decided to go, well, instead of removing the cross-dressing, let's just really go ham mode on it. And so they did. They embraced it entirely. And so we have this.
What even is this?
Come on, Cloud! Get into it!
Like, I'm not denying this is a work of art, but... See, when I remember the Honeybee Inn, I'm thinking about, like, Shinra executive trying to end the world and looking through keyholes. And this is freaking DDR!
Kind of. Also, that note is really stupid hard to hit. I hate the camera angles during this thing.
just what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
I haven't heard her say that in a while. All I ever hear is, "You tried."
Also said I hate this controller.
Sorry, buddy. Oh, the buttons underneath are getting you because you're not used to holding it that way.
The way I held PS5 controllers would have me pressing these buttons down permanently, always. So I'm holding it like I'm holding the whole controller claw grip. It sucks.
It's like using those controllers that have buttons under them is like a unique skill in itself, honestly. The cutscene skips can easily be done by just actually jumping. Ooh, 23, 3, and 2. Nice. I haven't seen her this excited in a while. Or ever. Andrea's earring is nice. So now we can progress with the game. So what I'm talking about is I actually have one of the Edge controllers that have buttons on the back of them, or toggles, switches, whatever you want to call them. Mainly because like...
What?
Like I said, they decided to not cut the cross-dressing, but embrace it. So now we have the cross-dressing.
Oh, this is handled like so excellently. I love it, honestly. Is that?
I'm actually surprised that this is.
If you can read Cloud's dialogue real fast, he is not having it. He is very upset.
Yeah. If you talk to him any sooner than he gets in the corner, it's just Aerith heckling him.
Yeah.
You did great. You look awesome.
How come
what
you're
a
not
dress.
talking to me, Cloud? Earth
Yeah.
Cloud.
Also, fun tidbit, if you go talk to Chadley at this point, he gets extremely flustered.
Oh,
and
yeah.
starts kind of hating on you, and then realizes who you are, and is like, oh no.
There's a background thing. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone that doesn't know about Chadley, but he basically, his wires get crossed. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they certainly do.
I actually should have done that because Emma loves that scene. She actually donated one of the previous marathons.
No, it is my favorite line. Probably one of my favorite lines from this thing is for what Aerith says when they turn it down. But you're so pretty.
Yeah.
I just love the way she says it.
No way.
Here you are.
And they also reference the original Final Fantasy VII game.
Oh yeah, and then Leslie here too. So we've been skipping the story for the most part,
You
but
mean Yuzura? Sorry, no, go ahead.
no, what I was going to say is Leslie earlier was like, well, I don't know how you're going to get in here. And then when you show up dressed like this, he just says, no way.
He's just like, he's the only one in here that actually knows what's going on, and the
He's
rest
the
of these
only
guys
one who
are just
noticed
horny
it.
posting all over the place, and they're like, yo, 3 girls, let's go.
Leslie's just sort of like, yeah, whatever, guys.
Leslie's like the
you go
only
ahead, dude.
guy with like that's willing to use any parts of his brain and the northern part of his body.
Yeah. Oh well, we'll get to his story when I believe it's chapter 14.
Yeah.
After chapter
yeah,
14,
yeah.
we'll explain his story a little bit more there. There's a reason why he doesn't like where he's at, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
You're not
Speaking
gonna-
of
you're not
story a
gonna-
little bit, I guess, most of the things have been the same but expanded for a while now. Leslie being a new character as well here, but...
Go ahead, don't worry about it.
Don't want to mess up your memory.
Fire,
Yeah.
and then wind.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, so Cornelio's mansion wasn't really a new thing, but all this extra stuff is definitely a new thing.
Yeah, in the classic game, you were going around picking up the clothing. It was the entire like wall market section was just about the cross-dressing, whereas here there was a lot more expansion to it and about Cornelio himself, and it just leads to cross-dressing in different outfits for Tifa and Aerith.
I think for obvious reasons they
Or just Aerith,
they
actually.
only pick they only allowed to pick Cloud for obvious reasons for the cutscene because they
yeah.
want,
The
it gets a little weird on the original Final Fantasy VII. Some of the things that he says to the girls.
So that'll be the last menu for a little bit here. Actually, this will carry us through the next 2 chapters until the last boss of chapter 11. Oh, that's right. I gotta walk forward.
Yeah, I was like, hello?
Okay. I wasn't sure that
moving,
killed both of them. So I was like, if I'm gonna have to double back, I don't want to go all the way around back. Those guys are actually pretty hard to one-shot. Sometimes their movement can make it very
Yeah,
obnoxious.
they can run in opposite directions, and then you're pretty much to do one.
Speaking of, blink and you'll miss it.
Yep.
Yep,
Here's
so
a fight
here's-
that's definitely blinker.
Yeah, this one very much. So here's Abzu 1. There's actually going to be something we use here we haven't talked a whole lot about, which is Arcane Ward. So we're going to open with Arcane Ward. If you cast the spell while on Arcane Ward, it's going to cast it again. So we're going to target, preferably, the left horn here, right to us, and try to break it. And that's going to be maintained through Abzu 2 later on as well.
And he's going to be dead here.
And just fire away and just he's gone.
Yep.
Melted.
Done.
Melted
away.
between the Arcane Ward and the Berserk.
I think this boss is weak to fire.
And the
little
Sentry
bit.
as well, I believe, right?
What is it?
Yeah. So a lot of that is just spamming fire on top of the Arcane Ward, which just duplicates our fire. And it causes, each one causes a synergy, so I get 2 synergies per, but the synergies also get duplicated, so now I have 4 fires and 2 fires on set. There is some damage reduction by using Arcane Ward spells, but
25%, I believe,
I-
after the Magnify. I think it's 25%.
yeah, Magnify itself will reduce by 25%, but the Arcane Ward reduces by
40.
Yeah.
40?
Yeah.
40?
And
40%.
particularly Blink and you miss it, there is a bunch of mobs that appear there, and so we'll take advantage of fire on Magnify with them to like kind of bounce between Abzu a lot too. But you honestly,
Yeah.
even looking for it, I don't even see it happen.
Yeah, it's just fire go boom, and boss goes with it.
There's a lot of these things, like you said, like you just need to enter inputs. Like there's some slight movement, but at that point it just becomes like just hit the button.
Oh.
Hit the button well.
Yeah.
Easy. So here's a big.
That's right.
Here's a big first part of like parry sailing through a ton of fights.
What now?
Oh, hello.
Wait, what?
You-
Okay, I
you
didn't
didn't- you
cast
didn't-
anything. I'm fine.
Yeah.
This could have been much worse. Excuse me?
No, because you didn't skip. you chain the battles. Yeah. So here you don't really want to chain the battles together. Here you want to stop right before this battle here because that.
No, you can actually do both. You just have to kill the crab and the 2 rats that pop out. But because I cast so late, one of the rats booked it over to where Cloud and Aerith were, so I only killed the rat and the crab, and I'm just like, don't get mad. Don't get mad. I'm mad. Don't get mad.
All right, we got pump mini game up. Yeah. So.
Oh, the pump minigame is probably why I'm salty. Yeah. I tend to get in my own head when I get irritated. That was a interesting way to make. I was like, oh, I'm fine because I didn't cast the spell. And no, I'm unfine because I didn't cast the spell.
Just a minor.
So the problem is like the targeting in that fight is really wonky. And if you try and fire off the spell too soon, it'll target the 3 enemies you were just like, yep, I'm out of here. Instead of the ones in front of you, and then you have to like figure out how to deal with it.
It's an antique. Older than the Mako reactors even.
Yeah, hold on, I want to keep my shortcuts. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing?
I got you.
Stop teaming.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm good.
Dude, look at that.
There we go.
And let there be light.
Blind old man. I need big zoomed in Google Doc.
Would kill for a shower.
Bold text, color corrected, freaking specifically sized.
So here, I mean, honestly, this chapter after Abzu is just trying to get through it as fast as possible. There's a few mob bosses that just get belted by,
Yeah.
but other than
It's basically a team up between Aerith and Cloud, and then using as much as Tifa's movement as possible, which is very few and far in between because it's a lot of gates, switches, ladders that we can't interact with until the enemies are dead. A couple of these. Go ahead.
say honestly, the worst part of this chapter is the pump mini game. So yeah.
When we get past it, it's done, so I don't have to think about it ever again.
So
Till
this
next
is
round.
And we're
Thank you. Thank you for being the best co-pilot ever.
Yeah.
By the way,
That's
you
what
have
I'm here
to
for.
you have to deal with it this time, and the next time, and the time after that.
Just don't want you to forget. You know?
I don't. I would love to forget.
Like your calendar.
You ever seen like what is it, Sunshine of the Spotless Mind? I want to forget. I don't need to know. Yeah, the pump mini game, if you've ever played this, is
Well, I mean, casually, it doesn't really matter, but on a speedrunner, oh man, is it tilting.
it's there's a lot of non-PG words I would 100% use for this and not feel bad. But it is what it is, so I'm just going to say it's atrocious and leave it at that. The first one's pretty straightforward. The second and third ones are where the gloves come off and you just start getting sucker punched over and over again. A lot of these fights in the sewers, though, at least fortunately, are somewhat fun and interactive. If you have some level of input to keep your hands warmed up.
The next chapter too is really, I mean, these 2 chapters are really just story chapters. Really not any sort of difficulty involved in them, except for, I mean, Ghoul, obviously.
Yeah, the game goes through like peaks and valleys in hard mode, and like 7 is like the first peak, chapter 7.
Let's end this quick.
Right. Yeah, so that fight's really weird. If you just fire immediately, it won't actually hit the Sajin. You have to like make sure to lock on. There's a lot of enemy fights like that. We're starting to get to the peaks again because Aerith will be leaving in chapter 12. So it's going to get fairly difficult there. But even with her like ridiculously high magic stats, we're going to be fending off quite chunky monsters in this area. The Sajins have pretty respectably large HP pools and can hit pretty hard. So if we don't one-shot them properly, they can either turn us into a frog or jump on us, which is going to knock us off our feet and be very hard to recover from.
And you can counter it with Cloud's Punisher stance, but you don't really want to. That's a loss going to be no matter what.
It's a auxiliary option if your back is against the wall, but you don't want these turtles going. At least at this point in like new game, you should have fire, so you should be able to just melt through them, I think, right?
Yeah. Yes, in the new game, yeah, you just melt through them with fire.
Yeah, AP routing is super important. Luckily, I don't have to worry about that. I just go burr.
I've got a $25 donation from Road to Storm who says, "Yo, everyone at Salt Lake City from Mount Zion, Kentucky. I've been watching RPG Limit Break whenever I had a chance this week, and I've been enjoying the speedrun so far. Please add this $25 towards East 9's debug room. Best of luck with the rest of the run." And then $25 from Laura Lady, who is sat right behind me processing donations right now, said, "We haven't met the Weiss incentive yet. I don't think we could bear it if we missed that."
No.
There we go. There's a
dad joke.
No. Don't you groan at that. I will fight you. Puns are the best.
That's what we were waiting for this whole time. We were waiting for the puns.
Yeah, I
You
honestly
heard that chat? They're waiting for more puns.
all the punishment I can handle.
Puns, not puns.
So we're about to have one of the first mini games to ever exist.
Yeah, this mini game is like excessively bad. I don't know what the heck they were thinking, but like they let you skip the motorcycle mini game. The hand puzzle is fairly straightforward, and like you don't even really need to do the crate lifting with the hands, because the only reason you would do that puzzle is to get the magnify materia, which there is only one of in the game. It doesn't respawn in another playthrough.
You also don't need to do the rhythm game at all.
I mean, you always could have ignored it. It actually it has like no interaction with the main storyline at all.
You want to mute you?
All right.
Still want to be muted?
Yeah, you probably should mute me, 'cause I'm
So we'll take over for this, or Sid. Like, trust me, it's not even Sid's fault. This is just a very tilting side game.
Yeah, so there's a mashing to increase the range at which he can succeed, and then the first one, all right, but there's 3 of, and it just gets progressively dumber.
So the whole thing is that the needle speeds up, but the timing is really...
Yeah. Even this one, okay.
There you go. There you go.
That went well. All good.
And don't blink.
Oh, come on.
Reset.
Eventually it doesn't reset.
Yeah.
It actually keeps the range at which you can succeed a little bit.
You got it.
Okay.
You're good. Yeah, you got it on the red. You're good. So 112 is very, very good. Very, very good. In the remake community, we have a little joke. We call, if you get a 111, we call it a one pump Doug. That is to reference to one of our runners, since he is, for some reason, very good at the pump mini game.
How?
Gets ones all the time. So
I guess he just hates bad mini games.
I don't know what
bad mini games, rather. Excuse me. Oops, I said that
Must
backwards.
have very good reaction time.
Okay. I don't know what I was doing there. Just checking out the menu, seeing what I can do, deciding to do the thing I was supposed to do. Yeah. What am I doing here?
Don't hold back.
All right, so we're past the hardest part of the game.
That's interesting. Yeah, pretty much.
No, it just becomes simple from here on out.
There's I basically look at the game as pre-pump, post-pump. Blindfolded bosses, sure. Pump, nah, happening. Excuse me. Yeah, you're not jumping up. What?
Okay, nice. That was pretty cool.
Oh, wow. One of them was actually still alive, and Somersault hit both of them.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got saved.
You caught that one Sahagin in the jump. That looked pretty cool, though.
Yeah, yeah. Normally, Fire there should take him down to like less than 1 HP, but if you throw it out too soon. It's actually a little bit faster to make sure Aerith and Tifa go up first. If you go up before Aerith, it'll delay this little dialogue here.
Yeah, she'll kind of slow jog up to there.
Right? A real treasure trove of scrap. Sector 7 should be just past that large maintenance facility
So,
over there.
this is,
We stay in the
if
lights
you remember
so
from
we
the
can see
classic
where we're
Final Fantasy
going.
game, Final Fantasy VII game, this is the train graveyard. Literally 2 screens that they turned into a chapter. A lot of people have feelings about this chapter, or about these last 2 chapters, whether they be filler or just added puff. But honestly, I think it adds to the whole world building and character building.
Yeah, like, personally to me, the way I've looked at it, playing it casually, was all these ones that are expanded are probably more or less what they were intending the original to kind of express, but they only had so much data to work with, right? I mean, back then they were releasing the game all in one shot. They already had 3 discs for the game.
Yeah, they were already pushing it,
and they're already pushing it because of like the overworld map on the 3rd disc and everything else. So like, this is probably what they were intending all along, and they just had to cut down for data size back in the day.
They were already on a time crunch.
Yeah, I mean, like all the different pieces of that. Yeah, absolutely. So, like, I know people have feelings about the remake in terms of how it changes things, but there's a difference between expansion and changing in my mind.
Why would there be kids out here this late?
And so, like the plot goes, I'll respect opinions on that because that's a thing. But like all these expanded things, I think all truly flesh it out, and like I think there is a genuine intention of like this happened in both classic and remake. It's just we're only seeing it the first time in remake.
Right. Well, even Roche, he was originally intended to be in the original classic game. It's just they cut him for pacing purposes, time purposes.
Yep.
So they were able to put him back in.
So I'd agree with you, but I think if you are going to expend on this, this is not the place to do it, because they've set up this really tense situation with the plate. And then you go and have this whole, like, 2-chapter long side quest.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's true.
That's a lot.
Like,
that's basically
the content here is amazing. It's just misplaced, in my opinion.
The pacing
it kills a lot of the pacing.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
that's true.
They do try to pick it back up with when in the middle of this. We're coming up to it once we're actually past the ghosts area here. Once we get past that, the music sort of picks back up. They try to bring in that tension again. But yeah, I could totally see.
They also play with it a bit though, right? Because there's this like disbelief of really, and like the party's a little unsure. I mean, spoiler alert, Aerith is quite sure, but we'll spare that. But the other 2 are kind of like maybe they won't. Tifa's in kind of a disbelief state, and so they're actually playing with that and expanding upon it as you're going through the graveyard here. So. But yeah, it is a bit long when, as a player, you know it's coming in, it's looming at this point.
I think we're spoiled on it too because we know what's going to happen. Yeah. Like, if you've never played this game before, I guess that you're not going to know. So I guess that whole idea of like, are they going to do it or are they not going to do it?
So yeah, we got one more save load coming up after this. I can shave off another 30 seconds if I hit it. If I don't, meh. Oh. If I hit it, it's always hype.
Yeah. This is very cool. I guess I'll explain the save load there, is that it skips out 30 seconds of a ghost voice telling you to come on the train or something. It just opens the door.
No holding back.
So these ghosts are always good fun. They could either throw up a physical shield or a magic shield. We try not to give them the opportunity to, but sometimes
we just initiate the leave protocol.
Yeah.
There we go. Nope.
Oh, you almost had it though.
Not even close, actually.
Oh, really? I thought you were on that.
I was in the right spot, but I opened it way too late. I set up for the visual cue on the dumpster, but didn't use it, and just YOLO'd it instead. So I completely missed the timing. This whole thing would be skipped, and the door would just open after the save load instead of all this. Spooky train is scary. You kind of it starts losing its luster after like sitting here for 30 seconds for thousands of hours. They're like, that's cute. Just let me through, please. Yeah, but that's the end of those random time save frame perfect nonsensical things. Was hoping I could hit one in the run because it'd be a little bit hype, but it is what it is. I had plenty of runs with them in it, and didn't make the runs any better, to be honest.
Yeah, that being said, we still have a few save loads left in the run, but they become less and less as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's just early where there's a lot of dialogue. Like the last big one was like Aerith in the elevator, so we could get into the arena early. Her dialogue is the only thing that keeps the elevator from opening, so that's why we save loaded in there.
I actually think they didn't intend you to open up the menu. They just got confused.
Yeah, because initially you can't open it until like the mini map pops up, so I don't think you're ever supposed to be able to open the menu there. But they're just like, oh yeah, well, don't worry about it.
You want to say about these two ghosts? You can explain it better than I can.
This fight is really weird. That's kind of how that works, but not really. Normally, Aerith and... Excuse me? You know what? I'm dedicated to the fight.
YOLO do that.
Actually, I should just somersault here and call it a day. Normally, this room is pretty guaranteed. What I accidentally did there is I was supposed to menu the Firiga, and I accidentally switched to Aerith, which has always worked in the past, so I just cast it. But apparently one of the ghosts can move so volatilely it gets out of the way. You'll see it in this room. I actually can get all my MP back from that fight, because the game is like, what's going on?
Yeah, so the thing behind it is that Aerith and Tifa do like this scared animation, but you can actually trick the game into casting spells. That's why if you might have noticed on that second fight, Aerith had like this weird animation looking thing.
Yeah, that's why the game kind of was like, and stuttered when I swapped, because they were still playing the being afraid animation.
Yeah, so in turn, the game thinks like, oh, you're not allowed to cast magic, so here's your MP back.
Yeah, that's why the fireball just like appeared out of nowhere there. But unfortunately, the other ghost moved, so it didn't one-shot both of them. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, that's one of the only few occasions where the game actually helps us out. Or it's sort of like, all right, here you go. You can have this back.
Yeah, I was just overthinking it, so I did the wrong input. I swapped characters instead of swapping or opening up the other characters. Because you can open up the tactical menu with X, or you can open up L2 or R2 to open up the other character's tactical menu directly instead of swapping.
Here comes the next skill check.
Here's one of the most random bosses that we have. So it starts weak to physical, so we're going to move Tifa over and use Somersault to switch it to be magic weak. So we're going to tempest it with Aerith, apply Berserk and Aphira, and now we're just going to prepare for the next phase in Naruto's strength here.
Could you? Fine, whatever. I was trying to push Aerith to force her to gain ATB, but I just was running right around the road around her, I guess. I was asserting dominance or something?
And now it begins weak to physical again, so we're going to once again shove Tifa over here. Omnistrike in the Star Shadow.
Oh, I didn't get that.
Okay, we're good. We're gonna get now it's weak to magic to 2 Firas, and we're out. Okay, good.
Ooh, baby.
Good stuff. Of note, this is you're good. You're good.
You can breathe.
So of note,
in or out.
This fight does basically not even exist in the normal game because you can just Phoenix down it and it's dead.
Elixir.exe.
Elixir, yeah.
But my items are locked.
Yeah.
As you can see.
Now that being said, there's a cure strat for hard mode.
There is.
You can use Curaga to basically have the same effect as.
Yeah, the whole reason you would go the healing route is because the furniture in that room is giga cursed. It's environmental objects, so the fire spells will hit the furniture and do nothing. So if the ghost decides to hide on the furniture, the fight is over.
Yep. And the ghost, being a ghost, can phase right through the furniture. So you might be able to target him with the fire, but then he'll just phase right through and then be like, haha.
One other cursed thing about that fight that we don't really get a chance to go into is
it's like finger.
Okay, is for whatever reason synergy just doesn't work on that boss unless it's staggered.
Yeah,
we don't know why. Nothing else in the game is like that. It's just that one boss, when it's unstaggered, synergy just stops working.
There are
I think it has something to do with like their being afraid sort of thing.
I don't know if it's like scripted or if they did it on purpose or they just forgot. I mean, you could probably tell me anything and I believe it.
You'll be blown away.
So the rats here can't activate Call to Arms, but it's not that big of a deal, which the wind just took care of all of them, so it's not a problem.
One other thing we haven't talked about a whole lot, they're going to start to see Sid doing a bit more often, is a particular combo. He's going to disorder and then pretty much leave an enemy behind, because synergy from whatever character has it will finish it off with magic, presumably, if he does leave it alone. And that's also a really great way to kill things, because disorder has a as a native ATB refund upon use. So you can kind of keep Cloud's ATB up while having a character kill something with magic for free due to synergy.
Yeah, and another like boss starter that I started using in Hell House is actually Disorder and Berserk. Because it gets me 2 activations of synergy, it also will Berserk the boss, so they take 30% more damage. And because when Disorder lands, you get 500 ATB back, I think. It basically sets it up so that you get 2 moves back to back, and you can lock the AI in one position by performing actions so quickly that they can't, in most cases, like get off the ATB ward.
Also, it's a unique skill usage for Skill Master, so you're constantly using skills that natively refund you ATB to then get more ATB from Skill Master. You just always have ATB.
The ATB routing, or skill routing in this game to trigger Skill Master and the stagger routing and stuff is super tight. So you're in a really rough position if the wrong person pulls a stagger. So you really need to be very careful.
You will see that later on.
Yeah.
So here's the first battle with, I believe, first force battle with the Dregs. You can fight them a little bit earlier, but these guys were always a trip in the Final Fantasy
Gonna come down anytime?
PS4 version.
Fine.
They would have a habit of flying out of bounds, and then they couldn't be targeted even by any magic.
Yeah,
So,
wind is the only thing, because ice and fire will get stopped by the fence.
by the invisible fence, because it has an invisible wall up there.
Well, there's like this fence too,
Yeah.
it'll fall behind. Also, I want to make sure I need to do this. That's not correct. Well, I mean, it's partially correct. There we go.
I love you so much, donors. Lone Weasel, $25. Don't mind me, just doing my part to maximize the amount of the Sid in the marathon from Lone Weasel. And then Bender, 14, donates $25 and says, our ability to hit the Weiss Vincent Entiv seems cloudy. So I thought I'd help out. More puns! Puns for the pun pro!
Alright, so here we have Eligor. We're going to play it on Arcane Ward. So we're going to be doing a bunch of magic in the later phases of the fight. And to open it up there, we just did some Disorders, Berserk, and some normal combos to push it through and get the stagger up really fast with the Arcane Ward and a bunch of magic.
So
Synergy.
Ghoul starts with a reflex here. We really don't want that because Ghoul has a lots of HP, so we need to use some magic.
Yeah, so we use Breach to remove its Reflect and then just use more magic.
Yep. Eligor is a really interesting boss. He's normally only weak to ice, but when it gets the flying phase, it also gets weak to wind as well. So that's the only reason we can get away with that flying phase. Otherwise, ice would never land.
Ooh.
That's very rude, but doesn't matter in the long run. Sometimes I can underdamage, and if Aerith goes down, it's a big problem. I got to be careful with this next fight because it's another Enigmatic Whisper fight. If I attack the Enigmatic Whisper too soon, it'll just ignore the system mechanics of killing a staggered Whisper, and we'll just say no and not get pressured at all. It's super weird.
One of those occasions where if you go too fast and the game is confused on what you're doing.
One of a dozen, several million.
You're gonna feel this.
What?
Don't patch
Why'd you
it
hop
all.
back? I'm so confused. Whatever. I shouldn't be surprised at this point.
Giving it my all.
that was super close. Yeah.
That was greedy. I threw that somersault out a little bit too soon. You want to wait till the stagger happens, but I wasn't waiting for nothing. I gotta save time, dude.
I'm saved, baby.
Yeah. I gotta offset that 5 seconds of pulling my beanie down for the blindfold. Wrecking ball. Now a pretty big menu here to get Aerith out of the loop and get everybody else set up. Should be this. Wait, what? I believe. What happened here? I think I swapped these, this, and then that. that looks correct. You got to be very careful about your menu right there. Just in general, if you swap the wrong thing, it can have catastrophic impact later in the run. Mainly, if I like accidentally swap the wrong thing off a weapon, it can get removed from other weapons that it's equipped to, and I'm going to have a hard time figuring out what exactly I'm missing and why I'm missing it. Luckily with Aerith it's not an issue, and I took it off Tifa's armor, so it was just a matter of figuring out what exactly I did wrong there. And I also need to make sure everything's in the right spot, or else my muscle memory is GG. So basically I don't even see or read the materia at this point. I just straight up do it based on positional awareness. Okay.
And that's kind of the trick behind the going fast on the menus, is that you're not really looking at what you're equipping. You just have it in a way that you know how many inputs you need to put in to adjust.
Up, up, down, X, up, up, down, X.
Yeah.
It's like a kind of a Tetris type thing.
I always looked at it that way too, yeah.
I guess we'd be closer to like Puyo
combination.
Puyo. Yeah. But yeah, we're getting into the mid game where things start spiking up. We lose Aerith here, so Cloud's going back to being the caster. Luckily, he has enough gasoline to get us through. That is not the right spell.
Oh,
actually isn't.
Yeah.
I think that's enough to save me. Okay, good.
Oh, there you go.
This is going to be a little bit scuff here. Is he following me up the stairs? Well,
sure
that's
is.
unfortunate. Go away. I was supposed to cast Fire there, not Fire because I would have baited him come up this edge of this. Oh, well, whatever. We'll do Fire twice, whatever. It works.
Yeah.
It just works. I wanted to show you off a pretty cool strat there. You can actually bait the Helitrooper to come up around the side of that railing where I actually cast Fire, and you can actually make the Fire bank around the corner and kill those other enemies. But I accidentally cast Fire again, and I was like, should I reset? No, you shouldn't, because it's like 5 seconds a pop. I was like, but it's so cool. I had to control myself. I'm like, ugh.
All right, so here's a big deviation from classic Final Fantasy VII that I know gets a lot of debate. So at this point, Wedge is alive and is actually helping the evacuation. And we'll see more of Wedge later, actually.
That's it.
But at this point in OG, he's fallen off the tower and presumed dead.
Marlene.
It's very interesting how they made these changes in this chapter. So
Yeah.
be interesting to see where they go with it.
Yeah, this
Like
is
the minor characters like Wedge, Biggs, where they all go in stories. Oh no! Get ahead of them.
there we go.
you
Squeeze
There you
through.
go. There you
Let's go. Yeah, these NPCs.
You just gotta get ahead of the guy with the hat, and you're good.
Yeah, talking about how they're like overpowered.
Ooh, crowd surfing! Come on.
Yeah, we got a decent one going here. We're getting a little. These are awful. Yeah,
No, they just
I lied.
whipped around you.
Yeah, the NPCs can give us a little bit of a push here,
Come on, we've got to go too.
but it's not guaranteed. So we just try and hold the straightest line possible.
We can get through this.
And if we can get a boost, we can get a boost. If we can't, we can't.
Get to Walmart now. It's too dangerous here.
So yeah, this is going to be the refights with Reno and Rude. No, this will not be blindfolded. This fight, I actually have to react in the final phase because I'll get one of 3 random attacks. 2 of them I can stop, and they're the like 95% of the time is the one you'll see. Hopefully we won't see Flash Foot, and I won't have to explain what exactly happens here. Another weird thing that can happen is I'm going to use the limit Tifa's Dolphin Flurry to clear the last phase as well, which usually will just pull Reno and Rude both into it and just one-shot them. They can also get shot out of the limit at an awkward angle and get ejected from it. It's super weird. It's supposed to pull them in, but sometimes they get like propelled the wrong way and just go, hey, yeah, I dodged your limit, dude.
Not supposed to happen, but here we are.
Yeah.
So speaking of like the expansion that you were mentioning earlier, this is a section I think is awesome to expand, by the way.
Yes.
Getting to see Aerith moving around and helping people out is amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it really pushes her character a little bit further and shows that she's interested in those around her.
There's also a really interesting cutscene that happens there briefly between Aerith and Marlene that probably has implications for the next installments of the remake series.
And I think it has somewhat of a connection to Advent Children as well, because basically Marlene is kind of sensitive to
planet.
The planet.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the Mako, but that didn't make sense. It's basically sensitive to the planet, almost like a Aerith in
an
ancient sort of way, but not really. So it's interesting. It's going to be interesting where they go with it.
Yeah, she touches Aerith there and kind of like it's implied that she sees something, and then Aerith puts her finger to her lip as if to tell her shh.
Yeah.
You know? And they both move on their merry way, and she trusts her from that point on. So they don't have any implication what it is. They just imply that there's something. They apply throughout the whole game that like touching Aerith somehow like pulls you into.
We'll see that later on too.
Yeah.
Because I guess we won't. We'll skip the cutscene, but
We can talk about it later or now, your choice. So we got a flying guy coming in here, so that's why I'm chilling out here, so I don't accidentally hit the roof. That's what I should have been using Fyra. Fyra Magnify at full MP is enough to one-shot the Helitroopers. So that's what I was looking for. You could always use Fyra if your MP is a little bit short. So one of the things that I was abusing earlier on that I'm still abusing is Fire M Magic and Magnify and Magic MP Absorb. In this case, it's Fire and Fire. So that allows me to siphon back the MP. That's Fyra, but whatever. It'll work. Kind of.
11 to 5, right? So,
yeah, it's going to be a day. Well, we can do that in just a bunch of fire guys. I don't know what it is. My brain has just decided fire is on triangle, and that is not the case. This is the problem with 1,000 route variations, that you kind of like have to rework your shortcuts because you delete specific things. Yep. And then you end up like your brain goes, yeah, it's on this button. And, nope, it's not on that button. Like, please, brain. You have the notes right in front of you. I'm begging you.
Here we skip the sad scene of maybe Jesse dies? Question mark?
Yeah.
This one seems the most definitive, but then
there's an
you never know.
There's an implication.
There's an implication it's not. It's
because you see some of her things.
That could mean one thing or another. You know?
Yeah.
Well. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
So here we have Reno and Rude. So we're gonna punish for him.
Punisher here just to reduce the damage that we're taking.
Yeah, pretty much. And
that is incorrect.
Oh.
Missed input. Let's go.
$10.
$10 more.
Yep.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna be broke by the end of this for sure.
He's just gonna Star Shower for a good attack, and then we're going to do self-destruct. There we go.
Usually you have a little bit of a window to cancel out miss inputs like that. If you switch the character, it'll clear the queue out. But if you miss input on the character you're on, you're kind of locked into it, unfortunately.
So the important thing about phase 2 here is getting the helicopter down. So we're going to open with Barrett for once and do Overcharge and Thundaga, while we then take Cloud out of the way of the bomb span that's going to happen from the helicopter here.
Yeah, because we already lost a lot of HP from that.
Yeah, from self-destruct. Yeah, so we don't want him getting bombarded by this. And also, this is where Reno's going to pop out anyway, so we're just going to prepare for him to spawn here.
Okay, a bit slow, whatever.
Yeah, so we do cross slash, and then we're just going to do some uppercuts with Tifa, and it's going to push him. And then arrow the helicopter, and it's going to go down.
All right, so this is the RNG I was talking about. Reno can give us one of 3 moves. EMP triple, Flash Foot, or Flash Strike. Flash Foot is the very rare one. Flash Strike and EMP triple can both be canceled by Dolphin Flurry. Flash Foot and triple can be canceled by Ascension, but not Flash Strike. It's super weird. I don't know why. Basically, I'm gonna manually target Reno here, so that even if he does Flash Foot, Tifa will burst him down with the limit anyway and follow him. If I just fire it off with a shortcut, she can whiff sometimes. Okay, we're good to go.
Let's go.
Yep. Yeah, so Dolphin Flurry is going to be interesting. So right here, it's going to pull them into a Blizzaga from there to stun them, and then we Blade Burst with Cloud, and they both die.
And then you're going to get over here as fast as possible with Tifa. This will skip this little cutscene. Notice that the timer is at 13 seconds now. It originally is supposed to start at 30 seconds-ish.
Yeah, around
25 seconds. So somehow we're able to skip the little cutscene that is plays.
Yeah.
Also, the floor drops out, Cloud stumbles a little bit, so we're able to skip that part.
Yeah, yeah. So by locking Cloud in the certain location, were able to somehow, with the scene transition, like advance it preemptively.
I think
It's because you don't have to wait for Tifa to run over there.
No. Yeah, Tifa is part of it.
Yeah.
We moved Tifa to the console to trigger the cutscene immediately. The thing with Cloud is we actually lock him in place with the blade burst, so you're halfway there. The thing I think, I have no like actual proof, is like the stuff that loads in the cutscene actually moves his position because it ejects him out of it so that you don't soft lock in the cutscene. And the game, like, however, detects that movement, so it senses you being close to the plates that would drop naturally because you're too close to them, and they'll just drop during the load. And the game's like, oh, it should be in the drop state. So you just, and then it's kind of indicated by the timer. The game's just like, it just works.
Like, I guess you're supposed to be at this time.
Yeah. Because I think, like, I don't know what it is, but, like, also Tifa normally runs to the rails there and, like, collapses because she's just, like, so beside herself with how, that they failed.
Sad Tifa.
And in this case, you just go, nope. Well, we do have the date coming up. So.
Yeah, we do. But in the meantime, we're just running over to that cutscene. So.
It'll be a bit. We have the rest of, we have this whole chapter to clear and then the actual date. So if you guys...
Sounds like my cue.
Yes, it is.
All right, just want to bring this up to date. We are currently sitting at $1,599 out of $2,500 for the 2v1 Weiss versus Weiss. That is the Superboss that will happen after the Final Fantasy VII run. It will be Aerith and Tifa taking on Weiss. So if you want to see more of the Cid doing really quite absurd things, that's for you. And we had a couple of donations that's helped us get there. Starting with $35 from an anonymous donor, thank you very much. $50 from Nightflyer, thank you very much. And $50 from, once again, our own Ashen Prime. It says, are you having fun? I'm having fun. Let's keep the fun going and get that Weiss fight met.
Yep, let's do it.
There is an interesting question that I saw pop up in chat that I don't know if any of you have any insight on. Is it faster to run this on PS5 or PC?
PS5,
so
in real time.
Yeah, so we have two different ways of doing it. There's real-time attack and load remover for PC. Obviously, load remover time can only be on the PC. Technically, it is faster on the PS5. But with load remover, you have lower times because of obviously you're removing the load.
The hardware
it's kind of like
equalizer.
As far as saving and mechanics and all that stuff, the PS5 is probably the fastest way to do it.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there a bit of a stability issue between them as well?
Yeah, the PC acts very funky if you run it at higher frame rates. If you,
Says you. I still haven't experienced that, and I ran it at 120 the other day, so maybe it's just you.
You haven't practiced hard mode enough then.
Fair enough.
A lot of the regular movement is the same, but like the special moves all have some weirdness because of the higher frame rate.
Yeah.
Physical moves don't really go as far. Magic casts quicker.
It seems like physics are tied to the
frame rate.
To the frame rate.
It 100% is.
Yeah, so it's it gets a little weird that way.
So you can, if you run it at 120 frames, the loads will be pretty much equal to the PS5, but the game will just act differently. I'd suggest, if you're gonna use somebody else's route instead of making your own completely, I'd suggest like leaving it on 60 for the PC, but obviously do your own. You could probably do a completely different route and have some pretty decent success with the increased speed of magic casting, but I'm not sure if it will speed up the enemy AI too.
I don't think it would speed up anything else. Maybe just from speed up frames, more frames.
This running at more frames, I feel like when I first transitioned from PS4 to this one, it felt like the enemies were moving on hyperspeed, and I don't know if the same would apply to the PC if I ran at the higher frame rate. I'd have to sit down and practice it.
That's a good point.
Because I did a little bit of testing, and I was like, everything I'm doing my strats are not working properly. What is going on? Am I really missing this many inputs? What's going on? And then I realized in one of the fights that triple slash was just straight up not killing an enemy that it normally kills, and I'm like, over there. What?
That's interesting.
Yeah, and then I bumped it down to 90, same issue, bumped it down to 60, starts killing again. I'm like, okay, physics. Yeah. What are they?
Yeah.
Suggestions.
Yeah.
So yep, it's basically just still like a running chapter. So.
Yeah, we're finally getting to some combat here, and we're going to be able to stretch our legs and use Tifa's slide to save a little bit of time here. The unfortunate side is we're going to be going into the underground lab where there's a little bit of quite bright flashing lights. It's not too intense, but it's enough to like give a heads up.
You're sensitive to flashing lights. Probably not want to look at it.
Yeah, I'll give you another warning right before we get down there, but I just want to give you guys a head up. I do have like migraines and stuff, and it hasn't triggered one yet, but I know that somebody that may be extremely sensitive could have an issue with it. It's not too intense, but definitely enough to be something said about it. But the side effect of that is because we have to do the dungeon with Barrett, and we actually can't like progress through it unless we have a gun equipped, because we have to have a gun to shoot rocks out of the way, which is what causes the flashing. So that's fun. Which limits us to 4 out of 6 Barrett's weapons. So a lot of the time, like the tools that we want to use with his melee weapons are just completely unavailable because they're not optimal in a lot of fights. It's actually fairly frustrating because melee Barrett's not really that bad, honestly. If anything, he's a bit better than ranged, in my opinion. But it's just untenable in a lot of boss fights. It's very frustrating. Okay, sure. I guess we'll do it this way.
You can chain those fights, or you cannot chain those fights.
Yeah,
you do it.
you shouldn't do that because sometimes Barrett and Cloud won't be in fleeing, so you can't warp them over.
Yeah.
Or if you're unlucky, Cloud will be slept.
Oh.
And then you're in a really rough spot.
Yeah.
Especially because you need to maintain Barrett's MP for the underground lab. That's why he has 2 MP ups for most of the game right now, was so that he could clear a lot of these fights. Hello. Thank you. There we go. Okay, that's what? Oh, that's not.
No,
I got away with that.
No, you had the angle on that. It doesn't. It didn't look like it, but you did.
Hello. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Wow. I can't believe I managed to dodge that blind.
Blasted before he hit Barrett.
No, there was 2 stun panels I managed to slide around without even seeing him. That was blind luck, quite literally. Okay, careful MPs. Okay, Barrett, I guess we're rolling. Every once in a while, I swap to the wrong character, and I was like, you know what? We're just gonna roll with this one. It's funnier this way.
Yeah, as you can see, we don't flee with Barrett for obvious reasons.
Yeah, somebody at Square Enix obviously hates him because, as I underlined earlier, his damage is bad. We can't use the melee weapons because of the design of the game. His defense and high HP actively makes it harder for him to get a limit. And Overcharge, which is like his best ranged move, Overcharge, you have to like recharge it 4 times to get access to it again. His melee weapon has Overrun, which is about the same, but it only will do to like close range enemies, but it only has to be like recharged once.
This is
the thing is that I was getting at is Barrett moves at 75% speed in combat. And
So, continue.
it's no, that was the end of the thought. Go
Fair
ahead.
enough. I was going to say, so here we have the next definitively new section of Remake, and this one's a particularly interesting one because this is essentially tying in Dirge of Cerberus a little bit to mainline Final Fantasy VII. We're going to start seeing a little bit of the experiments that's implied from Dirge.
Yeah, once again, we're coming up to that flashing segment. Once we switch over to Barrett, we'll be doing that, so be aware of that. I'll let you guys know when we're done with it, though. Okay. Why is it every time I stop 1 step too early? That's like the 3rd or 4th time I've done it. Oh, man. What a silly way to lose little bits of time.
Yeah, so here we're re-exploring Sector 7, going back to it, trying to find... I forget what we're trying to find, actually. But we need to discover...
Biggs.
Oh, yeah, we're trying to find Biggs,
Or
right?
Wedge.
Wedge,
Excuse
yes,
me.
Wedge. And then we end up discovering Wedge at the same time that we find a bit of an entrance to like an underground system of some sort, some kind
Yeah,
of facility.
one of his cats leads us to him, and
Yeah.
we find this underground reactor hidden under the plate, or under Sector 7.
Pretty much a reference to deep ground experiments. So.
Yes.
Yeah, and they have it in Yuffie as well, so it's canon, despite their non-interest in remastering or remaking Dirge. They just like, sure, this is part of the universe, but that game doesn't exist.
Did you notice that it wasn't on the 35th anniversary little thing?
Yeah.
It's just like,
Rip
nope,
Vincent.
that doesn't exist.
Excuse me. There we go.
Yeah, I think they're trying to salvage the better parts of that to keep, but there's not many better parts of it.
That being said, I know people do like Dirge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like to make jokes about it, so I'll just
So
try not to offend.
we're save loading here to like warp the cat over because it actually takes a while to get to the hole, and we're save loading again because the cat actually takes forever to jump in the hole. Final call on the bright flashing lights here. I'll let you know when we're out of the area. I normally have sunglasses for this, but I've forgotten literally everything today, so yeah. This area, I wish I could forget, but I can't. This is like the pump mini game 1.01. I don't really know which. It's just like this area is very, very difficult. A lot of the enemies are just outside of Barrett's like easily killable range, and the environmental design on the combat arenas here are incredibly frustrating.
And also Barrett moves like a snap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate.
And he runs faster out of combat. That's the part that always annoyed me. Is that he like straight
yeah, he just
outside of combat.
It's actually that's why we kill those first two.
He's
The second and third enemies is because it's faster.
He's actually got really fast like out of combat movement.
It's slightly faster if we kill all three of them, but it's not consistent, so I don't do that. No, thank you. Okay, good. Do the thing. Good dog. Sit. Stay. Play dead. Thank you. Yeah, the dogs, the bloodhounds natively dodge ice, which is their weakness. So if I don't stun them in some sort of significant way, they can and will just jump out of the way of ice spells. Or they can just do that.
I just turned to the side and was
I'm not going to complain. This whole area can be very rough and pretty brutal. Even with the most refined of routes. The two options are either go with Ice Magnify on Barrett or Ice Elemental and just use his gun. Both are awful because you're playing with Barrett. Yeah, I think that's the end of that thought. We gotta be careful with Blizzard here because of that. You may notice that one enemy didn't get pressured. If it had started moving, I'd have been in a real rough spot because the ice would have whiffed.
Yeah, if you throw out the magic a little bit too early before their AI activates, that could happen.
Yeah, if you want to play it safe, you just like attack first, and you'll always make sure that it triggers properly. At this point, I'm getting such good luck. I'm just like, you know what, whatever. We're going all in on this chapter.
Well, skill.
Luck is a skill, yeah. And I'm rolling.
It's a skill in RPG games, sure. Yeah.
I'm rolling out the crit fails, yeah. Yeah, so once again, I guess since luck kind of brought up offhandedly, luck does impact your critical rate, and basically the TLDR on the calculations is your crit rate's about 15%. If you throw in both the luck ups, which is the only other stat bonusing material you get, we get 2 magic ups for 50% if you equip both, and 100% bonus with luck ups. Your crit rate bumps up to about 40%. The problem is that like the damage is just inconsistent even at 40%. The game is nowhere near that point that we would even consider that as a long-term routing option, outside of maybe Barrett, because he struggles so hard with damage that maybe crit could be useful, but there's just a ton of other things like auxiliary stuff we could have on him. Deadly dodge, parry. There's a couple of things we could give him before we would even want to bother with luck ups.
You can't really plan out crits either. You might get a crit on like a bullet shot, which would be what, 3 damage, 4 damage?
Yep.
Something like that.
It's just on the individual actions. It's not just like on commands or whatever. Right. So Cutter here has a... Go ahead.
Since we've got about 2 hours left in your estimate, Sid, I figured I should point out we are under $900 away from fighting Weiss.
Oh, please. Go.
Sitting at 1,609. Get
there.
those donations in.
Yes, please, please, please. Come on, you guys got to get it met, so I have to pay for my reset count. I didn't know I was paying for it. I would have been more careful.
We got to throw that $30 that you have in the reset fund into Weiss.
I'm not gonna eat for the rest of the week.
Oh, there goes.
Oh, it's only Friday.
It's almost done. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
So this is a boss fight, but also a mop fight. Yeah,
these guys are very jumpy. Clearly.
Why are you rolling, bro?
Because you shortcutted, didn't you?
No, I literally didn't do anything. I was like, wait, I need to cast Blizzard right here. I was actually going to use Overcharge, then I saw him roll, and then I was like, what am I doing? So we want to make sure we're staying right here, because Entity E and D will start running around the arena, and it will be a right headache to try and get them corralled. So
Sometimes they'll go together, sometimes they'll separate. Separate is annoying.
We have 19 MP. That's pretty tight. I'm not a big fan of that.
You'll have enough time to recover. How much do you need? 20?
I only really need the one here, but
then
I'd like to use 2. Well, okay, we're good. I only need I want 2 Blizzaras.
So I mean, your passive,
Yeah.
it's gonna be just fine.
It's tough to tell though sometimes. Like at 19, it should be enough, but
You get 20 seconds, and it still runs through the cutscene.
oh, does it really?
So when you pop back in, I'll bet you Barrett will pop up to 21.
Nice. So we wanted to like maintain the right amount of ATB here, so that we could just bop him in the snoot and doop doop doop. Yeah. The reason I wanted enough is because I can spam Blizzara Magnify at this phase. The problem is the enemies here can cast sleep, so Tifa actually has had binding warding the entire time since Chapter 7, so that she's got sleep proof on, basically. Otherwise, this chapter can be kind of random. So we're going to throw out a Blizzara, and then immediately buffer a limit, and that will put him in the invincibility state, so even if he gets slept, it won't put him to sleep. We want to go for Blizzara Magnify, because sometimes we get multi-hits, which we did there, so we absolutely just crushed this phase.
Done.
Yep,
Easy
done.
peasy.
Good job.
This double limit and the health bar is gone.
0 MP, extremely perfect route, totally intended.
Saying with 20 would be, 20 was perfect.
I don't think I've ever ended this chapter with 0 MP. Oh boy. Yeah, so that's the last flashing. We won't have to be shooting any more things from here on out, so you guys are safe if you have any sort of issue with that.
I want you to take Wedge back for me.
So we are getting up to the date here, so if you guys did pay for that and you want to check that out, it will be coming up here shortly.
They can still be alive.
Don't skip it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You almost made me, I was like, wait, I don't skip this one? Hold on, wait a minute.
So you still have to walk down.
Yeah, you have to walk
but-
to it, so
Yeah.
I thought you were making a safety save. Like,
No, no,
maybe
no,
I
no.
might skip it.
If I mess it up, I'm just gonna reload the checkpoint. If that were the case, I just take the big fat L on walking down the stairs and re-menuing again.
Yeah, just take your right hand off the controller.
I will once I turn around and start walking up to Barrett. Yeah. So I haven't seen this in a bit, but I actually like this cutscene. It's around 2 minutes. It's a really good like bro moment between the two where they actually start like bonding instead of being at each other's throats.
Romance,
They're like,
baby.
yeah, they understand that they're actually on the same team.
So enjoy.
Yep.
You should rest up while you can.
Likewise.
No, I'm good. Real good. Besides, when I close my eyes, I start thinking about things. About people. Like Finn. Lazy little punk. Kid would do damn near anything, except what you told him. But ask him to paint you a picture, and boy howdy. Those stamps in the tunnels? Finn's work. Every one. Then there's Al, intel guy. He had these tricks for stealing codes I still don't understand. Stole his share of hearts, too. But when it came to the ladies, he just had the one trick. Bouquet of flowers hidden behind his back. Funny to think, some of them might have even come from here. He pulled the flower trick on Tifa once, believe it or not. She told him where to stick them.
Of course she did.
Our quartermaster Nellie had a good laugh at that. She was tight with Jesse. People sometimes took them for sisters even. They'd say no way and get upset, but then they'd start giggling and, you know. Yeah, they'll all be fine. They're strong. They're tough. Like me. After we save Aerith, I'll introduce you to them.
Sounds good.
Never thought I'd feel better after talking with your hard-boiled ass.
Think you can sleep now?
Oh yeah, like a baby.
Thank you for the donations for that cutscene.
You've done more.
Yep.
That one in and of itself is just like a really big
how are
moment
we
because
supposed to
Barrett
get
spends a
topside
lot of the game
with
like
everything that's
definitely
happened to the
at
train still
Cloud's
running?
throat, and
Well,
the two of them just like him listening and not,
All the roads
you
and all
know,
the transit
jabbing
have probably
him
been
or,
locked down by now.
you know, inciting anything, be like, oh, they're dead, don't worry about it, it's not a problem, you know,
but I think
some
I
kind of
know
like,
someone who
you
might.
know, tilt at him, and then Barrett's actually just like talking about people he cares about. And it shows just how much he's actually focused on helping people. As misguided as his efforts are and how dangerous they are, he's doing it to save people.
Also, as well as if you're unfamiliar with Cloud, it shows that he's not just like a jerk most of the time. He does actually have some emotions, how buried they might be.
Yeah.
Said Europe, listen, poor things, I'm sure they're...
So right here, I just want to be careful about the dialogue so I don't exit out of the menu. A lot of the times I wanted to combine both materia menuing, weapon menuing, all that stuff to save load.
Yes, we did. We got the good music, not the cursed music.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. There's a couple of remixes in the game. I really like that. I like that whole cutscene, too, with Barrett's theme kind of in the background as well.
Yeah.
Got no other choice.
But yeah.
Did you guys get into
That's
it?
actually the only part in the game that you will hear Barrett's theme. The theme that plays on the train is actually Coral's theme.
Yeah. Of note, the little there's actually a pretty cursed thing that they did with the controller. Is you know how there's that giant touchpad in the middle of the controller? If you so much as look as it funny, it's just going to pop up a mini map, the map that they used to show you in the train in the OG PlayStation release, and Jesse will show you kind of a new updated version. Yeah, if you touch the touchpad, it just pops up that map.
Because it's an actual touchpad now, not a button.
Yeah.
So it's like super sensitive.
So much as look at it sideways, and you're opening up a map that you never will use. Which is weird because the other two things on it are like side quest progress and stuff, and
the
some
map
other.
is really useless, actually. So
It's like the least useful thing that could pop up, to be honest. Yeah,
you want
it's yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I'll catch it sooner or later.
So here we have another expanded part to the story. We're actually revisiting the sewers, which
Head for the trunk line.
of all the places to revisit in the whole game,
Oh boy, 2 sewers, not just one.
not just one.
Yep.
But we're down here chasing Don Corneo because we're hoping that he has a way for us to get up to the upper levels without the trains running, which in the classic FF1 game, kind of just climb a bunch of shrapnel, and it's really confusing how it actually works.
The shiny golden wire of hope.
Yeah, exactly.
As Barrett referred to it in the original game.
Yeah. So we're trying to find a more, funnily enough, a more physically sound way of actually getting
A
up.
more reasonable manner.
More reasonable manner.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
And
Yeah,
ends up
grappling
being
guns.
less reasonable.
Yeah.
Like, how are we gonna get up there? I don't know. Maybe Don Corneo, that guy that like helped them drop the plate on us, will tell us.
Hey, check it out. We got these gravity guns that
got these
grappling guns
yeah,
that ignore gravity entirely.
And have no
Oh,
weight restrictions whatsoever, to the point where you can carry 3 people on one. So I don't know why we needed 3 in the first place.
Yeah.
Literally, Cloud pulls up Barrett and Tifa up on that.
Yeah.
Like, what?
But either way, so we have this expanded part of the story here. We're gonna end up refighting
Just like
Absu at
that,
the end of
okay?
this.
I gotcha.
And the appendage breakage, the horns from the first fight, will carry over to this.
Yep.
And we did manage to break the one horn in the first fight, so that will be carried over. And so on this fight, we'll be hopefully trying to break the other horn when we get there.
Yeah.
That will lead to a more...
We pretty much need to break the horn so that we can set up multi-hits consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Why did I do that? Okay, that didn't delay anything. I got lucky.
Yeah.
I never got
Yeah, you got to be careful with healing here because they're.
You're talking about heal delay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You can actually, like, when we were cure buffering earlier, you can do it to save time so that Cloud doesn't get the any sort of like movement you know, debuffs from like cutscenes or whatever.
Basically works both ways. Like you can actually lag yourself from starting a cutscene if you cure
because somebody will be
approaching a cutscene.
they'll be locked behind waiting, and then you need them for the cutscene. So there's a lot of places where you have to be careful about it. I can get a good heal in after this part, and it'll be fine. All right, burn.
I got
Okay, no curse crap today, thankfully. Wait, no, I think not.
It's very rare to get that cursed scissor claws, but it does happen.
Yeah, the crabs have a move guard here that should be triggered by physical, but sometimes they just say, sure. I think it actually might be Barrett triggering it. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, with the random shots, yeah.
Sometimes it's just you're better on Barrett, even though it's slow movement. But
So what we missed here in the cutscene is that one of the little shoats stole a bag from Leslie.
Yep.
So we have to chase after him to get it back.
Yeah, in the bag was a key to get in that door you just saw in front of us.
Or at least that's what he wanted us to
Yeah,
think.
that's what you wanted to think, yeah.
It's actually his girlfriend's necklace that Don Corneo stole.
Yeah.
Why he has beef with him in the first place.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it's implied that she's dead now because...
Yeah, she gave the necklace back to him and disappeared.
Yeah.
And nobody's seen her since. So
The implication is that Corneo has all these, you know, girls that he basically makes them disappear after he's done with them. So yeah, brides. Yeah, that's a good way.
Yeah.
So it's heavily implied of that's the case.
I mean, there may be payoff in Rebirth where like he goes out looking for her since Don Corneo is no longer. What am I waiting for?
I don't know. I don't want to get into expanded stuff a whole lot, but I believe that there's something that named in one of the expanded universe of Episode 7 somewhere that talks about her being alive and escaping. But like that's in classic timeline, so it's like to carry over either way.
I have a feeling it'll be like an expanded side quest,
Yes,
maybe
exactly.
Wutai or something.
Yeah.
Because it would pay off more with that there. Please no?
It would make sense
Don't
for...
do it. Oh, no.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You almost got blocked from the door, though.
I mean, I should have just used arrow, and it would have been faster. Sometimes the scissor claws there can dodge, will block you from being able to get down that alley, or whatever you want to call it, catwalk. We really don't want that to happen. Luckily, I managed to get around him at some... Okay.
Better block that.
Oh, please don't. There you go. What is going on right now? Oh, no. It hit the shoat at the... Okay. Yeah, you see the shoat catching fireballs here? He's out here catching all the bullets meant for somebody else.
Yep. And you're just going to join him right down the path, and then he just floats right over.
Whatever. At least we got to see that.
Yeah, that's always a fun little glitch there, is that the shoat just doesn't open the door and just expects you to open the door for him.
And as usual, like we were saying before, targeting data is a little bit weird. This guy has targeting data the whole time, so that's why you're like...
But no health bar.
Fire spells are just firing off into the wild blue yonder. It's because it's targeting this little guy, which luckily we're going to get rid of right now.
Yes. Blink and you'll miss it.
I think this is one of the major reasons why Super Revisit is particularly disliked, is that if you had gone down here and just did Aptitude 2, it wouldn't have been nearly as bad. Chasing this dumb thing around for so long, just...
Well, it's story content, so I mean, it's one of those things that I'm sure they could have cut down a little bit, but they didn't want to make one chapter, you know, super short rather than the other.
I mean, they still have super short chapters.
Yeah,
way, but...
Yeah, if you trim out to just the main content, the chapters are pretty short. Honestly, I think the pacing in the game is fairly decent.
Yeah.
But I mean, personally, that's like from a speedrun perspective. Story perspective, I can understand.
Speaking from a first playthrough, this is the only part that dragged for me. I'm like, well, God.
I played it in like
I like the lessons part of this, but like it just...
Yeah. I was interested in what Leslie had to say and what his actual deal was. It was interesting. So one of the things I've been doing is grabbing some extra MP crates here because I was running a little bit low. I kind of have to overtune my spells to make sure that I kill that Abzu shoat because he has quite a lot of HP. So I actually had to go a little bit negative there, but I have plenty of time to grab some extra crates there to top off. So now my Fire Magnify is going to have that 20% bonus again. Mithril Blade has a really cool ability, 20% cost reduction and 20% bonus damage when you're at max MP.
Wait outside.
So firing off some magnified fire spells in here, and Firaga is going to end up getting multiple hits on Abzu 2, to the point where I just roast him with a single magnified spell here for the most part.
It's a pretty awesome fight if it goes well.
Yeah,
if it goes like everything goes well, it's pretty awesome.
And he has 2 different openings it's going to look out for here.
Funny, 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 ha ha ha. Thanks for doing the thing I told you not to do.
Yeah, Bastion's magic and all that fine. A ground pound would be worse, I think, right?
Why am I doing this? Okay.
There you go.
Guess we're gonna have to burn this here, that's fine.
Like I mentioned earlier, the one horn's already broken, and we're targeting the other horn. It's probably close to broken already.
Yeah, if you break the other one, it prevents him from doing this move if you're playing the fight casually. So if you don't want to get drowned by poison water, you can just break the horn casually.
There it is.
Yep. So you see him dance around like that a little bit. That gives him a lot of extra time just blow through his second phase there.
Yep.
And then this last phase here.
I'm gonna have to solo it with Tifa here because I messed up my ATB building.
Should be still be able to skip the grade, so.
Probably not. Not with this setup. You don't ever usually skip it.
Fair. So there's
it's still going to spread this, so.
Yeah, there's two schools of thought on this this last little part here.
Excuse me.
You'll see Abzu doing rage. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah.
You're actually able to skip that.
There it is.
Yep.
Please don't soft lock me. Yeah, sometimes. Oh no. Yeah, Abzu can fall on Cloud and soft lock.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you have to save and load to clear
that's
that.
happened to me before. Yep, that's happened to me before.
Normally, if you're next to the door, the issue with soft locking is a non-issue. But since that fight was a little bit scuffy duffy,
it's kind of funny because you can like still swing with Cloud, so you just see his sword coming out of the Abzu's body.
Yeah.
Scrab. Take this over here into Era.
All right.
On.
So
Era and Era into Kata and a little bit too much there and Somersault. Okay, we're gonna downgrade Tifa's limit here again. We don't really need Dolphin Flurry anymore until later on. We can get away with Somersault.
Yep, Somersault generally does the job for everything.
More or less, Dolphin Flurry is just like an extended Somersault. Basically, the final hit is the same, more or less the same damage, 2 hits of Somersault. Except you have a build-in that does a decent amount of damage. The main difference between the two is that Dolphin Flurry pushes a bunch of stagger. That's kind of the gimmick with the level 2 ones. They're a little bit better, they do a little bit more damage, and they stagger the enemy, while the base level 1s don't really do that. So,
yeah, they put them in pressure, that's about it.
Yeah.
The high cut value.
Where did Daddy go?
That's probably one of the things we haven't mentioned throughout the run, is that every enemy and your player character has hidden values called cut and keep. Basically, it prevents enemies from either being pressured back or your own character from being pressured back. So it's very simple. I mean, if an enemy's cut values, if an enemy's attack cut value is higher than the player character's keep value, the character will either get knocked back, knocked down, or whatever. So.
Yeah, there's a bunch of hidden values for the most part, because it's like HP damage, stagger when pressured damage, cut, keep. I think there's like, I want to say there's one other. Yeah, I guess the defenses as well, like where they don't really go over it. Because enemies aren't, when we say like they're weak to X or Y, sometimes it's literally just their defense dropping to like 30.
Yep. So like there's a lot of enemies in here that aren't really weak to any sort of element, but they're so weak to magic that because their magic defense is like pretty much 0. So you just spam magic and get through the all yourself.
So if we focus down that other one, Barrett will fire off a couple Synergy Thunders and break the damage range. The other one we hit with Arrow. So we can ATB stagger off of it and refill our ATB and fire another one. You can also just ATB boost if you want. It really 6 to 1, half dozen the other. I think it's a little bit quicker to not use ATB boost because of the animation.
This chapter became a lot more tolerable for the Intergrade version over the PS4 version, just simply because of Wind sticking to the enemies. Like
this chapter was horrific.
Oh man,
it's part of the reason why I was like, yeah, sure. The chapter 15 skip is fine and no major glitches, even though it lets us skip half the chapter.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's hard mode. Chapter 15 is exceptionally hard if you're not prepared for it.
Nice. So we can't really afford to use magic here. We need to keep that full bonus for the next couple enemies.
Yep. And there goes Bulk.
You can
that's
do
the boss we're gonna fight later.
You can do a very simple save load here to like get out of bounds here immediately, but as this being no major glitches, we can't do that. But we can air walk through about half of this chapter and even skip the like Gatling gun mini game. It's super nice.
Yep.
But all right. 1, 2. No. Okay, we're just gonna do it this way. Or you could just fine, whatever. Would you stop?
You're getting blasted, bro. We gotta get out of there. Oh.
Thank you, Tifa. You just saved my life. Unironically, Tifa just saved me.
Lord.
Getting shotgun blasted several times.
I should have never even thought twice about just being like, oh, I should have Tifa stagger. I should have just been like, nope, just spam spells, ding dong.
You did not get the Kiraga.
Yeah,
Okay.
Actually, yeah, you're
You
right.
don't wanna
I need to make sure that Kiraga goes off because there's some flying enemies here. I can't just spam spells on. So if they shoot Cloudy, probably would die at this low HP.
Yeah. Pretty sure their bullets cause at least 150.
Yeah. I was fairly certain if he got shot there, he'd die, so...
Keep those gloves
That
up.
was... I should have never been that low in the first place, though. That was weird.
Kept getting blasted. They all went to
Shotgun is, like, really rough. It actually does a ton of damage.
Oh, yeah.
And stun locks you.
That was as bad as the Valkyrie gun phase.
Yeah,
last
pretty...
year.
Okay, I guess that works.
Okay.
Did he not synergy?
Super delayed.
Because I'm pretty sure he didn't.
I didn't notice. I don't think he did. No,
Look, chat. There's 90 minutes left in our estimate. You don't want to be the chat that let our first incentive go by without getting mad, do you? We're at $1,654 out of $2,500. If you want to see Sid fight Weiss 2-on-1, let's get those donations in, please.
Yeah. I was really hoping to show that off. That's exactly why I bumped it up to 2v1 instead of 3v1, so you could at least see something different.
Well, we still got time.
Yep. There is. I don't think there's really. There are a couple of fights kind of like that. 1v1 is like a whole different ball game, but 2v1 is at least has some like options. So I'd be really happy to show those off for sure. All right, so we're getting up to the Valk minigame. If you guys remember Shinra HQ, you kind of had to like hide behind statues, and if you got caught, you'd have to fight. If you got caught enough times, you'd just be able to progress because you killed everybody. Here we don't get that option, and because bullets stun us, this minigame stinks like a lot.
Yeah, so you can, there is actually a trick that you can use to basically run past all the bullets. You're basically just moving faster than what the game can load in. But it's a little weird of a setup. So sometimes you get a
what? I just YOLO it.
Yeah, you just can't hit Barrett. If you bump into Barrett, you're pretty much done.
I've gotten a few times when I had to go around Barrett, but
interesting.
It's super. You can just run straight forward, but like, if the game feels like it, you just get hit anyway.
If you get hit by even one bullet, it knocks them back.
Yeah, and then you basically are in the same position where, like in the streets in Chapter 1 or Chapter 2, where I was just getting stun locked by bullets. Yeah, it's that, except like 1,000 bullets. I can't.
think you can die through.
No,
it,
I can't.
yeah,
I'll
that's the
drop to
lucky
1
part of it.
HP, so I can Kiraga out of it, but it's not like optimal at any stretch of the imagination. I'll probably have to cure anyway. You can also.
You got it.
Should be.
You got.
Oh, that has happened to me before. I was pretty sure that was going to happen. You need to like bonk on the walls. All right, whatever. At least I skipped all this.
Yeah.
I'm not jumping in here yet because. Dang it. I went too late. Yeah. That can get a lot worse if you're towards the entrance.
Yeah.
You can get stun locked for 2 to 3 bullet cycles. It's super horrific.
Just kills all your health.
That was like, all right. It could have been a lot worse. I've had runs where like I've really wanted to swear super bad. What am I doing? We're just gonna redo this. That's fine. Redo the setup for the fight. It's fine. Let's see here. I want to somersault, arrow you, and start doing the thing.
Storm's coming. Calling wind.
we're just letting Barrett's Thunder Synergy deal a lot of damage over there.
Let's go.
We've chewed through quite a bit of HP. How much MP do I need on Barrett? Just the Thundergo, right? No, yeah, it's different now though. I have it written up there, but I haven't redone it since. So like I need to go through my notes and fix them. Sure. So once again, these guys can dodge if they're physically attacked. So I throw a somersault there to make sure Tifa can't connect. And then, okay, Cure. Yeah, I need this energy up for sure. And then I'm not going to bother healing Cloud just yet because, ooh, 92, that's weird. His MP shouldn't be that low. Well, it's whatever. It's energy. All right, got to stop thinking about it and play. Yeah, we got to make sure to line up Cloud here or else the AI takes a long time to adjust his position.
Yeah, there's several parts of this chapter that will do that, so that's kind of the annoying part of it.
Yeah, so here's Valkyrie. In phase 1, we just book it. We just don't care.
Yeah.
We want to get to phase 2 as soon as possible. We just eat all the damage.
It's just the gunfire that prevents it, so once we're on the third one, refocus back on hero, on character. Just wanted to have some cinematics there, don't worry about it. Cloud, don't you do it. I said don't do it. Okay. You got away with it. You got away with it.
Yep.
Yeah, if Cloud jumps in the air there, it'll keep him from doing arrow synergies, which will basically tank my damage to not completable, and I'll have to like throw out a fire with Barrett to bait out the next one.
Interesting to note on this fight here is that in easy and normal, Valk is weak to lightning and wind. Hard mode, only wind.
Would have been nice.
We're still using both though. It's throwing Thanaga and Araga. Synergy arrows. Still goes down pretty fast.
Yeah, it's because we ran out of wind materia. 2 on Cloud, 1 on Tifa. We get 3 total from Chadley because reasons?
Yeah.
I don't know why we could have a bunch of everything else but that.
But now here we're going to use Thundar and Aurora. And then it's going to get knocked down. We're going to move behind it to bait the laser into it and then pressure it so that yeah, here we go. And the laser's going to come down on it eventually. Oh.
Yeah,
and there we go.
We just want to make sure Cloud doesn't get tagged by the laser or else we'll have to do all the damage with Tifa. She can handle it, but it's fairly slow.
Yep. It's not the worst thing in the world, but yeah, it's slow.
It's better than having... So the real thing with like boss fights is the ones that I've reset have been like immediate for the most part. As long as you do it before there's like a lot of cutscenes and heavy investment in the boss fight, it's not too terrible.
Don't forget we got stairs.
The next boss.
Stairs. Calisthenics.
So it feels like someone in the chat has taken my challenge because we just jumped up to 1,800 out of 2,500.
Okay.
We're less than $600 away, and some of the donations have helped us get there. $100 from Sweaty, no donation message, thank you. $50 from Gades with no donation message, thank you. $10 from an anonymous donor who says, due to the characters limit, I can't name the son in Dragon Quest V, Nano Machines. Senator, is that you? So let's see that Weiss fight. The schedule at the end of the marathon looks amazing. Enjoyed it all week. Look forward to the next day and a half. $10 from Zoya with no donation comment. Thank you very much. And then $35 from Mizuki Bara, one of our absolute standout Twitter volunteers this year. Also there in the chat. I miss you, Mizuki. I hope to see you soon. Thanks to Nami and their great support. I want to say thank you to everyone involved in supporting them. I still struggle with mental illness, and RPG LB and Nami have helped me realize I wasn't alone in this endeavor and have helped me so much over the last several years. Less than 3. Let's see as many heart emotes as we can in the chat from Mizuki, please.
Yeah. This charity is great. I love everybody here. I've made a lot of friends, you know, almost as close as family members, if not. And I can definitely... Okay, I guess we're just going to somersault that direction. It's fine. It's fine. All right, we got enough.
This is my first in-person event, so I mean, just being here with everyone is pretty amazing.
Everything's dead, right? Sure.
Yes, yeah, they're all dead now.
Yeah. If you
they can't hurt you anymore, Sid.
if you haven't figured it out from my kind of hemming and hawing here, that the garage is pretty random. It's pretty random. It's really random.
Says you.
Yeah, finally. I guess you should have done the run, huh?
If you wanted to see exercise and futility, sure.
Yeah. That's what you'll get for throwing shade at the runner, damn it. Yeah. So, no, like, this event is fantastic. I'm so proud to be staff, and all of our volunteers are fantastic, especially... not especially, no, all of you are fantastic. There is no, like, especially about it. Each and every one of you help lift the event up and keep it running the way that it does. It's fantastic to see every year that we get more and more people coming back.
There's.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah, we got to do Tifa time first.
It doesn't matter if I go check the stairs. You have to go tap this to progress. As much as I'd love to. If we could skip and go straight to the stairs, it might actually be a little bit faster. Yeah.
It's time for Tifa,
I guess
Tifa's music, dance music to have on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the one nice thing about this is the hand-over-hand song that plays here. Yeah, super cool. It's like the only cool thing about this segment.
Tifa monkey bars.
I don't know why we had to take the chandeliers when she's jumped over the height.
Well, this game is Advent Children, but only in the boss, but only in the actual fights.
Yeah.
When it's in the cutscene, it's real life. So.
Well, unless there's a grappling hook involved.
Yeah. Yeah. But they have grappling hooks still, though.
Yeah.
You think they could have just grappling hooked up and just straight?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's about 3 or 4 different like loopholes that could have been fine here. Also,
then we wouldn't be able to get purple paint over there, right?
Yeah, that chest right there actually is purple paint. Purple paint itself is kind of trash because it's a crit weapon, but it offers the ability True Strike.
True Strike is where it's at.
Yeah, its gimmick is that it increases the stagger of an enemy, the multiplier by 20%, I think, versus 25.
I want to say 30%.
Is it 30?
It's 30%.
Yeah.
And so once they're staggered,
they
take extra damage, and you can see the little number, and it defaults at 160%.
Yep.
Each time you True Strike with Tifa, it goes up by 30%. And of note, her uppercut and even the evolved version of it with Omni Strike and I forget the other one.
Beat
Rise
Rush
and Fall
is the original translation, but Rise and Fall,
those will also increase the actual damage multiplier as well. And I don't
G-Trap does it.
It's G-Trap, yeah. But does anyone besides Tifa increase the base damage amount?
Ray of Judgment.
Ray of Judgment?
Yeah, Ray of Judgment.
Okay, yeah.
And
but that takes 2 ATB, so you'll never see it happen.
Yeah.
I feel like there's one more move that I'm not thinking of.
The same,
I think it's just Tifa and Ray of Judgment.
I mean, I think we're probably thinking about Focus Strike, which isn't the same thing.
No, it's not.
But I always felt like there's one more move that increases it. But probably.
But either way, like the bread and butter of how you really leverage staggered damage is True Strike, and we will see that eventually.
Yeah.
Even not staggered, True Strike is just a very powerful move as well. It's got a quick time, so it's faster than Dive Kick, and it's slightly weaker than Dive Kick, but you don't have to worry about anything sort of crazy like that.
Yeah, Omni Strike and True Strike are kind of interchangeable. It depends on whether you want to pre-charge the ATB move or use the ATB at the time. So that there are some situations where you Unbridled Strength into Omni Strike, and there's some situations where you want a True Strike. Mainly, saving up with Omni Strike can be nice if you're trying to build ATB for 2 moves, but sometimes True Strike and a True Strike is just a good combo for bosses because of the 60% bonus? Yeah.
Yep, and then you get synergies out of it as well. Stairs.
I'm going.
All right, everyone, here's your stairs.
And this is the last time I'll see these for months, so I guess I'll enjoy the scenery. Hello. I was about to say, is this not the door?
But a lot more.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't skip through the rest of the dialogue, so I'm gonna skip through this dialogue. Yeah. I agree, Barrett. I very much agree.
It's only 59 floors.
Only 59 floors.
Don't skip
It ain't a
leg day,
race, he
Sid.
said.
Don't skip leg day.
All right, up the stairs we go forever.
Hopefully you don't get dizzy.
I wish I had a sea shanty for this or something. This is going to be like a long journey.
Oh, Santiana,
Maybe we should take a quick break.
Come on, Barrett.
whatever, we're just gonna do it this way because I'm too lazy.
You can even say it's for me.
Just say you can't have.
Keep this mini down.
Yeah, but you kind of see how like Cloud kind of goes a little bit wide there.
Oh, push me, Tifa!
Crowd surfing, yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
wow.
There we go.
No, Tifa. You had to climb the stairs. That was the donation incentive.
Yeah, I think I might have saved like 3 seconds there. Yeah. The problem is like that would have saved more time later because there's a segment where Cloud and Barrett are moving painfully slow. And there's actually a point where Barrett's going to outpace Cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
What's even funnier is when he starts getting to the top and he's like, let's go back down. And it's like, you do realize that's like twice as many, you know what, sure, whatever.
Good to know.
Research and development.
Cloud, keep an eye on Barrett.
So the reason
No.
why they're putting out those floors is because those are the actual floors that you stop on the elevator. So you stop 2 or 3 times, you stop at level 20 and level 40, and then you're up to level 60, or 59 rather.
Yeah, because there's the elevator is 30 seconds. This is 7 minutes and 30 seconds. The thing is, like, the elevator in the PlayStation 1 version of the game was slightly faster. If you got, it was faster if you got good RNG.
Oh, right.
Initially. And so the stairs were just better because you got an elixir, so you could go up them immediately, no encounters. Turns out that like you can actually manipulate the RNG on the elevators, so it's actually faster now than it used to be. But here it's 100% faster. 7 minutes, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the devs took the stairs thing and like turned it into this just to troll everybody.
This is the high five times 1,000. Hey, can I just hold triangle to climb the stairs? Because I can do that.
You tired?
Just imagine if I could parry sail up here, how fast this would be done. I'd already be to the top. There's a lot of times where I'm like doing map movement and I'm like, you know what would be nice? If I could slide right now.
Hey, there's only 20 floors to go.
Yeah.
You really are doing better.
We gotta keep moving.
This is where the dialogue starts getting good.
Keep moving.
He is actually gaslighting himself right now.
Hard to argue with that. Let's go.
Tifa's not even winded
Tifa's
yet.
like, yeah, sure, whatever.
I was like, I'm surprised she's not like 10 floors above us, to be honest.
Yeah, she's got the most. She's probably the most in shape out of all of them.
I said, wait up.
Barrett's like, where's that zip line go? He needs a stair, buddy. That's fine, Barrett. I'll wait up for you. You can give me a push up a couple of these stairs.
Tell me, these stairs, are these stairs ever gonna end?
No. I love like the like excitingly strong backing track that's just like, this is exciting, get excited.
I don't think the stairs are talking.
Then it slows down. Once you get slower, it starts getting all warped and crazy.
So, given that we're excitedly climbing some stairs in the most tense way possible, how far from the end of the game would you say we are?
We should be about an hour out from entering Shinra HQ. So, well,
like 40 or 50 minutes,
a
probably.
little bit, yeah.
So you heard them, chat. You got 40 minutes. We're under $700 now.
At least.
Go.
At least.
Let's make this Vice fight happen.
So, with the donation incentives, if it was like on a 440 pace, we'd be pretty good. But with the resets, I'd probably say it's like a 42 pace. So as long as we don't have any more major mishaps or bad RNG, there's some that can come up. Oh no, you don't, buddy. You're giving me a push.
Yep.
You help me out, Barrett.
To fight anyway.
You can go faster than me right now. No, you don't. No, I said no.
Just like, get out
I
here.
told you Barrett was useless.
He just shoved right by you too.
Shut up and move.
I win. I got Cloud. What the heck? I thought you were a trained soldier. Have you been lying to me this whole time? Possibly.
Yes.
Cloud, slow down.
Kind of.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, the answer's yes.
If you guys want to go back and watch the Crisis Core run, that was a fantastic one.
Would you like to buy this game to find out?
Knowledge DLC now available, only $10.99.
Floor 55. I want to go back.
David does correctly point out it's soldier first class, not soldier first floor.
Fair. Wait a minute. Yeah, I guess cardio wasn't a part of their training.
Apparently not. I thought they did squats.
I was going to say, if you asked Zach, that's all he ever did.
Squats.
Every cutscene squats. If he's not doing squats, it's not. You're playing that.
See, Cloud has never done those squats. He only copies Zach's squats. You know what I mean?
Well, actually, you can do them, but we skipped that.
Oh
Yeah. There is a mini game where you do the squats. Oh, cool. We actually reached the top. Who would have known?
And it was less than 7 minutes. There you go. Or maybe.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, like
the warp music. You hear it? Yeah.
Like it's cutting in and out. Like when you're really tired, so you literally can't hear it.
I thought that was a cool.
Oh,
piece of it,
yeah. I never noticed that before because I think I took it once and I'm like, no.
Yeah, it's all exciting, and then it goes like. Now the music's tired.
It surprised people.
Donos are rolling in here.
Let's go. Oh, we got plenty of time.
Let's go. We are. Oh, we've jumped again. We're less than 600 away now.
Oh, fantastic.
We have $100 from McLaurin. He says, fight Weiss already. Hey, these donos spend tens and guys. We gotta keep moving.
Both directions are fine.
Moving. Let's get that Weiss incentive, everyone. And oh, hello, Danny. $5.90 says, for the stairs. Let's get a donation train going for the Weiss fight.
Oh, man, I'd love to do that.
Weiss.
Yeah.
Weiss.
The support already has been extremely beyond my imagination. I can't really express how great it is to get this amount of support for this run just to show off the few things that I've kind of cobbled together. I'm really pleased, honestly.
So let's put it this way: most of the people I know don't play games. You know, they're just they don't play video games at all. The fact that when you could explain that you can make this much money for a for Nami or whatever else, just playing video games is just amazing to people who are outside of this sort of lifestyle. So I've gotten a lot of you can make that much money like through donations playing video games. Yep, that's what we do. So it's really awesome that we can raise this much money for great cause like Nami.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I just every time I look at it, I was looking at it before we started the run up. I was just it's made this much money, and I haven't even started playing yet.
Yeah, it's crazy.
FF7.
Yep.
Moving along.
So we're heading into the final dungeon here very shortly, and we have one boss right before that, and then...
So, I have a question.
Yes?
When we were in the room the other night, we were having a conversation, and I said someone told me that Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy VII are linked.
Yes.
And you said something about a picture in Shinra HQ?
Yep. So there's a theory on it.
What?
Maybe we can... Oh, we already passed it.
We went,
it was in the
it.
first hallway, yeah.
So there's a character named Shinra in Final Fantasy X. Obviously, there seems to be some sort of connection between... Or is it 10-2 that he's in?
10-2.
10-2.
So,
he's one of the Albed.
So there's some sort of connection where that Final Fantasy X is like an alternate universe of this universe.
Or something.
And there's just sort of connected through there, like Shinra, the Shinra company is based on the kid Shinra or something.
Yeah, because he's actually in one of the memorial photos of the...
Yeah, I was going to say, in the picture that we passed already, you can see the Albed outfit, someone in an Albed outfit. Until that picture in the remake, it was only an interview-only confirmation.
Yeah, some people look at it as a more of an Easter egg than a theory sort of thing, but the theory still remains on that. So, if they actually put it in the games, then it'll be for me at least, a.
I mean, unless Bugenhagen straight up goes like, yeah, Al Bhed used to be around the world, and Sin destroyed everything. And it's like, Sin, wait. Hold on.
Well, no,
what does this have to do with the live stream?
Well, no, the idea is that at the end of 10-2, which was earlier in the marathon, you recover an airship and it gets fixed up, and the idea is that it wasn't fully fixed in 10-2, and so per interviews, I believe, there's a universe, maybe alternative, where Shinra fixes it up fully and they can do space travel with it, and that's where they leave the planet and go find this planet.
Gotcha.
And then it's several thousand years in the future yet, which poses the question of, well, how in the hell is he in the picture then? But
yeah,
it's just all of his ancestors wore his clothes as like a torch or something.
It kind of strikes me because, like, if you've ever played Stranger in Paradise, they basically connect all the games through like different dimensions and stuff like that. So I guess the idea is that the Al Bhed Shinra little kid went through the dimension to the Final Fantasy VII dimension.
Well,
I've read that theory as well. So
that's
pretty late,
sure.
but I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath.
just throwing it, grasping out at straw.
Yeah, if you just you look into Final Fantasy, you'll find all sorts of wild theories.
Oh yeah.
It's the notably the only connection they've given between any Final Fantasy that isn't within the same numbered line, like 10 or 10-2 or 13, 13-2, 13-3.
The 7 compilation.
Yeah.
Now that being said, there are a lot of references in Final Fantasy 16 that came out. There's a ton of references that don't really connect to the but they reference the earlier games. I feel like with mainline games they do that a lot.
I mean, yeah, references in general, because like what makes Final Fantasy is mostly like the mythos characters, and like you have like the same kind of magic. You have the summons in whatever form they take usually.
Yeah, so.
But yeah.
In its all way, all the games are really connected because it's got the same sort of view and universe on here. So this fight should be easy enough because it's we're allowed to pick the easy setting.
No hard setting, so we've ruled
no hard setting.
You can take whatever. I tactical menued that Blizzara or Era because sometimes the game is really fussy about letting you lock onto the right thing. So it's just more consistent to go into the tactical menu if the game's giving you the what. Oh, that's unfortunate. Sometimes they'll get stuck outside and open the door for you, but they're ready and waiting.
We'll find a way. A board meeting.
But yeah, cutters and the sweepers are really one of the worst because the game really wants you to lock onto their blades for whatever reason. So you're just like, please just let me hit the body.
And right here we just got the cutscene that's very interesting in Remake because it mentions Kunsel, which was a new character in Crisis Core that never existed in the original Final Fantasy VII that now they're tying into Remake, which will be interesting to see if we see Return of Kunsel going forward, because
he's definitely in the universe because technically he's alive. So.
Yeah, I mean, going off of Crisis Core, like we have messages from Kunsel with Zack being like, "Hey, bud, where are you? Like, I'm worried about you. Like, what's going on?" And he messages Zack even like right before the final scene of Crisis Core, so we know that he's actively around and trying to find out Zack. So, personally, I'm curious if in Remake he's not gonna really get.
There's actually some sort of payoff for it.
You might still think it's Zack, like Cloud is Zack or something like that.
He's actually the guy that helped us out at the beginning of the Crisis.
Well, he knows who Cloud is too, though.
Yeah.
So.
But he doesn't know that he's a soldier right now. Like, he still thinks he's like a regular soldier.
Yeah.
Sure. Well, Cloud was never so.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Cloud was never a soldier. He wanted to be, but.
Yeah, it'll be.
He had the process done to him.
He had the process done to him in a very unique way.
He's never been like officially dubbed a soldier, but he has gone through the soldier Mako bath, which is what strengthens soldiers, which is why he can fight as well as he does.
He didn't go through it in the usual manner though. It was a very specialized version that was.
Over a long period of time.
Yeah.
We've broken the $2,000 mark.
Oh, let's go.
We've got less than $500 to go. Thank you so much to generous donations from Oblivion Ninja and Voldercom, $100 and $50 respectively, both leaving no donation comment.
Yeah, thanks everybody for making this last push.
Yeah.
Whether we hit it or not, I'm extremely
Also, I'm
grateful.
sure I'm not the only one who's traumatized watching Sid crawl over these freaking grates. Because in the original release in PS4, you could look into the grates and the button to go back would just not appear.
Yeah. Soft lock central right there.
Just so many
What, you
people
want me to
getting
look
soft
down the
locked.
grates?
Luckily, that's never happened to me. And I've looked
it
down
happened
the
to
grates
me.
before, so.
It happened to me.
Yeah, well,
not on first playthrough.
I've
but-
seen it live on a stream happen to him. And he's like, "Yep, still the bug still happens."
Yep, sure does.
Yeah, so these T's are actually really hard to move through. The game really wants a precise angle. Meanwhile, these you can just kind of fan a little bit to one side or the other. So we're heading face first into Specimen, or HO512, where you normally pick up Red 13 for the first time. Unfortunately, Red was not fully realized in this game, and they really couldn't make him work in the end game as late as it is. So he'll just be a guest character. He won't actually be in this boss fight where he normally joins. Actually, I should be quiet and do the menu.
From what I understand, it was a time crunch issue. They couldn't really code him as fast as they wanted to, or make him work as well as they wanted to, so they just made him a guest.
From what I understand as well, like they had him mostly programmed, and they chose to not push it because it would also be awkward to have a whole new character introduced when you have like 5% of the game remaining.
So it'd be so like it's and it's also too because you can actually on the PC version like hack the game and get him as a character in your game, and he'll have movesets and everything.
Yeah, it works.
Yep.
Yeah, I think the concern primarily was giving him like all the weapons and making him equivalent to everyone in the span of like a chapter or two. Like it was just not realistic.
Yeah.
You know, there wouldn't be any point.
Yeah.
Like they could have pulled something off like they did with the Yuffie, where they topped it off at the very beginning, or gave her a bunch of extra abilities to begin.
Sure. Yeah.
So we're gonna get in here and just explode again.
Some bosses. Fight's pretty cool. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is another one of those bosses that has different openings, so we're going to see what it gives us here. We want to see explosion. Yay!
Should be fine. Actually, I'm not going to that. I want to be allowed to.
Yeah,
what are you doing, Cloud?
Let's go
Please
for
help.
safety here. Let's go for safety here. There you go.
That's a nice 3-step movement.
It's a very normal berserk
Okay, we're
opening.
going to have to throw some extra attacks here. SD, please
there
work.
It is.
Okay, we're going to have to go for overcharge. Okay. I had to do that in a really awkward manner because I got interrupted.
Yeah.
Normally you want to go for a full combo there, but I kind of messed up my movement initially. Normally you want to lock on slash roll.
Yeah, and now here, once again, there's two different things it can do to us. So we'll see.
Break. Yep, break.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to play this
break.
slow.
And if we move out of the way with Tifa to kind of just avoid the hit, and then go into the usual Star Shower somersault.
Yeah, so we didn't really ever address it, but Star Shower is actually like super busted. It hits about as hard as a limit, or it's hard to interrupt as a limit, and then we'll buff the next move by 70%.
Yeah.
It doesn't stack, but as long as you can go Star Shower into Star Shower into Star Shower into Star Shower and maintain that 70%.
Also, we're doing the Star Shower to somersault here.
Yep, so our limit will actually get that 70% buff, so we're going to be hitting like a truck.
So we didn't say that originally, but we've been abusing that pack throughout pretty much the whole.
I did mention somersault 70% buff earlier. I just didn't mention how hard it is to stagger out of it or get hit.
Yeah, it's something I guess I kind of over.
Nope, you're good.
Over. All right, so these guys can be fairly obnoxious. Nope. What now? Sure.
Okay. There you go.
I didn't know that worked.
So there's actually a particular strat with these guys. We want to try and get them both to lose all their health at the same time. So we're going to use, obviously, AoE magic here.
Nice.
They're going to both eject at once. When that happens, only one's going to spawn because the game doesn't know how to spawn two at once, and it spawns right in the catastrophe from Barrett and just dead.
Yeah, we pre-game the catastrophe, and the way the catastrophe works is it takes about 5 seconds to charge up and then 10 seconds to fully resolve. And it does like 4 waves of damage, increasing AoE and damage over the 4 pulses. So do the first 2 to 3, and then when they eject, they'll eject straight into it and lose most of their HP, and then they'll lose the rest on the last pulse. Worst comes to worst, if I miss one of the pulses, it's fine. The thing is that all the limits are physical outside of Aerith's, and that's part of the reason why limits with Barret are bad as well, even though they're hard to get. They don't really do that much damage because his physical stats are trash. Especially since we're on EKG Cannon, which is his magic weapon. It's also his crit weapon too, which is really weird, but whatever. I guess they really wanted you to go look up on Barret. I'm not really sure why though.
And it's helpful to get a crit at this point, at this stage of the game though.
Yeah, he does have like a huge buff rate on his crit chance if he's in critical though, which is something we could have abused on Valk, but like I looked at the damage and it's like hundreds at most.
So interestingly, here we actually have the room that Aerith and her mom apparently were held captive in before she broke out. You have all the drawings in the room from when Aerith was a child, just adding some flavor to where Aerith was prior to escaping.
Yeah.
This is a big super deviation because originally you get locked up. This one they just drag Cloud out after he passes out from the earlier chapter. So this is where the story just goes.
Yeah, complete
left
deviation.
turn.
Yeah.
It stinks in here.
Yeah, at this point, pretty much nothing overlaps with the original game.
Yeah, this is where we go left turn, full left turn.
Because now we have, you know, these specimens from the deep ground experiments now here.
Yep. So technically, this would be running up through. After you get arrested, this would be you running up the screens, running upstairs. So they added a whole 30-40 minute chapter.
Yeah, usually right
before
now.
you get to President Shinra.
Yeah, usually right now you're just running up the stairs to President Shinra.
Yep.
Instead, we're heading down into Hojo's lab.
Yeah.
And this is a whole massive dungeon.
Yeah, this is apparently the drum on the outside of the Shinra building. I don't know how they made it like this, if the drum is like sideways, but sure, whatever.
Yeah. The drum is quite an interesting.
We also had
Of all the things in this game, artificial gravity is something you have a problem with.
Well, they never referenced it before, so yes.
Well, sir, if you're going to make me defend my position,
Hey,
you
sir.
are correct.
But also wrong.
Some of the other things we skipped over a little bit too, there explaining other mechanics, is that Red 13 was very hostile towards us, and Aerith calmed him down by presumably sharing memories with him in some capacity of some sort, and actually calmed him down and made him realize, oh, you're my allies.
Yeah.
And some kind of attunement that Red 13 has with the planet, much like we mentioned with Marlene earlier.
It is an interesting thing because they don't really explain it in this game.
Yeah.
So you're expecting to get the explanation kind of
in the future.
Rebirth,
Yeah. Additionally, we had like Hojo outright say, "Oh, that's right, I know who you are. You're not a soldier," and gets kind of cut off. And it's starting to already prelude to exposing Cloud's secret, which in classic original FF7 doesn't happen for a while yet. You still have no idea for more than a disc compared to where we are in this game comparatively. So, and then you see like the hallway with like Sephiroth memories kind of flashing into Cloud with and him thinking about like Genova and I almost think like one of the other Sephiroth clones in Reunion that you will see later a little bit, right? He starts like already acting like he's being taken over in some manner, very slightly.
I think that's the
seeing it
idea.
super early.
Yeah, I think that's the idea that Sephiroth is trying to take over Cloud's mind.
Yeah.
But he can't right now. So.
Yeah.
We've hit 2100.
Let's go.
We've just broken the 4-hour mark. We are rapidly running out of time to get this met. We've got a couple of donations in. One from Simply Yes that gave donation of $5 and did less than 3. There's big hearts everywhere. And then $100 from I Like Cake that just says, hype!
Yes.
Yes.
We like cake too, so thank you. So there's a lot of mob fights up in this chapter.
Okay, fine, I guess.
What the?
Look, I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down.
Did you just try to attack as he was attacking you? You silly bean.
Barret actually killed something. That's 2.
Twice now, Barrett has come out with the finisher.
Those seems to be very weird.
Yeah.
There's very small windows where you can like counter things and not get punished again, but it's
Yeah, you want to
there's like a half a frame section of when you switch into Punisher stance to where he's switching into it from the animation and into his block animation. There's like a little section there that can be interrupted.
I tried to let go to like move forward a little bit quicker, and then I was like, no. So I just said, you know what, forget about it, Barrett's got more ATV than Cloud does at this point. I'm sure he can finish this off. Question mark.
Well, the unfortunate thing is that the Moth dudes in the original game, they were weak to lightning. In this game, they're not. So it's kind of annoying.
Oh, really? What are they actually weak to?
Nothing.
That's what
They're not weak to anything, yeah.
Yeah, they also can be fairly dangerous too, because they have an ability where they kind of like throw out saw blades, and they're just really
rip right through you.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of damage on those.
Yeah.
Hojo. Right. So a big gimmick of this chapter is party switching. There'll be the guys, and then there'll be the girls' party.
Yeah, this party's 1,000% better.
Yeah, it's the power party right here.
He's been acting really weird lately.
So I guess the idea, the devs wanted you to swap around the materia, have an extra character that you can swap around to.
Humbug.
Yeah, it's
Holding up.
more annoying than anything else on Speedrunner sense, but
I think this is also a bit of them laying the groundwork for having this kind of segment happen a lot more often going forward.
well, they already previewed that on the Mithril Cave part in the trailer for
Red
Rebirth.
and Barrett. Oh boy, I can't wait to do a boss fight with Red and Barrett. You better have some good stats, because Barrett ain't going to be pulling his weight,
Still,
unfortunately.
the funniest part of that preview was watching Barrett cause 1 to 2
single digit
single
and then
digit
get
damage
hit.
and get smacked down. It's like that's
Oh, it's so
that seems like
infuriating
Barrett.
when I saw that. I was like, you've got to be kidding me, dude.
classic Barrett.
Yeah.
It's like, I just wanted them to buff Barrett, and they're like, no. It was a direct message to people like me. Like, get down. Sit down, boy. Stop asking questions.
Red's over there shooting off magic, doing the spin moves. Barrett's just getting blasted.
Always do.
So blast rays are really wonky. They get staggered by physical damage rather than the stagger values. So quite like Ghoul, they completely break the rules of the game just cause.
I think it's because their physical damage or their physical defense is so low that your cut it just cuts right through them basically.
Maybe.
Because there's a percentage of damage taken that will cause them to pressure as well. I think it's like 5%. No, it's got to be like 1 or 2%. If you cause that much damage, it will pressure them.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. So we're going to have to be juggling stuff around between the two. Mainly it's just going to be magic up and magnify. A little bit of X, a little bit of Y would be good to go.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Except like the good part of the team is over here just on their own. Let's see here, Mithril. Metal, got her, wrong direction, yes. Then we want to magic first, magnify, and wind. Don't need to change anything else. All right, so we are good to go here. We're just going to just nuke some enemies. Was there anything you need to say, Bob?
Watch out for my wings. Moving on then.
Guess not. Nope.
Okay.
What is this place
So this next room is a little bit awkward. We have a lot of dogs here, and if we get lucky or not lucky, all 6 of them will spawn at once. It's like a blessing and a curse. It's blurst, I guess. Because if they get all on top of Aerith immediately, she can get chewed down real quick at base HP. But if we get lucky, the somersault will nuke everything, which we only got 3. That's unfortunate. 2, that's
You can
fine.
still probably get away with it. Is that going to load F? Yep, there it goes. Yeah, so you see loaded in Bloodhound F, that's what we're trying to actually skip by getting as many dogs wrapped up in that somersault.
Oh, is that really what the idea is for? I thought it was just a whatever, one shot it.
Well,
To
that
keep
too,
it
yeah.
wave 3.
Yeah.
So 2 waves of 3 instead of.
But F won't load if you kill him fast enough. I mean, yeah. kind of like the Spectre.
Interesting. So we're gonna chill out over here with Aerith so that we can cancel out the landing lag for the somersault. You could probably throw out a Soul Drain there, but MP really isn't that terribly tight.
There's
Plus,
a ton of crates in this chapter too. So.
yeah, Tifa and Aerith get a bunch of 10% crates, probably about 30 or 40, maybe even 50%.
Well, even Cloud and Barrett.
Well, Cloud and Barrett actually have multi-MP shard crates,
Yeah.
actually. Their whole side has 3 sets of 3, so they get 90% MP recovery. It's
Yeah, you can pretty much refill your whole MP gauge right before the
Sledgeworms.
Sledgeworms, yeah.
Yep.
Took a second for me to finish that word.
All right. Come here, buddy. No? I wonder if he's going to get lodged on the... Oh, there he didn't. That'll be good. Sometimes they can get, like, lodged on the upper pipes that we fell off of. I was hoping it would happen because it's kind of funny, even if it is slow. There's so much weird stuff that can happen in the game. Some of it's pretty funny. You're just like, okay, cool. Why are you up there? And please get down.
I hate that man, I really do.
So we're going to Thunder out one of the turrets here with Tifa on purpose so that it gets staggered, but doesn't really take a ton of damage. Or you could please stop. Thank you. This is going to be one of those days, I guess.
Alright, we're in safety range here, so. And Soul Drain is actually a pretty powerful move with Aerith, especially when they're staggered.
I should have just stuck with Aerith.
I believe there's, when the enemies are staggered, Soul Drain causes extra damage.
I wouldn't be surprised because its damage is pretty paltry when this enemy is not staggered.
Or you get more MP out of it, or one of the two.
So Synergy's Soul Drain is a pretty cool move that we really haven't talked about much. When it hits an enemy, you get 3% of your max MP back, and it also will travel through environmental objects unlike some other things. So even if you throw it from behind cover, it'll just fly through the rocks. It's super cool. And on a staggered target, you get 15% back. It's cool. Very cool. I'm gonna go over here at the switch first before I swap out my materia, so that when if I do make a mistake, I can just reload the checkpoint. That's one of the things that you should learn to do.
And also, we forget all the time to open the door.
Yeah. That is a thing I have forgotten in the past. Hold on. Goddard, I'm wrong. Yep. And then we want to go magic first, and another first strike. And we want to throw Disorder on. Let's go. So yeah, we're going to be using Disorder a little bit here. It's not as good in the earlier spots, but we're going to be using it on the final bosses, so we want to get it ready anyway. It's pretty useful for some of these fights. So you may notice you see a yellow materia in my sword. That is enemy skill.
Hojo's experiments.
You don't have to use the revive feature of Iron Blade, so we're going to Mithril Blade here, so our self-destruct hits a little bit harder and gets us where we need to go without worrying about how much damage we actually take. One of the things we want to do is make sure that Barrett is in the center of the room to start these cutscenes as soon as possible.
I hope you're enjoying
the lines on the floor are a really good indicator because he has to be a certain amount of lines away. Did I cancel it?
Yeah, usually the cutscenes are based on Cloud's movement. In this little section, they're based on where Barrett is positioned. Because Barrett is talking to Hojo.
So you hear him talking about bulletproof glass. I actually interrupted him doing overcharge here. He'll still say that line if you're on a melee weapon, too. But yeah, you can cancel the overcharge here. Fun fact, Barrett uses overcharge in a lot of cutscenes, and it actually resets the recharge timer.
It's always a good thing.
Yeah. And even if your overcharge isn't ready, it'll reset it. Whatever.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area. Commencing test.
Excuse me? Hello?
Good now, one little shock ray.
Right, Barrett, get in position. Let's do it.
How'd you like watching your precious toys get torn to shreds?
I never grow tired of watching my toys be broken, no matter how many times I've seen it happen.
You could cast Cure Dad to not do that, but I don't know. I felt like doing it.
Now, for the next step.
Oh, that's right. Rufus is coming up soon. Guess I should be more worried about Genova than Rufus.
Yeah,
this room is also super cursed.
Get ready.
We do have a setup to take care of this one, but the rest of them is YOLO time.
The scariest fights of all time. You really got to time these things out, or else they'll go into a.
Let's go.
They'll go into a whack-a-mole sort of thing.
Wait, what?
That
You're
guy's
not
still
dead
alive, yeah.
Thanks, Barrett. Good job. -1. You're down to 1 again. You failed to kill. This next room is actually pretty straightforward. Did I just clip through the door frame? Whatever.
No, the camera does that wonky thing.
So we have a donation from Airplane, who says, Barrett is my favorite Final Fantasy VII Remake character. So here's some money for the Weiss fight, because I'd love to see someone else dominate it after it took me so many frickin' tries to finally win.
Yeah, he's not an easy fight to deal with. I basically had to come back from, build back up from nothing and just kind of use my knowledge base from hard to...
That brings us to 21:59.90 out of 2,500. We are running out of time, chat. Get your donations in for this.
Oh, I didn't even...
Double check to make sure everything on your donations is filled out correctly.
Okay, this fight's always fun and pretty because, I mean, if you look at it, you're just basically nuking everything and the enemies die.
That is the one place where it's 100% optimal to use Catastrophe.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I mean, you could lightning spam, but that's still going to be slower than Catastrophe.
Yeah. Every once in a while, one of those guys, pods will stay on the outside, so you need to be a little bit careful there. That's why I was building up ATB with Cloud instead of running directly to the door, just to make sure that if that was the case, I could just thunder it down and get it out of the way immediately, rather than delaying things anymore.
But the door we used to get here is shut.
The passages have to be connected somehow.
I'm gonna head on over here. We keep using Red to do the switches here, but he's going to get knocked off the platform, so we're going to have to go save him with the girls. So we actually get back to the good party again. Nice. This will be the last time we menu for the rest of this area, actually. And you may be thinking, what about Swordpede? And my response is, what about Swordpede?
Yep. Swordpede is kind of a non-issue for basically every single difficulty level.
And with a $350 donation from our very own Amberly in the back on the couch.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're fighting Weiss!
Yay! Let's go! Let's go. All right. We're going to knock this out of the park.
Red fell to your left.
Or I'm going to get knocked out of the park. I'm not sure which.
Oh no! Come on.
Yeah. All right, let's...
yeah.
Yeah, it's worth noting that we are coming up on what is kind of the final boss of Gauntlet. It's not like a gauntlet in the usual sense. It takes quite some time, but...
Yeah, we basically have to fight like 5 bosses back to back here, and then I guess 6 if you add in Weiss, since we are.
There's some movement in between, but not a lot.
So that's what I was talking about. You can actually accidentally buffer an uppercut out of sliding if you get greedy with your movement, and that's why you shouldn't be doing that kind of thing there. These guys aren't weak to magic, so I need to group them together as much as possible. So they'll... Okay, well, I tried.
From away to Star Shower, that's all you need.
Yeah, I was trying to move far enough away so that I could negate the landing lag, but nah. I was greedy in the first place. I should have just let it be. So sometimes...
Go for it, go for it, go for it.
That's probably going to hit one of all. Yeah, I knew it. Yeah. So you may have seen 2 spells there instead of 3. That's because the spell targeted one of the ones in the tube. It's super cool.
Oh.
I still can't get over Tifa sliding.
Well, this is going to be the last little bit after this right here.
No more sliding.
Yeah, most of it's going to be just a little bit of movement optimization of boss fights to make sure I can stay out of range and not get smacked down into the earth. Or catch up to a boss that's trying to run away from me real quick.
Rip the zoomies.
Yeah, it's actually like once I learned the movement, it's one of my more favorite parts. It's such a simple movement tech, but like maintaining the rhythm is so hard.
Yeah, I guess we didn't explain that there is actually a rhythm behind the button pressing to get that sort of parry-sailing movement. You have to do multiple button presses in order to get it down right.
Yeah, it's either hold guard and hit both triangle and circle at the same time in a very fast rhythm, or hold triangle.
All that
bless you.
Is the 4th ward.
Thanks.
Okay, I guess not. Whatever. I can't wait for that to be during Rufus instead.
I will say, since we've met all of the incentives for this game, we'll talk a little bit about the incentives for East 9. You can change the weapon cosmetics to food, which sounds really awesome.
Oof.
There are $80 out of $500 for that. There is a debug room showcase that will be happening. That is at 408 out of 1,000. And then there is a voice language bid war in this game, unlike Sid thought there was in Final Fantasy VII.
At least one of the games has it this marathon.
And currently, English is winning by $2.
$2.
So if you want to influence that or get either of the other ones met, we can still take your donations for those.
Guess so.
All right, so Sword Pete is supposed to be a boss here. Maybe. Casually, he can be a little bit rough, but in a speedrun, he's very low impact.
That makes two.
We're just going to take the self-destructive route here and melt him with explosions, because that's America or something. That came out of nowhere.
he has so Sword Pete here has a stall in the front of him. So we're gonna actually like face plant our way into it to counter hit, and then self-destruct. And with some Thunder from Barrett, we're already on the phase 2, which is the girls. We're going to True Strike, make particular movement, and preemptively somersault so we hit him right in the head.
I hit the body. Yep.
Okay, yeah, one hit got the body, so not quite dead, but that should have just been straight dead.
Yeah.
You blink and it's over.
You got to make sure to make contact with the head, because it cuts the damage if you hit the tail. Of course, self-destruct just hits so dang hard, it doesn't matter.
Because there's 2 separate hits to that limit break, the first hit can alter the position of the enemy to where the second hit doesn't really hit at all or very low damage on it. So.
No, not Twin Stinger. I don't want that garbage.
While you're doing this menu, Sid,
Mm-hmm.
I have had a request. There is a very important question that comes up whenever someone's playing a Final Fantasy game, which is, what is your favorite Final Fantasy? And people would like to know what Sfeel's favorite Final Fantasy is.
Well, I guess we know who should be answering for Sfeel.
Well, my favorite Final Fantasy was 9 until this game came out. This game's combat is brilliant in every way, and yes, it has its flaws, but I've never fallen in love with the game and its combat harder than I have this one. But if we're going to ignore Remake because, for whatever reason,
arbitrary,
then FF9 is my favorite, and they're both in this marathon, so it's been a great week.
R. Carker in the chat is saying he's surprised Sfeel doesn't like Blitzball. We do have our amazing community artist, LLK, in the chat, aka Jazzaboo, saying, please help change the East 9 weapons to look like food, everyone. I drew Abdol with meat skewers for the runner badges, and I'd like it to be accurate for the run.
I've never heard a more reasonable request in my life.
It's valid.
LLK has spoken!
All right, so Sword Pete kind of begins the boss gauntlet, but like I said, there's movement between them, but here we're finally approaching President Shinra, and notably, he's not gonna be dead right away.
Yeah,
Hang on a
there's
minute.
Right away.
some whisper.
So in Classic, isn't that blood on the floor?
Yes.
Yes, and this is still some kind of blood, just, you know.
Alien blood, dude.
Yeah, alien blood, more or less.
Genova blood.
Where the hell is that?
It's
Yeah, so we're gonna be fighting Genova here in a moment, and this is.
Yeah, this is the first. You actually don't see Genova this early in the first iteration of the game. The name of this one will be called Dreamweaver. I'm assuming it's more like, it's kind of a dream type thing, but in Japanese it's actually beat, as in like heartbeat, as in a child's first heartbeat. So it's like the beginning. It's a really interesting like boss to throw in here. It totally threw me off the first time, but also I hate this boss.
This boss has I think the most phases, and also each phase is very lengthy. Yeah. So anyways, so we're gonna be doing a lot of things. First of all, there's 2 tentacles here, so we're going to Disorder and Synergy Thunder. The one, we're gonna Berserk the main body, and then we're gonna put Haste on with into Skill Master, and then we're gonna do particularly Star Shower in the Dolphin Flurry. We're gonna get a animation right here in the middle of Dolphin Flurry. So it comes out of the animation, we have an HP gate relief. Nice. So then we get the 2 main hits of Dolphin Flurry in this phase. And then we're going to, after this gets over with, Braver into Star Shower, into Braver. We're also doing Magic and Arcane Ward with Aerith, and very soon here we're going to see phase shift to 3.
So we need to make sure to stay on Aerith there so she doesn't trigger any synergies, because Genova has 2 different things whenever she gets staggered. She'll alternate between Barrier to fully resist magic, or fully resist physical, or a magical barrier that reflects. And in that phase right there, we have reflect, so the synergies would very quickly vaporize Aerith's HP.
Yeah.
So we got to be very mindful of that.
This is the tentacle phase. So this is doing a few different things. Right here, you're seeing him cast Magnify Resist to resist ailments. He's going to be doing triple slashes that can presumably one-hit each tentacle. He'll do disorders and then leave them for Synergy Fenders to take care of them. He'll do full combos to build ATBs in between. This is a whole auto. It also just do autos for movement. Yeah. And now here we.
Okay, that's still not good. I think, yeah, she's going to go into guard here. There's no point in doing any action. I rolled out of the way of the counterattack instead of, actually doing the counterattack, which is what I needed.
Yeah.
It was a misinput. By the time I realized it, it was like, I can't switch him back, can I? You're supposed to attack and then counter, but for some reason I hit roll. Not sure what caused it. We'll try this again.
Yeah, so hit, it went a counter, hit the counter.
There we go. That's what's supposed to happen.
Focus thrust it is going to cause the stagger. We want the stagger to be on Tifa normally, but regardless.
Yeah, I can deal without the limit.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a
yeah, and then Tifa is going to start True Striking, Omni Striking, building up the damage. You can see it at 215%, 220%. All right.
All right, well, we're going in here with full ATB. I can go guns blazing now.
Yeah, I mean, the limit is a backup, so we can get through this.
Yeah. With full ATB, it'll speed this phase up a little bit. And reduce the risk of things going wrong. Let's go. By the way, quickening is going to go quick, sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So Star Shower, and then Star Shower, and then Blizzard from both the members going to really increase the pressure gauge, stagger it immediately, and then we're going to do auto smooth members while Tifa does dive kicks, true strikes back and forth.
Okay, I guess we're done.
There we go.
There you go.
All right. Now we're part of the way done.
Yeah, here comes the fun part.
But the uphill battle is just now starting because we have to go into a blindfolded boss fight into a non-blindfolded boss fight. So I am going to be super stressed here. What's my
Since we asked Sphil what his favorite Final Fantasy was, we have a $2 donation from Keishura. It says, official Poexel fan club president Keishura here. The answer to that question is no. But what you don't know, Keishura, is the other night when the internet went out for 45 minutes, Poexel told all of us his favorite Final Fantasy, and no one outside this building is ever going to know.
Is it Chrono Trigger?
Yeah.
Everyone okay?
All right.
Let's be quiet.
Let's be quiet.
No.
Oh, that's... I forgot the whole forward right. Oh, that's such a silly mistake. Yeah. All right, let me reset here. Give me a second. I gotta see how I corner my eye. No. Okay. Yeah, this cutscene can't be skipped. Thank you. There you go.
There you go.
All right, let's do this again.
Take 2.
Everyone okay?
All right.
No.
There we go. Get wrecked, idiot.
Nice.
All right, now we're out of the hard part. The final phase I could do a lot more fancy, but unfortunately, it's not consistent. And since I already reset once, being a silly Billy there, not holding the right angle, we're going to do this the safe way instead.
Get ready.
Good.
Now we can either stop, sleep, or triple slash to get a free hit on him. We're gonna have to use stop here because sleep he'll wake up immediately when I try to find him with a slash. So I'm gonna have to do this the hardest way possible.
Let's make it a night to remember. Yeah, you should be on it.
Ooh, interesting.
Let's be smart.
Sorry.
Done.
Stop is so suspect. I hate having to use it.
You got it up to the
All right.
very end of stop.
We're straight into Arsenal, where we have Barrett and Aerith, and so the opening fight is a gimmick with these barrier drones, so we're going to be using Tempest and Thunders from Aerith to take care of them. We're going to Catastrophe out and do damage to the third one. We're going to move Aerith behind the wall here a little bit and try to bait out the laser.
Yeah, we're trying to bait out the actual homing laser because I can stop it instantly with a thunder. But in this case, all right, Barrett.
Yeah,
I'm gonna trust.
Okay, we got the.
And Barrett, we trust.
Oh, all
Okay, there
right,
it is.
you did it.
Yeah, sometimes the AI will get in line with the drone. Sometimes he just kind of wanders off and just
Behind a wall.
in between a rock.
Yeah.
Just he literally like puts anything he can between himself and the
All right,
rock.
so here we're going to do Thundars and Blizzards. Blizzards are going to stun while we use Magic and Tempest to increase pressure gauge a whole lot. While we then do more Thunders, it's machine, it's the Thunders. We're going to then get into phase 3. We're going to do the exact same thing more or less over again.
Yep.
Doing the same kind of pattern of Blizzard for stun, Thunders, etc.
The Thundera is actually what's stunning here. The Blizzaras are pushing extra stagger so that I can actually hit the stagger.
Sure.
But that's fairly correct. Excuse me. There we go.
Yep, so same thing. Yep.
I got enough ATP.
Now, I think it's low enough here. Here we go.
So we're going to have to use an overcharge here because Barrett's on Big Bertha right now, so his magic is kind of awful. For most of the fight, we've just been using stagger. I mean, I guess that works. I wanted to use that second, but whatever.
Yeah, we just
No, Aerith gets it now because
There you go.
well,
well.
Usually you Thundera then overcharge, but
Here we go, baby. Chapter
Rufus,
18.
Rufus happened. That's what it took me a second to catch on. Yeah,
This
so
is the final chapter of the game, which is essentially one extremely long boss fight, kind of.
yeah.
Well, okay, we have a minigame first that we skip that has one of the hardest bosses in it that thankfully is part of the minigame, so who cares?
yeah, Motorball gets demoted to minigame. What am I doing? E, okay. The HP up, dupe, that.
I'm not gonna lie, the first time I played this game, I thought the game was gonna end right there. Right on Motorball.
Mithril into metal, into Goddard, and then it should be mag up into. We got to re-put Blizzara on though. Normally we'd just keep it, but with the change in strat, I needed to have stop to make Rufus somewhat consistent. Normally I'll just use a triple slash and make him push him back. Of like note, something like personal. The cap here actually that I've been wearing to use as a blindfold the whole time is actually belonged to my brother. So it's been really great being able to actually have the whole run and have him here as a blindfold with me. Helps me focus a little bit rather than getting all worried up about it. So we're gonna head into the final gate.
Yeah. So we mentioned that the story's been hard deviating left for a while, but here it's in particular.
Yeah, it's a whole new game from here on out.
Yeah. So the plot ghosts are
going wild, dude.
Yeah, we've decided to go through like an alternate dimension gate Sephiroth left for us and go assault the core of them, or like the root of them, or the concept of them. Who knows?
You're basically fighting against destiny and fate.
Yeah.
What they're kind of saying that you're doing.
So there's a lot of like weird stuff here, and this was one of the hardest fights because we didn't really have a chance to build up some conversation about this because we just didn't have enough time to practice commentary. This first couple of phases can be very long. I'll let Steam talk about it a little bit more. Basically, we're going to cheese it out by using self-destruct to end the first 2 phases immediately, and that'll speed things up exponentially. Normally, we'd have to wait for the Big Whisperer to attack us, and then the then start the transition timer. With this setup, we can start the transition timer immediately. Excuse me. Thank you. We want to do an overcharge here to get red down and passive so he doesn't beat up Cloud while we're here. We want to focus on yellow here. Okay, that's fine. I'm trying to build up a little bit of ATB here. One of the things is I've given everybody steadfast block besides Cloud because I really can't fit it in on his kit. Also, if I can make it across the field and the other two stay over there, I can actually roll up this pipe a little bit quicker, and it saves quite a bit of time. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for one of the other two to come back. You'll see kind of Cloud like stutter step here. This phase is actually a little bit scary. We want to self-destruct the Whispers here, but because we're started a little bit further away, more like neutral in a fighting game, if you think of it that concept, we have to close the gap. More like the other one, they took a while to activate, so we had plenty of time to get over there. This one right here, we got to be careful or we're going to get slapped hard.
Ooh. Nice block.
Die.
Nice block, though.
Okay, we want to use a cheat trap here. This is actually optimal because, as you can tell, it will stun stagger. No, I want to rise, please. Thank you. It'll stun lock these two. Yellow. Oh, hello? Did he get? I'm very
interrupted.
I'm very mad right now. Blue interrupted him.
That's
so each one of these Whispers targets down a specific character, and that is super unlucky.
Yeah, that almost, well, it does happen, but that's very rare for
usually only with a lightning attack. So this is one of the spots where he uses overcharge. If he has a melee weapon, fun fact, the game eats your ATB and uses focus shot instead. It's really nice.
The game's like, screw you, man.
It will reset your overcharge timer, so even if your overcharge was full at that point, it'll take it. So the red Whisper targets Cloud, the yellow Whisper targets Aerith, and the red goes for Cloud. Red Cloud, yellow.
So it's
Barrett.
based on. So yellow is Barrett because he has the gun.
Yep.
Blue is Tifa because they have it has fists.
Yeah, these are actually been confirmed to be like the Advent children from the movie.
Yeah,
kind of
Lazu, Yaz,
Luz.
the other name. Luz, yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually in the descriptions somewhere in this part here.
No.
Either in the
They're
part
very
or,
vague about it, so
yeah.
It was to the point where like one of the.
But it was pretty obvious to anybody that's seen.
A lot of people thought they were like shadow versions of the party.
It's originally what I thought until I saw the part about Advent children.
Also, random Thundiga, because I don't know what causes that. I literally don't. It just happens sometimes. This fight is a mishmash of like things that work and things that don't. Luckily, we're on the right side of things that do. Hopefully, if we get lucky.
What the hell did I just see?
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail you today.
So basically, at this point, Destiny itself, via the clock ghosts, are showing the party the future events of original FF7, classic FF7. And Red even says that if they fail here, about to stop Destiny from interfering, that they're going to just repeat it.
It's actually kind of funny. There's a joke out there that the plot ghosts are actually Final Fantasy VII original fans, and that's what you're. That's what you're fighting against.
That was a funny thing that was going on whenever the game first came out.
Yeah.
Let's dance, asshole.
So we want Barrett to get the stagger here so that the upper on Cloud's Ascension here will hit. Try and get the Blizzard out. Probably a bit risky, but nice. So I need to make sure. Well, actually, yeah, no, I need SD here for sure. Need to make sure to end this on Barrett so I can actually get the Arise out in time. And this is the last time we're going to see Barrett, at least in our party.
Bye, Barrett.
Bye-bye.
You're going to shoot out the Arise anymore? Oh, there you go.
Yeah. It's always after that.
Yeah.
So one thing is, if we do things in a specific way, we can manipulate who we're getting in Sephiroth and in what order. The order we want is Cloud, which is always set, Tifa, then Aerith. Barrett cannot be in Phase 2, so it can be either Tifa or Aerith in Phase 2. and then one of the remaining 2 in this third phase. The second phase, however, is highly resistant, or still very strong against magic, so we don't want to get Aerith that early, so we want to get Tifa first to clear it out.
Future is always a blank page.
This is such a long fight. It's around 10 minutes. The SDs at the start sped it up by about 2 minutes, ignoring like the attack charge and stuff.
I say we split up.
But saves a pretty decent amount of time.
Totally.
Ultra big boys all mine.
Bring it on, bitch.
So right here, they're going to coalesce into Whisper Bahamut here. Excuse me? Oh, I disagree with whatever that was.
Yeah, that's fine. Just counter him until they do it.
Why did I? Oh. Okay. This ATB is pretty rough. I'm gonna have to do this in a really awkward way, I think.
Right.
Sunshine.
Gotta give it my all.
Oh, no problem. I was worried about Aerith stealing the kill, because if she steals it, it's all over. This is a really awkward position to...
I'm through with you.
Should be fine though. That's
Yeah, you got him. You got him.
Yeah, but he stole the stun out from her. But I guess it really doesn't matter if the stun's red. It's just a bonus.
Just basically keeps him from messing with you.
So we can reset the combo a little bit sooner by guarding. So it'll allow me to get out a little bit more damage here. It's something I've kind of been doing throughout the whole game, because you do get locked into some of these animations, so guarding will cancel that and get you right into the next combo a little bit quicker and let you get right back in the game. So we have 2 guys left, not like we got rid of red, and we made sure to deal some damage to yellow and blue at the beginning of that last phase, so we, that's the wrong character. There we go.
That's that. Enough. That's that.
Alright, so we've saved our last explosion. We won't auto-revive from it, but the game is nice enough to at least refill our HP before Sephiroth, so we're going to abuse that. And use Cloud to get rid of the last one. However, the big guy will still be there with 1 HP. That's part of the reason why we're saving self-destruct, so that we over-damage the point where basically anything can kill. Otherwise, it'll take a while to kill the big boy with Tifa. Sure. I couldn't remember what element, so I just said, you know what? It doesn't matter as long as I use one I'm sure is neutral.
So funny enough as well, you might have seen the AI characters attacking and not staggering. The AI characters can't actually stagger on their own.
It's just very,
fun,
like, the game tries to reduce the chance of it happening, but it can happen.
Yeah.
And you have to, like, leave them on them for quite a while.
Yeah.
All right, so we're headed into the final boss, which initially this was going to be a donation incentive, but I thought it was just too cool to do it any other way, so we're going to do Sephiroth with Buster Sword.
Oh yeah, baby.
It'll cost us a little bit of time, but the swag factor is way, way too high to pass up.
So one final menu.
Yep.
Banger alert!
Let's grab this, and you. All right, let's not come back here.
All right, so we're gonna roll deadly dodge, do a combo into blocking.
Excuse me?
Oh, that came out early.
We're just gonna
So
have
we'll
to
go with it.
deal with it.
Yeah. So counterstance the Killer Fury, Blizzara, get the stagger off still.
That's not gonna work. I mean, wow, that does work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. What are you talking?
You're going.
I mean, this works too, whatever. We're just gonna have to leave that combo in instead of... No, no.
watch out.
We're in recovery mode, baby. No, please don't do that.
You just block it. And
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, give me Telic Fury.
There you go.
So counter hit.
Okay.
Blizzara for the pressure. Yep, there we go.
Braver.
Now Braver.
We're gonna have to 8 speed boost. Yeah.
Oh well.
My damage is messed up, so I need to go with enough ATB in the next phase. So
The idea is to skip that little animation there.
Yeah.
But It's fine.
This is a really rough phase 1 because I made a mistake early on, and you really can't. I can't.
We have
afford to do it.
steadfast block on, so blocking magic gives us a whole bunch of ATB, so that's fine.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, he.
There's a little gap there. Yep, I saw that.
The entire combo here was completely borked, and I'm really like fine. Just get on my face. Are you?
Oh yeah, that was.
I did have it. Damn it, I was on a skill master loop too.
Calling I.
Alright, well, still good.
Oh no, I did the thing. If you hit him with, well.
All right, we're good.
Okay,
All
we
right,
got to phase 2.
Let's go.
All right.
I can finish this.
All right, so earlier on, we made sure that Tifa got kills on some of the whispers so that she's the one that shows up second here intentionally. So we're going to have Tifa joining us.
So I full ATB and my skill master loop reset. I won't have to worry about stagger. I can just spam in phase 3. Yeah.
Good to go.
All right, now the fun starts. Hopefully a little bit more fun than last time.
So Tifa's going to start out. We're going to disorder with Cloud, get behind him, close the aura.
Okay.
Good. Bang.
Do a combo, counter hit.
I need to heal 100% here into counter stance. We're going to have to do this the hard way because I messed up the initial combo.
Basically the old way of doing it.
Yeah, counter stance is actually pretty dope.
Watch out.
I guess not. Go away.
You can counter the first hit of Alien, but not the second one.
Yeah, with the counter stances in there, it should be fine.
Yeah.
All right, here we're going to disorder into a full combo string. True strike with Tifa. Do another disorder full combo string.
Thank you for dying.
Okay.
All right. This is Recover Central.
Yeah, I know.
Good spot here.
We're still in phase 4. This is where Aerith's going to join us. And this is where he's going to become weak to magic via infusions.
Let's just go for the trifecta. Give me flame infusion.
Oh, God, come on.
I give up.
Stop it.
He's going to die one way or the other. I got 2 limits. There's no way to mess this up. I just have to make it to phase 4.
So we really want wind infusion, despite on what this guy says. So
Wind or lightning.
Wind or lightning.
Fine.
Wind is ideal.
Oh, my God!
Let's go, baby! You jinked that out, man.
Let
Come
me
on
see
now.
here. Let's spam some Blizzarus here, I hope. Aerith is doing a Blizzard right now.
Better get Aerith out of the way. Oh, no, you're good.
Nope.
Yep, you're right behind it.
Okay.
All right, so you're still good.
Yeah, so, I mean, Blizzards give us a lot of pressure, so it's still, we still get there.
We're going to focus here. It'll be
Yeah,
fine.
focus.
Because he won't drop out of pressure. We're going to go for some Bravers here. That'll be more than enough.
Defense, huh?
At least the fight wasn't going to be perfect anyway.
Right.
Yeah, this is GG.
Yeah,
All I got to do is fire off a limit, so be ready with time.
Yeah, we're ready with time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this 5th phase is presumably 2 buttons. So
I'm going to spam some other stuff just because I feel like it.
Oh, I do the same thing.
I need to assert some dominance
I need
after
to
how bad he
repeat
rolled
that.
me upside down.
Ascension.
Basically held me upside down for my lunch money.
All right,
time is now.
Down.
Want to know your time?
What do we have? Like a 46?
47.
47?
With even all the mistakes and
Stairs.
That's
and
like
still freaking good, dude.
That's like a minute overestimate, I guess.
No.
Oh no, dude, it's still good.
Well, yeah.
3 minutes underestimate.
Yeah.
We can
Fair
change
enough. Do we have time to watch a cutscene here, or should we just move on to the boss?
We're on time schedule, so. You want to move on just to the.
I was gonna say if you want to say, I mean we still have the incentive, but if you want to just like say your shout out on what I'm now while we're watching.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
cutscene.
So I guess last time I kind of rattled, so I'll do this a little bit quicker. I actually have it like written down. Let's just do this. And enjoy the Braver Buster Sword battle in the background. I'm going to try and keep this brief. I'll try and save the majority for the finale, but I feel like this is something worth saying right now. I am only here and a fan of RPGs due to my father playing Final Fantasy 1 on the family TV, my brother playing 4 and 6, and letting me go off the experience with joy with him. I lost my brother many years ago, but it drove me to be better. A sparking goal to do a run for RPG limit break that has finally been achieved, and staff also. It took a lot of practice and dedication. I'm incredibly average, and I'm only on this stage through effort, not skill. And the help of several community members, WODB, X7 Strife, my co-commentators, and the rest of you who know who you are. Thank you. Let this be a challenge for you to be the next person on this stage. Strive to be better. Help yourself. Thank you, Will. For all that you've done, for me, I miss you, brother. Thank you for leading me to my new friends and family at RPG Limit Break. Thank you for driving me to be the best me possible.
Nor will I have you.
If you ever say anything about you not being up there because of your skill again, Sid, we're going to have a conversation.
I think we already have those conversations. Do you guys have anything you want to say while we're still here? Watching Cloud defy fate?
I mean, I have nothing nearly as emotional as that. That hit really good to the heart. I mean, I have similar sentiments as Sid. This has helped me out mentally, learning how to speedrun, joining the communities. I suffer from mental illness, from anxiety and depression, so this is like perfect for an event like me. Really helps me get back on track, get my mind straight. So I just want to say thank you to RPG Limit Break for having me here. Thank you for Sid for letting me do commentary, and thank you for the Final Fantasy Remake community for being such stand-up people that helped me through such a very difficult time and still continue to help me through. So thank you.
I'm not part of the remake community, though I've osmosis a lot through this one right here over the years. I'm still happy to be here and still happy to commentate and just be here with you.
So as Sephiroth finishes toying with Cloud, let us begin toying with Weiss. Actually,
and GG's to everyone that donated to get up
thank you very much.
Get to Weiss. Oh my goodness, that's awesome. That's what makes me like just blown away by this community that you can donate, that you can raise that much money for it.
Yeah. It should take like no more than 5 minutes if I mess it up the first couple of times.
You won't mess it up.
We're just going to go right into it right now. So once again, this is 2v1, so we're going with Tifa and Aerith here, and Barrett the Frog. He may save the run, actually. We'll see. So we're going to start off with a haste here. We already have some steadfast blocks, so we can just tank out his normal attacks. There's nothing too special about Weiss. We can really only counter when he uses his special moves, so that's what we're going to be focusing on doing.
Yeah, so we time it just right so that whenever we focus strike and dodge back as he's coming in with his unblockable moves. And we'll just keep doing that repeatedly here.
Unfortunately, we can't be activating assist. It's just too slow.
Yeah.
So we have to cancel the... Oh, that's really bad.
The timing window is really pretty tight on those moves. So
yeah.
It does take, despite what Sid says, it does take a lot of skill, not just effort, to be able to do that. So.
Yeah, we followed up the first two focus strikes.
I can't believe I rolled through that.
With some part of strength.
And you're so surprised that you didn't even attack.
Alright, so now we got the stagger. So now we're going to put down our Pain Ward. And we're going to do True Strikes, Omni Strike, Uppercut, build ATB, do more True Strikes.
Shadow here.
Just going to keep building this up until there's a very little stagger gauge remaining.
He's not going to hit.
Yes, you will. You got it.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, yeah! Let's go! Phase skip and everything.
Yeah, you got it. The fast one.
That's what I'm talking about, buddy. There you go.
I think that's a BE.
And that was the fastest kill.
51. That's still really good.
Yep.
That's how you 2v1 Weiss.
I only have a few sub 1 minutes on Weiss, and I can't believe I first tried that. He can be very brutal. At 3v1, we would have juggled him with spells, but I was hoping you guys would enjoy this a little bit more. Hopefully it wasn't over too fast.
So about that, I was too busy watching Barrett jump around as a frog. Could you do it again, please?
I mean, I could on request. That's what I thought.
Like, no.
All right, so let me see my way off the stage. Thanks everybody for enjoying the show.
Thank
have
you,
a good
everyone.
one.
Thank you.
And that was an absolutely excellent run of Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade by the Sid. Whew. Wasn't expecting that at the end there. It was quite a an emotional moment. So we're doing a few things here to transfer over to the next game. Let's start by saying we have a $2 donation from K-Shura, who says, I tattled on you, Bob. I told Puexel to tell you to stop bullying me. That's right, he'll be coming through any second now. Also, this goes towards making weapons food, because as an artist, accuracy is extremely important. Unfortunately, K-Shura sent that about 10 minutes ago, and Puexel is nowhere to be found. And we have $50 from Colt, who leaves no donation message. Thank you very much. It's been absolutely stellar here. And that brings me to the end of my time here on the microphone today. I'll be back for Kingdom Hearts 3, the finale. Taking over from me in a few moments will be the absolutely awesome Shadow Killer. Before I throw us to a quick Twitch break, I do want to leave the way I do every time by saying, guys, gals, non-binary pals, and those beyond that spectrum, in the immortal words of the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln, be excellent to each other. And party on, my friends.
Hello everyone, I'm Shadow Killer and I will be your host for the Phantasy Star 4 run by bichphuongballz. But before we get to that run, we're going to have a quick interview with Tiny Tim and Bick himself. So take it away.
Thank you very much indeed, Shadow Killer. Hello there, folks. Welcome back. My name is Tiny Tim78, and with me, I am joined by the one and only bichphuongballz. Hello, Bick. How are we doing?
That's me. We're chilling. We're doing good.
Fantastic. First of all, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here. It really is. I have watched several of your runs in the past, and you never fail to make me laugh. So whether that's the intention or not, I'm not sure. But yes, it is an absolute honor and a privilege.
Always happy to be here. Yeah.
So how are you getting on today? You good? Looking forward to your run?
Yeah, should be good. Got all my buds here. It's Pidge01, my speed hero's birthday today. We're just having a good day.
Yep, I think we'll just shout out a happy birthday to Pidge. So hope you have a lovely day, Pidge. And I would also like to ask you, thank you. I'd also like to ask you, Bick, a little bit about Limit Break. This isn't your first time here.
No.
What runs have you done for us in the past?
So by some miracle of God, I've actually had to run every single Limit Break there's been so far.
Wow.
So I've done Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy Legend 3, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Final Fantasy Legend, Phantasy Star 4, Phantasy Star 2, and now Phantasy Star 4 again.
Wow, that is absolutely fantastic. That is brilliant.
It's some kind of fluke probably, but I'll take it.
Not at all, not at all. I think it just kind of proves my point about being entertaining. What we'd like to do, though, is just remind everybody quickly before we come back to you, Beck. We're going to talk to you a little bit more shortly.
For sure.
We would like to remind everyone watching that we are RPG Limit Break 2023, coming from Salt Lake City, Utah, and we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and all of your donations go towards NAMI, and we have currently raised over 53,000. In fact, we're just shy of 54,000. Maybe we can get that during your run, Bick. Absolutely amazing. All your donations go towards NAMI. But remember, not only when you donate does your donation support NAMI, but you can put yourself in the draw for some of our fantastic prizes. And I'm going to start off with the grand prize here. I don't know. What's your thoughts on this, Bick?
I have no idea what that is.
You have no idea what it is. I will enlighten you then. This is our grand prize. It's $100 cumulative over the course of the week. And this is our Steam Deck. Okay, and it is sealed. I think there's been a few people who've been trying to get into it, but it's still sealed. And it is, yeah, very, very impressive indeed. Up to cumulative $100. Okay, doesn't need to be all at once. And this is on offer until the end of the event. So if you would like to support NAMI, any donation goes towards this, up to $100 cumulative. And I have to say, I think it would be rather impressive. I'm sure some lucky donator will be enjoying that at the after the event. I'll just put it down there, make sure I don't damage it. Oh, there we go. Fantastic. We also have a few other prizes here that are on the desk in front of me, and a couple that are only on the website, so I'll start with those. We do have some Sonic posters at the moment. All of these prizes that I'm talking about are available up until the end of the Dragon Quest V run, which is later on this evening. So if you get your donations in before then, you will be potentially in the draw for these prizes, depending on how much you donate. So minimum donation on the Sonic posters, which you can see on the website, they look absolutely fantastic, are $5 for those. We've also got a few of the other prizes here. The one that I really like is this Final Fantasy VII vinyl here. That is absolutely amazing. Donated to us very graciously by Ash and Prime. We have $10 minimum donation to get yourself in the draw for that. And we've also got a couple of other ones here. We've got the Atelier Riza CD, and we've got a Final Fantasy remake soundtrack here as well. And we've also got a few trading cards here. We've got Final Fantasy VII anniversary foil set, non-foil set, better get that right. And we also have this Beckett graded full art Amano Aerith TCG card, which, yeah, that's definitely quite unique. Minimum donation on that one of $35. The other prizes are $5 on the Art Museum cards there, $10 on the CD, and 10 on the soundtrack here as well, and the vinyl. Okay, so enough about those. Let's go back to you, Bick. So, your run, Phantasy Star. What do you... you said you've done this one before. A limit break.
Yeah, so there's two different main categories for this game. There's essentially the NMG, stands for no menu glitch in this case, which is like essentially the full game run, if you will. None of the side content for the most part. But you are expected to obviously play through the whole story. And we ran that as a race against me versus Tyler the Driver in 2019, which I won, by the way, of course.
Nice. Nice.
And yeah, so that's what we did that time. And we're 2023 now. We're going to revisit the game, but we're going to be playing the any %, which we should be finishing ideally in less than 40 minutes. So when you have a game, that should be finished in 3 hours, be boiled down to 40 minutes, then there's going to be a little bit of shenanigans involved. So you can expect that.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Well, any one particular piece of shenanigans that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, so something I'll talk about more when the run's going, but last year I ran Phantasy Star 2, and if anyone remembers that or was able to catch it, just a lot of madness from kind of breaking the game's menus and being able to do things that you shouldn't be able to do, and it turns out you can break Phantasy Star 4's menus also and do things you shouldn't be able to do. I guess maybe that's not surprising, but yeah. So pretty much the mechanics are definitely different, but the overall idea is very much the same of break those menus and do some wild stuff.
Excellent. That sounds absolutely fantastic. We really are looking forward to that. Okay, is there anything else you'd like to share with us before we go?
Probably only that I'm maybe the greatest Phantasy Star speedrunner of all time. So
okay,
in case you didn't know.
You heard it here, folks. The one and only bichphuongballz. Thank you very much indeed, Bich. Been an absolute pleasure.
Kidding, by the way.
And good luck on the run.
Thank you.
Right, we will throw it back over to Shadow Killer, and Bich will be up shortly. Cheerio for now.
Thank you so much, Tiny Tim, and the ever humble bichphuongballz. A great interview as always. We did have a couple of quick donations come in from the last run. We have $1 from Airplane that says, that Weiss fight was less of a fight and more of an unfair beatdown. I loved it. And we also have $15 from Mokomichi USA, who says, I am from Japanese Restream. Hoishin is my hero. I absolutely agree. Hoishin is also a personal hero of mine. Well, as we're getting ready to get set up for Phantasy Star 4, I just want to remind us all again why we are here. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and RPG Limit Break 2023 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness, aka NAMI. To get involved in the fight against mental illness and the stigmas it can bring, reach out to NAMI via their state organizations or on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMICommunicate. Remember, it's not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you think you need help. while we're waiting for the setup for this run, I just want to remind our viewers of a couple of bid wars we've got going on. For East 9, which is the next run, we've got the change weapon cosmetics to food, which is exactly what it sounds like. You change the weapons to food. And right now we're at $80 out of 500. The debug room showcase is at 408 out of 1,000. And the language bid war between English and Japanese, right now English has got a couple of dollars, Japanese has nothing, so if that Japanese restream wants to represent right now, you could absolutely take that one away. We do have some more for some following runs. Unfortunately, no incentives for Phantasy Star 4 this time, but we've got some costume bid wars, difficulty bid wars, and a few others for some upcoming runs. So make sure whenever you do donate, you put that money to good use, put it to an incentive, and win those bid wars.